Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had Omnitrix and had massive harem? Part 12. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is the Dekiru 10 by phantomdanger. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Rumi Usagiyama, better known by her hero name Mirko, stared at the blank piece of paper in her hand. Usually, paperwork wasn't something she dwelled on, it was mindless work, a distraction from the action she craved. Yet, her ears twitched in irritation as her thoughts lingered. Work studies, huh? Just fancy words for having some kid shadow me like a lost puppy, Her musings were interrupted by the distinct sound of heavy footsteps pounding against the asphalt. She whirled around just as a monstrous villain, a towering figure at 13 feet, lunged toward her. Without hesitation, Mirko launched into a powerful roundhouse kick, her toned leg striking the villain squarely in the gut. The impact echoed through the street like a thunderclap. The hulking man gasped, his breath knocked out of him, as he was sent flying across the road and smashed violently into the side of a bus, crumpling the vehicle like a tin can. "You bitch!" another villain roared, charging at her with a blade glinting in the sunlight. Mirko barely spared him a glance. With lightning-fast reflexes, she ducked under the wild slash, her movements fluid and precise. In one blur of motion, she pivoted and launched an uppercut kick straight to his jaw. The sheer force lifted the man off his feet, sending him sprawling across the ground like a broken doll. She straightened, rolling her neck as if the fight had been nothing more than a warm-up. "Not bad reflexes, but slow," she muttered. A small grin crept onto her face as her mind wandered back to the stack of paperwork. That kid, though. Her smirk widened as she recalled the UA Sports Festival footage. First place in all 3 events. Kid's got guts and one hell of a quirk. Probably already swamped with offers. Mirko's musings were cut short as another villain, this one bulkier and more aggressive, came barreling toward her. His fist lashed out like a wrecking ball. She dodged effortlessly, spinning under his arm, and used her powerful legs to hook his arm into a chokehold. The villain's eyes widened in alarm as Mirko tightened her hold. "You're in my way." She drove her body downward, slamming him into the pavement with enough force to crack the concrete. Straightening, Mirko crossed her arms, her fluffy tail twitching in excitement. "Kid's a monster. Won first place in all 3 events, and from what I've seen, he's stronger than most of the pros out there. He's probably got a bunch of offers. Not bad for a rookie," Mirko mused with a smirk, her tail wiggling slightly. "Kid's only had his quirk for 9 months, and he's already got more power and drive than some pros who've been at it for years," Mirko thought, tapping her chin with a grin. From the USJ incident, he practically carried his whole class and took on villains without breaking a sweat. "He knows how to handle a dangerous situation, won't be any dead weight holding me back. Looks like he's got the guts to go toe-to-toe with anyone, no hesitation." The sound of metal screeching broke her thoughts as the villain she'd first kicked into the bus groaned, his body growing larger by the second. Now towering at 15 feet, the behemoth cracked his knuckles, glaring at her. "We're the cul-de-sac cartel," he bellowed, his voice like a thunderclap. "This is our territory, you damn rabbit." Mirko smirked, rolling her shoulders as if gearing up for a warm-up set. "Oh, you're still standing. All right, big guy, let's dance." The villain stomped, creating a shockwave that sent the overturned bus tumbling. He leapt into the air, the ground beneath him splintering as he raised his massive fists overhead. Mirko crouched low, muscles coiled like springs. The moment he was airborne, she launched herself to meet him, her body a blur of motion. Twisting midair, she slammed a kick into his groin with precision. The villain's eyes bulged, his voice caught in a silent scream. "Not so tough now, huh?" she sneered, spinning again. Her heel connected with the side of his head in a devastating blow, the force sending him plummeting to the ground. The earth trembled as his massive frame collided with the street, carving a crater into the asphalt. Mirko landed lightly on her feet, brushing dust off her thigh. She smirked, her tail flicking behind her. "Thought you could handle me? Keep dreaming." As the police arrived and began to detain the villains, Mirko let out a frustrated sigh. Can't believe I'm actually thinking about this," she thought, rolling her eyes. "It's not a team thing, he'll just be my personal errand boy. He better not slow me down." Her ears twitched as she stared at the wreckage. But, the kid's got guts, and I can respect that. 9 months with his quirk and he's already making waves. Hell, he took on those villains at USJ like he was born for it. He's got potential. She cracked her knuckles, grinning at the thought. Still, I'm not here to babysit. He better be able to keep up, or he'll be useless to me. I don't do teams, and I sure as hell don't waste time. Her tail flicked slightly. But, things have been a little dull lately. 1 week training this rookie couldn't hurt. Could be fun, and maybe it'll keep me from getting bored. The formerly quirkless teenager, now the wielder of the Omnitrix and the 9th holder of One for All, sprinted toward the front gates of UA High. Izuku Midoriya had been invited by Momo Yaoyorozu to an event, and he had to jump through hoops to get permission to leave campus, especially since their plans meant they'd be out for a good part of the day. As Izuku approached the gate, he spotted Momo standing by an elegant limousine. The poised young woman turned in his direction, her lips curving into a warm smile. Izuku approached the gate and saw Yaoyorozu standing by a limo. She turned toward him, her face lighting up with a smile. Midoriya, you're late. Sorry, I had to finish up some work for class, Izuku explained, adjusting his backpack. I didn't realize it would take me so long. Momo raised an eyebrow, her voice smooth but firm. You don't need to apologize. We're still fine on time. But let's not dawdle. Come on, we'll figure out where to go while we have some free time. Izuku nodded, grateful for her understanding. Thanks, Momo. Where should we go, then? Momo considered the question for a moment, her gaze thoughtful. I hadn't given it much thought, to be honest. I was hoping we could just explore and enjoy ourselves. But we'll find something that suits us. That sounds good. Izuku smiled. Should I put my backpack in the limo? Momo gave a small nod. Yes, let's do that. We'll pick them up when it's time to get ready. She knocked on the window to signal the driver, then took Izuku's backpack and placed it alongside hers in the car. She waved the driver off as they started walking through the city. As they strolled, Izuku couldn't help but ask, Hey, Momo, why didn't you want anyone to know we're going together? I figured it'd be okay to mention it. Momo's face immediately flushed, and she quickly looked away, feeling the heat rise in her cheeks. She had no desire to admit that the other girls had feelings for Izuku and that, if they found out she was spending time with him, things might get complicated. Momo blushed, turning her face away, and struggled to find the right words. After a moment, she raised a finger to her lips, her face still flushed. It's a secret. Huh? Izuku blinked in confusion. Momo giggled softly, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Come on, let's not waste time with questions. We have a whole day ahead of us. The members of Class 1A and B lounged on the couches, enjoying their unexpected break after Midoriya's stadium incident. You know, Midoriya almost took us out with that attack, Kaminari said, cracking open a can of soda, but I gotta admit, these extra days of doing nothing. Best thing ever. No homework, no training. I've never been this happy, Mina added, kicking her feet up with a content smile. Speaking of Midoriya, Toru chimed in. Where is he? Kyoka, who was sipping from her own drink, shrugged. He said something about helping his mom with something. Really? Kaminari raised an eyebrow. What about Yaoyorozu? Where's she at? She's at her family's gala, Suyu answered, still focused on the conversation. What? Kaminari's eyes widened. Do you think she can bring guests? I bet me and Esther would totally be the hit of the party. It'd be the perfect date? Toru rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. It's way too late for that, Kaminari. Plus, I don't think she's the type to just hand out invites. Kaminari slumped dramatically, his shoulders drooping. I should have known. I guess I'll just have to enjoy the peace and quiet. As the two walked, their conversation turned casual and light. So, Midoriya, Momo began, her tone curious. How have you been coming along with your new transformation? I imagine, given your detailed notes on Sue's abilities, you might have some ideas on how to adapt. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, his cheeks tinged pink. Well, not exactly. Momo tilted her head, her expression puzzled. Oh, I would have thought you'd made more progress by now. Izuku sighed. Getting a new transformation is amazing, but it also means starting from scratch. It's like learning a whole new quirk every time. Ah, I see, Momo said thoughtfully. Most people have their entire lives to master their quirks, but you're essentially juggling multiple abilities at once. It must be challenging. Yeah, it is, Izuku admitted, then offered a small smile. But it's also kind of exciting. Figuring out what each alien form can do or can't do is really cool. Although, he chuckled awkwardly. I could definitely do without the urge to flirt with my classmates when I'm in that form. Momo giggled at the memory. Yes, you were quite bold as that transformation. Izuku's face turned crimson. Again, I'm so sorry for what I said. It's fine, Momo reassured him with a teasing smile. Although, the way you were ogling our legs and bodies was rather embarrassing. Wasn't, Izuku stammered, his face growing impossibly red. Momo raised a brow, cutting him off gently. Midoriya, I've dealt with this sort of thing before. You're not the first, nor will you be the last, guy to ogle me. Izuku winced, hanging his head in shame. He recalled how, even on the day they first met, other men on the train had leered at her. It wasn't uncommon at UA either, though most of the boys were respectful. There were still moments when Momo caught unwanted stares. Sorry, Momo, he murmured, guilt heavy in his voice. I don't know what came over me. One moment I'm myself, and the next time, some alien frog who can't seem to stop flirting with every girl in sight. Momo's lips quirked upward as she stifled a laugh. I admit, your behavior was unexpected. Though shoving Mina and Tokage into a wall certainly made an impression. Izuku cringed at the memory, his shoulders slumping further. I don't want to make you or any of the girls feel uncomfortable around me. I respect you all so much, and I don't want to be like Mineta. Momo's expression softened at his sincerity. After a moment, she looked down, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. While it's true that you're not the first person to look at me like that, you're the first one I didn't mind. Momo hesitated for a moment, her cheeks taking on a faint pink hue as she glanced to the side. For what it's worth. You're the first guy the first didn't mind thinking of me that way. I kinda liked. Her voice trailed off barely above a whisper. Izuku stood frozen for a moment, completely lost for words. He couldn't form a coherent response, his thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and flustered emotions. Bu. Who? Wah. Momo's cheeks were now bright red, and she quickly cleared her throat to cover her own embarrassment. Ahem. She straightened up, trying to regain her usual composure. Momo, noticing his struggle, quickly shifted the topic. Anyways, how do you plan on progressing with your new transformation? Izuku's mind was a jumble of thoughts, but he quickly snapped back to reality. Well, it's hard to manage, he admitted, activating the Omnitrix. The green glow illuminated his face as he began cycling through the various transformations in his playlist. My transformations have so many different abilities, he continued, stopping briefly to glance at Momo. Focusing on one form could mean neglecting the others, which makes it tricky to balance. With a small sigh, he deactivated the Omnitrix, the glow fading away. Momo nodded thoughtfully, her brow furrowed in concentration. That does sound challenging, she mused. But perhaps you could focus on overlapping abilities. For example, if two of your forms share fire-based powers, you could train with one to master the fire aspect, then apply what you've learned to the other. It might help streamline your efforts. Izuku blinked, processing her suggestion. Images of himself using Heat Blast's flaming techniques, like a blazing dragon attack, and adapting them to Swampfire's abilities flashed through his mind. His lips twitched upward in admiration for Momo's quick thinking. Before his thoughts could spiral further into one of his muttering sprees, he stopped himself, though he briefly remembered how Yui never seemed to mind when he muttered. The way she attentively followed every word was something he'd always found oddly endearing. Momo, he said, shaking his head to refocus, it's okay. Let's just enjoy today. No need to worry about my training right now. The real challenge is figuring out how to keep ourselves entertained until this evening. Momo's lips curled into a soft smile as an idea sparked in her mind. I think I might have a solution for that, she said confidently. Before Izuku could ask, Momo reached for his hand, her warm fingers wrapping around his. Come on, I know just the place, she said, her tone light and excited as she gently tugged him forward. Izuku's cheeks flushed at the unexpected contact, but he let her lead him, a small smile forming on his face as he followed. Izuku glanced out the window, still unsure of where they were heading. Yaoyorozu, where are we going? Momo smiled softly, her eyes glinting with a bit of mischief. You'll see soon enough. We're just going to kill some time and find a suit you could wear for the event. Izuku blinked, then hesitated. Why can't you just tell me where? Psst, hey, you two. A voice interrupted, pulling them from their conversation. They turned to see a businessman leaning toward them, his face lighting up with recognition. I knew it. You're Midoriya, the kid who won the sports festival, and you're Yaoyorozu. You were both amazing. Izuku and Momo's faces flushed at the sudden attention. Oh, thank why, Izuku began, but was cut off by a flurry of excited exclamations. Wait, Midoriya? Holy crap, it's Yaoyorozu too. Oh my gosh, it really is them. Can we get a picture with both of you? My daughter loves you. You were amazing. You won all 3 events, that's impressive. Izuku's face turned a deep shade of red, and Momo wasn't much better, her cheeks flushed as she awkwardly smiled at the crowd. Momo's cheeks flushed a deep red. Oh, thank you, she said, offering a polite bow. One teenage girl on the bus squealed loudly. Oh my gosh. Is this a date? She asked, clasping her hands together. The girl who can create anything and the boy who turns into anything, this is perfect. Izuku turned as red as a tomato, struggling to form words. A date? It's not W or not. Momo's face wasn't any less scarlet as she stammered. We're just spending time together as friends. Midoriya, you're shorter than I thought. One of the businessmen laughed, nudging his friend. You were so cool in the sports festival. Another passenger called out. But, your forms? Kinda creepy. You should just stick to your cute self? Izuku froze at the comment, a nervous laugh escaping him. I wasn't trying to be creepy, You beat that loud explosion guy and Pyle drove him into the ground, epic. A young man added, grinning widely. I was cheering for you the whole time. Izuku wanted to melt into the floor, his social awkwardness taking full control. His mind went blank, his usual ability to respond failing him in the face of so much attention. Momo, ever the composed one, stepped in to handle the situation smoothly. She bowed slightly to the crowd, her voice calm and polite. Thank you for your kind words. We really do appreciate them. The group of passengers beamed back at her, still buzzing with excitement. As the bus came to a stop, Izuku and Momo quickly rose from their seats. Izuku, still stiff as a board, followed Momo off the bus as the passengers waved them off. Keep up the great work, heroes, one of the passengers called as the doors closed. Thank you, Momo replied graciously. Izuku's voice was shaky as he managed. We appreciate it, his posture still rigid from the sudden attention. As they were about to leave the bus, a high-pitched squeal echoed from the back. The boy who can turn into anything and the girl who can create anything, a couple made in heaven. Izuku's eyes went wide as his face turned an even deeper shade of red, while Momo's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. The passengers began murmuring excitedly amongst themselves. Oh, I knew it. They make such a perfect pair, a woman said, beaming with enthusiasm. Wait, are they actually a couple? One woman whispered, glancing at the 2 teens. They seem really close. Another passenger grinned. I mean, it wouldn't be surprising. Midoriya's got all those amazing forms, and Yaoyorozu's got the brains to back him up. That's like hero-level potential right there. A guy in the back snickered. Can you imagine what they'd be like together? One could create anything, and the other could turn into literally anything. They'd be unstoppable. I bet they'd make a great team, and a great couple, another voice added, raising an eyebrow with a knowing look. You saw how they looked at each other just now, right? I bet they're just trying to keep it low-key for now, a younger girl said, holding her phone in front of her. But there's no hiding it, they're totally together. An older man gave a knowing smile. If they're not dating yet, they sure will be soon. Top students, powerful quirks. The rumors will spread like wildfire. Izuku and Momo exchanged uncomfortable glances, their hearts racing. The conversation around them was turning into full-blown gossip. Trying to ignore the growing chatter, the 2 hurried to leave the bus, their faces now almost as red as the seats they had been sitting in. Izuku let out a nervous laugh. I really hope this doesn't turn into some kind of rumor or anything. Izuku let out a small sigh, his nerves still tingling. I don't think I'll ever get used to this kind of attention. Momo gave him a sympathetic look, though she maintained her firm composure. You'll adjust, I promise. It's not easy at first, but it's part of being a hero. Just don't let it distract you. Izuku nodded, but he was still a little flustered as they exited the bus. Momo smiled faintly, though it didn't quite reach her eyes, as the whispers from the passengers continued. And we're almost there. Let's focus on what we need to do. The two walked down the street, passing by bookstores and restaurants. Some pedestrians noticed Momo and gave her polite waves, while a few lingered to watch them. Good to see you, Yaoyorozu, a man called out, tipping his hat with a smile. Momo gave a polite smile and a nod in return. Thank you. We're here, Momo said, gesturing toward the charming shop. We can enjoy some tea and baked goods while we get you an article of formal clothing. Izuku, already captivated by the sweet aroma wafting from the bakery, was practically drooling. Spending time with Ochako had undeniably given him a sweet tooth. This place smells amazing, he said, turning to Momo with wide eyes. And it's also a clothing shop? Momo nodded, a small smile gracing her lips. It is. The owner is a family friend. She makes the most exquisite dresses and suits. Her reputation extends all the way to France. She's one of the best designers I know. Izuku looked up at the shop's sign. Dupan Cheng Clothing. He glanced around, noting the nearby bookstore and cafe. The way passers-by greeted Momo so warmly made it clear she frequented this area often. We could browse a few books after your fitting, Momo offered. I'm not sure if you're an avid reader like I am, but I thought it might be a nice stop. Izuku beamed. Oh no, this place is amazing. Maybe after we're done here, we can look around a bit, or just hang out. Momo blinked, slightly surprised but pleased by the suggestion. She felt at ease in this familiar place, and having Izuku there only made it better. As they entered, a mix of bakery aromas and the scent of exotic fabrics enveloped them. The soft chime of a bell signaled their arrival. Welcome, Momo, exclaimed a vibrant, cheerful voice. An attractive young woman stepped out from behind the counter. She appeared to be in her late 20s, with fair skin and a shapely figure. Her long black hair, streaked with blue highlights, was tied into a sleek ponytail. Marinette, it's good to see you, Momo said warmly, stepping forward as Marinette enveloped her in a hug. You never come by anymore. Marinette pouted playfully, pulling back to give Momo a look of mock reproach. Momo chuckled softly. I know, I'm sorry. Hero training and coursework have kept me busy lately. Marinette waved off the apology with a light laugh. Oh, don't worry about it, I know what it's like to juggle responsibilities. But I did see you at the sports festival. You were incredible. Momo's cheeks flushed a faint pink. You watched that? I wasn't that amazing, she murmured, looking away modestly. Marinette's expression turned comically aghast as she got closer to Momo's face, her hands on her hips. Not amazing? Are you kidding me? You were brilliant. The obstacle course, the cavalry battle, you were so composed. Honestly, the only thing I couldn't figure out was what that grape-headed boy was trying to do. He looked like he was up to something no good. She frowned, recalling the scene of Minetta's antics during the obstacle course. Momo let out a nervous laugh. Yes, Minetta can be persistent. Marinette's frown deepened. Persistent, huh? Let me give you some advice, stay far away from him. Boys like that don't know how to respect boundaries. Believe me, I try, Momo said, her tone wry. Marinette quickly brightened again, her smile returning. But I bet you've got the attention of all the right boys in your class. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if someone's already swept you off your feet. Momo's cheeks deepened in color. Oh no, nothing like that, she said quickly. Marinette raised an eyebrow, then grinned teasingly. Really? Well, if you ask me, you and that Todoroki boy would make such a cute couple. You remind me so much of me and Adrian back in the day. Momo blinked, caught off guard. Todoroki and I are just classmates. She cast a quick glance at Izuku, wondering if he had any reaction to Marinette's comment. To her disappointment but not surprise, he seemed completely unaffected, focused instead on admiring the shop's decor. As much as Momo valued Izuku's kindness, she couldn't help but wish, just for a moment, that he would show a hint of jealousy. Marinette, oblivious to Momo's inner thoughts, clapped her hands together. Well, no matter what, you deserve someone amazing. And speaking of amazing, let me grab a few designs I think you'll love. Oh, and your friend here, let's get him something dashing too. Marinette's sharp eyes quickly noticed how Momo glanced at Izuku. Oh, and this is the boy who was on your team, right? Izuku straightened up, his hands stiffly by his sides. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya, he stammered nervously. Marinette chuckled warmly. Oh, I know who you are. You won the sports festival, and you even made sure no one saw Momo's assets during that, wardrobe mishap. Both teens turned crimson at the memory, Izuku's face so red it looked like steam might shoot out of his ears. His mind raced in panic. Don't think about it, don't think about it, don't think about it. You are not a pervert. You are not a pervert. Marinette smiled at him, her tone lighthearted. Even though it helped your opponent, you respected your friend's privacy. That was very admirable. Izuku scratched the back of his head awkwardly. It was no problem. Momo's my friend. She would have done the same if I were in her position. Momo gave a small, teasing smile. Well, you are a boy, Izuku, so showing a little more skin wouldn't be as big of a deal. Especially after what happened during your match with Monoma. Momo. Izuku exclaimed, his voice jumping in pitch. She giggled softly, enjoying his flustered reaction. I'm only joking, of course. You know I'd do the same. Though, I'd still keep my focus on the fight. Izuku averted his gaze, his face still red. I just didn't want to look without permission. Marinette raised an amused brow. You do realize you're going to fight female villains one day, right? And honestly, your chances of encountering someone underdressed are surprisingly high. Izuku's response was immediate. Those are villains. This is different, Momo's my friend. Momo tilted her head, her tone playful. So, villains don't deserve privacy anymore? No, I mean it depends, obviously, Izuku stammered. But I think everyone's body should be treated with respect. Momo gave him a knowing smile. Izuku, you're going to have to learn to keep your eyes on your opponent, no matter what they're wearing or not wearing. And you should probably work on not getting flustered so often. I don't get flustered, he protested. Momo's grin widened. Shall I remind you of the capture the flag incident with Ishido? Izuku's face turned even redder, and he groaned. That particular memory where Mina's playful innuendos had flustered him so much he nearly lost the flag was not something he wanted to relive. Okay, I'll work on it. Marinette watched the exchange with a delighted smile, her eyes twinkling. The way the two bantered so naturally and laughed together was undeniably charming. You two are adorable, she said, breaking the moment. Momo and Izuku froze, their laughter abruptly stopping as they turned to Marinette. Realizing they'd gotten carried away. Oh, sorry, Marinette. We got a little off track. Momo bowed slightly, her face a bright shade of red. I'm sorry too, Izuku added quickly, scratching the back of his head. Marinette smiled brightly, playfully fanning herself. You're going to make me blush. She turned, motioning for them to follow her deeper into the shop. But, she added with a teasing grin, glancing over her shoulder at the two, since you're going together, you should probably have outfits that match or at least complement each other. Don't you think? Momo's blush returned with a vengeance, and Izuku's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water. We're not. Marinette chuckled. Relax, I'm just teasing. Now, let's get to work. We'll make sure you both look absolutely perfect tonight. A few moments later, Izuku stood uncomfortably as Marinette carefully measured him. Stand still, I almost got your measurements, she said, her tone focused and professional. Izuku straightened up, his body tense. Right, sorry, he stammered, doing his best to remain still but feeling very much out of his element. Marinette began measuring his wrist, taking special care to account for the Omnitrix. It's tricky, isn't it? She mused as she adjusted her measuring tape to accommodate for the device. Having something you can't take off must be a bit of a hassle. Izuku nodded nervously. Why yeah, but it's part of me now, he said, trying to sound casual, though the whole situation made him uncomfortable. With a satisfied clap of her hands, Marinette stepped back. All right, done. That wasn't so bad, was it? Izuku exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Thank you, Dupan Chang. Just call me Marinette, she replied with a smile. It's fine, it feels a little less formal, and you're Momo's friend, so it's no problem. She wiped her brow, grabbing a notebook from a nearby table. Flipping through her designs, her smile grew. Your suit will be ready in the next few hours. Now, Momo, it's your turn. Momo blinked, caught off guard. What? I already have a dress. I know, Marinette interrupted, waving her hand dismissively. But since you're bringing a date, it'd be best if your outfits complemented each other, don't you think? Date, Momo squeaked, her cheeks quickly turning crimson. We're not. Marinette gave her a knowing look but didn't press further. Relax, Momo, you don't have to, but I want to make sure you look perfect. Before Momo could protest further, Marinette turned to Izuku. Hey, Midoriya, could you run an errand for us? There's a cafe just down the street. Would you mind grabbing some tea? We'll be here for a little while. Sure, Izuku fumbled. I don't know what kind of tea you like. I know Momo likes green tea with 2 brown sugars, but maybe wait, what if they're out of that? Do they have alternatives? Maybe something floral or... Marinette rolled her eyes, grinning as Izuku's muttering spiraled out of control. With a gentle but firm shove, she nudged him toward the door. Just get what you think is best, okay? As Izuku disappeared out the door, Marinette sighed, shaking her head fondly. He's quite the character, isn't he? Momo smiled softly. He is, but he's also incredibly thoughtful. Marinette raised an eyebrow, watching the way Momo's expression softened. So, you like him, don't you? She asked, her tone casual but curious as she began to measure Momo. Momo stiffened, her face turning a deep shade of red. What? No, we're just friends. Marinette hummed, her movements slow and deliberate as she adjusted the measuring tape. Friends, you two seem pretty close. Momo's gaze dropped, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her sleeve. Izuku, he's just someone I really admire. He's kind, selfless, and always willing to help others. It's hard not to like someone like that. Marinette smiled knowingly but kept her tone light. Sounds like someone who's worth matching outfits with, don't you think? Momo's blush deepened, and she looked away, unable to come up with a response. Marinette simply chuckled, her suspicions all but confirmed. Izuku muttered under his breath as he stepped into the tea shop, the soft jingle of the doorbell barely registering in his mind. The moment he took his first step inside, however, he felt the eyes of what seemed like every cat in the room fixated on him. His gaze shifted, and sure enough, every feline in sight was either lounging lazily or staring at him with curious eyes. Izuku had never been to a cat cafe before. It was surreal. The place had a cozy atmosphere, but the attention from the cats was a bit overwhelming. Suddenly, he felt something soft brush against his leg, and looking down, he saw a sleek black cat with emerald eyes like his own. It nuzzled his leg and began to purr. Oh, hey there, little guy, Izuku chuckled, bending down to pet the cat. It nuzzled against his hand affectionately. Welcome to Nekopara, sweetheart, the maid said, her voice husky and confident. Her curves were accentuated by the fitted uniform, and she struck a pose, her chest thrust out and her cat ears twitching. We'll make sure your stay is absolutely perfect. She batted her eyelashes, her gaze locked on Izuku's. So, what can I get started for you, darling? Her cat ears twitched as she adjusted them, and Izuku wondered if they were real. Izuku, still feeling out of place, glanced at the menu on the wall. Yes, I'd like 3 cups of tea, 2 sugars, Earl Grey, Golden Tip Emporium, and I'll try the house recommendation, he stammered, trying to maintain his composure. As he sat down at an empty table, Izuku noticed a man sitting next to him, quietly sipping from his own cup of tea. The man had slick white hair, with a curl at the front, a refined appearance, and a well-maintained handlebar mustache with a medium-sized beard. There was something strangely familiar about him, but Izuku couldn't quite place where he'd seen him before. The man, sensing Izuku's curiosity, tilted his head slightly and squinted his eyes. You're Izuku Midoriya, aren't you? The hero in training, the winner of the sports festival. Izuku blinked in confusion, nodding slowly. Yeah, that's me. The man smiled knowingly, his gaze sharp. I've seen you on the big screen. Quite the ambition you have there. You, the symbol of peace, a fine title for someone so intent on leaving a mark on this world. He spread his arms wide as if addressing an invisible audience. What a spectacular goal to live for, Izuku scratched the back of his head, still confused by the man's words. Thanks, I guess. Izuku's furrowed as he could have sworn he had seen the man before. But, do I know you from somewhere? The man leaned in, his voice taking on a theatrical tone. No, I don't believe so. But I know a thing or two about ambition, about creating a legacy that will never be forgotten. Like you, I, too, have lofty dreams. You see, the world is so transient. A fleeting moment in the vast expanse of time. The goal isn't just to live, it's to carve your name into the very fabric of history. To inspire others to chase after the impossible. He took a deep breath, savoring the air. This place, a small, humble cat cafe. But it sells the finest tea, you see. Delicious and simple, yet it holds the power to make an impact on someone's day. His gaze locked onto Izuku's. Much like you, and your own quest. Izuku couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed by the man's intensity. Isn't that a little much? He glanced down at the cat that had now settled comfortably on his lap, before offering a small smile. Yeah, my friend recommended it. I've never been to a cat cafe before. Ah, a friend, you say? The man raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eyes. Would this friend happen to be a girl? His voice took on a teasing note. Izuku's face flushed instantly, and he stammered, I don't know what you're talking about. The man chuckled, shaking his head. You're not a very good liar, young Midoriya. It's written all over your face. He gestured broadly to the air. Ah, I remember those days, when love was but a fleeting shadow that haunted my every waking moment. Izuku could feel his cheeks burning at this point. I'm not. I mean, it's not like that. Isn't it? The man leaned closer, a knowing smile creeping up his face. You're trying to hide it, but I can see it. I, too, have known the sting of love. And much like you, I found ways to turn it into something more. Izuku blinked, not sure where the conversation was going. The man sat back, swirling his tea thoughtfully. Tell me, Midoriya, what do heroes do when the world turns against them? When all seems lost, and the odds seem impossible, how do they keep fighting? Izuku thought about all the comics he'd read, the stories he admired so much. They always go beyond their limits. Even when it looks impossible, they push past what they thought was possible. They go beyond. The man clapped slowly, nodding in approval. Exactly. But let me ask you, why do they do it? Why do they risk everything? Why does Batman train relentlessly to surpass human limits? Why does Spider-Man keep getting up even when the world turns its back on him? Izuku furrowed his brows. To save people, right? They fight for the people they care about. Ah, yes and no. The man leaned forward, eyes gleaming. It's love, young Midoriya. Love is what drives them. The love they have for those they care about, the love that propels them forward when everything seems hopeless. Batman lost his family, and he swore to protect others from the same pain. Spider-Man fights because he loves those around him and wants to protect them no matter the cost. Love is what makes them heroes. Izuku, still trying to process the man's words, had to admit that there was a truth to it. His own desire to be a hero was to protect people, yes, but there was always something deeper, something personal about the sacrifices heroes made. The man, seeing the conflict in Izuku's expression, smiled. I see the gears turning in your head. Good. Let me offer you a piece of advice, Midoriya. Whether it's love or ambition, the fire that drives us is what defines us. Heroes may protect others, but to make a name for yourself, to truly be remembered, you must be willing to sacrifice everything for your vision. Remember this well. He sat back, letting the weight of his words hang in the air. Izuku's thoughts raced, but before he could respond, the man raised his teacup, nodding once. Now, go beyond, my friend. The world will remember your name, if you dare to truly make your mark. Hope my wisdom has enlightened you, young man. The man stood up, grabbing his cane with a flourish. Labra Ida, let's go. We have content to create, my love. His voice was playful, but his eyes gleamed with purpose. The woman, currently petting a ginger-colored cat, immediately stopped and rushed over to him. Her short stature made her movements seem even more frantic as she waved her arms. Now, I thought today was supposed to be our day off. Gentle, you promised, she scolded, her voice filled with mock indignation. The man, unbothered, gave her a charming smile. Our fame waits for no one. Izuku, still seated at the table, watched the scene unfold with wide eyes, feeling slightly awkward. As he turned his attention back to his order, a soft voice interrupted his thoughts. Your orders are ready, sweetheart, the waitress purred, sliding Izuku's order across the counter. She leaned forward, giving him a provocative view of her cleavage as her lips curled into a teasing smile. Thank you so much. Izuku stammered, his face flushing as he tried to keep his eyes on hers, failing miserably. Wait a second, she said, stopping him as she placed a small brown bag beside the tea. Her fingers grazed his hand as she leaned in closer. This is for you. I didn't order this, Izuku said, his tone laced with confusion. The waitress giggled, her nails lightly tracing the counter as she tilted her head, letting her hair fall just enough to frame her sultry smile. It's on the house, champ, she purred. A little something special for the big winner of the sports festival. You've earned it. Izuku gulped, his hands tightening nervously around his order. Thank you, he mumbled, his cheeks burning brighter. But the waitress wasn't done. She leaned in, her lips brushing dangerously close to his ear. You know, she whispered, her voice low and velvety, if you ever need a more private way to celebrate, I'd be happy to help. Her breath sent shivers down his spine, and her fingers lingered on his wrist, their touch both teasing and intentional. Just let me know, Midoriya, she added with a wink, stepping back slowly. Izuku's heart raced as he stumbled through his words. Thanks again, he squeaked, bowing hastily before practically running out of the cafe. Outside, Momo waited patiently, though her brow furrowed slightly as she noticed the deep red flush on his face. As Izuku stepped out of the cafe, clutching the bag and cup, his face was a faint shade of pink. The encounter with the barista had left him flustered, her flirtatious smile still lingering in his thoughts. Izuku, he turned to see Momo approaching, her elegant strides and composed demeanor a comforting sight. Oh, Momo, he greeted, his voice brightening. I got you the tea you like. I wasn't too sure about Marinette's preference, though. Thank you, Midoriya, Momo replied with a polite smile. I'm sure Marinette will appreciate anything. While we wait, would you like to do some light reading together? Sure, Izuku agreed readily, but as he handed Momo her tea, she froze, her sharp gaze zeroing in on his own cup. Midoriya, she began with practiced calm, though a slight edge crept into her tone. What's written on your cup? Izuku blinked and glanced at the scribbles. It took him a moment before realization dawned. Oh, she must have given me her number, he muttered, scratching the back of his head in awkward embarrassment. Momo's expression didn't falter, but there was a subtle shift in her posture, a stiffness Izuku couldn't quite place. She nodded once, closing her eyes for a brief moment. Without a word, her arm began to glow as she activated her quirk. Within seconds, a marker materialized in her hand. Izuku watched her, a little confused. A marker, he thought. Before he could react, Momo snatched the cup from his hands. She didn't hesitate, scribbling over the numbers until they were completely covered. There, she said simply, handing the cup back to him. That's better. Izuku stared at the now inked-over cup, then back at Momo. He opened his mouth to say something but quickly shut it, unsure of what to even ask. Let's go, she said, the tone of her voice leaving no room for argument. All right, Izuku hurried to follow, his thoughts racing. Izuku followed behind, scratching his head in confusion, entirely unaware of the small victory Momo was savoring in her mind. As the two strolled along, Momo took a sip of her tea, her lips curling into a contented smile. Izuku followed suit, sipping his own tea as he glanced at her. Oh, right, Izuku said suddenly, reaching into his bag. They gave me this since I won the sports festival. He handed Momo a small brown bag. She opened it curiously, her eyes lighting up as she discovered a selection of colorful macarons inside. Picking one, she took a small bite. This is delicious, Momo said, savoring the sweet treat. Izuku chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. Why yeah, they are. Though, I'm not sure how I feel about getting free stuff just because I won the sports festival. Momo glanced at him, a playful yet reassuring look in her eyes. You earned it, Izuku. You should enjoy the spoils of war every once in a while. Don't overthink it, she said, savoring another bite of the treat. Her casual confidence brought a warm smile to Izuku's face. Thanks, Momo, he said softly, his gaze lingering on her for a moment. Time skip. Izuku adjusted his tie nervously, the deep emerald fabric catching the light as he fidgeted with the knot. The tailored black suit hugged his lean figure, accentuating his broad shoulders and the result of countless hours of training. His crisp white dress shirt contrasted sharply against the dark suit, and the emerald tie matched his eyes perfectly. He glanced at himself in the mirror, cheeks flushed pink, and took a deep breath. Come on, stop stalling and step out already. Marinette's voice rang out, teasing yet impatient from the other side of the curtain. Izuku hesitated, his nerves getting the better of him, but finally, he stepped out. The soft sound of his polished black shoes against the floor caught Marinette's attention. How do I look? He asked shyly, his hands fidgeting at his sides. Marinette froze, her bluebell eyes widening in awe as her hands flew to her cheeks. She let out a delighted gasp, her mouth forming a dramatic, "Oh," as she took in his appearance. The suit accentuated his toned frame, and the way his tie matched his vibrant green eyes made the whole look feel complete. Amazing, absolutely amazing, she gushed, pulling out a handkerchief to dab at her eyes like a proud parent. I've truly outdone myself this time. Izuku turned toward the mirror, smoothing down the fabric of his jacket and shifting awkwardly. I guess I don't look too bad, he murmured, trying to hide the smile that crept across his face. The sound of a curtain swishing open drew his attention. Hey, Momo, Izuku started, turning to greet her, but the words died in his throat. Momo stepped out with a grace that stole the air from the room. Her burgundy gown shimmered subtly as the light danced across the silky fabric. The strapless design revealed her slender neck and delicate collarbones, while the fitted bodice flared out into an elegant skirt that swayed with her every movement. Her dark hair was pinned into an elegant updo, with a few loose strands framing her soft features. A simple silver necklace rested against her skin, accentuating her natural beauty. Izuku's breath hitched, his heart pounding as his wide eyes drank in her appearance. She looked stunning, no, beyond stunning. The sheer elegance of her presence left him completely speechless. Momo noticed his reaction and faltered slightly, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. Their gazes met, and for a moment, time seemed to slow. The silence between them was almost tangible, filled with an unspoken admiration. Ahem. Marinette's exaggerated throat clearing broke the spell, snapping them both back to reality. Izuku quickly looked down, his cheeks burning as he rubbed the back of his neck. Why you look beautiful, I mean, you always look beautiful but right now you look incredible. Oh, man, I'm rambling, aren't I? He stammered, unable to meet her eyes. Momo's lips curved into a gentle smile, her blush deepening. Thank you, you look very handsome yourself, she said softly, her voice tinged with warmth. Izuku's face lit up like a tomato, his mind scrambling for words. Compliments about his appearance were foreign to him, and hearing it from Momo made his heart race even faster. Well, Momo said after a brief pause, smoothing the fabric of her dress nervously, we shouldn't keep the driver waiting. All right, let's go, Izuku replied a little too enthusiastically. His pink cheeks were accompanied by an eager smile, his earlier nervousness momentarily forgotten. As they moved toward the door, Marinette's voice stopped them. Wait, she called, rushing over. I almost forgot something important. Izuku and Momo turned to see her rummaging through her bag, muttering under her breath. Where is it? I know I saw it earlier, aha. Marinette triumphantly held up a camera. We need a picture, she declared, grinning from ear to ear. You two look like absolute royalty. This moment needs to be captured forever. Izuku blinked, his blush returning full force. A picture. I'm not really photogenic, he mumbled, scratching his neck awkwardly. I think it's a wonderful idea, Momo said, her eyes soft as she glanced at him. It would be nice to have something to remember tonight by. Marinette wasn't about to wait for more protests. She positioned them side by side, nudging Izuku closer to Momo with a mischievous grin. Come on, smile, say cheese. Izuku glanced nervously at Momo, who offered him a reassuring smile. Her hand brushed against his arm lightly as they posed. His awkward grin softened into something more genuine, and her elegant smile lit up the room. Click. ... The soft hum of the engine ceased as the car came to a halt. We're here, the driver announced, pulling Izuku out of his conversation with Momo. He glanced out the window, and his jaw dropped in awe. The building before him was nothing short of magnificent, its grandeur radiating sophistication and history. The sounds of cheerful chatter and laughter spilled from the ballroom as elegantly dressed guests moved in and out of the venue. Izuku stepped out of the car, still wide-eyed. This place is incredible, he said, his voice tinged with awe. Momo giggled at his wonderstruck expression, the sound soft and melodic. What's so funny? He asked, tilting his head in confusion. It's just kind of cute how you get so excited about everything around you, Momo replied with a smile that made his cheeks flush. Izuku scratched the back of his neck, his gaze shifting to the ground. Oh, thanks. Shall we head inside? Momo asked, taking his hand before he could respond. Her touch made him yelp in surprise. Have a lovely evening, Miss Yaoyorozu and Mr. Midoriya, the driver said with a polite nod before driving away. Izuku looked around nervously, taking in the sight of the well-dressed crowd. He recognized a few famous faces and immediately felt out of place. His stomach churned with unease. Should I really be here? I mean, I know Momo wanted me to come, but... Izuku. Momo's soft voice broke through his thoughts. He turned to see her smiling gently, her hair parted to one side, framing her elegant features. I'm really happy you agreed to come with me, she said, looping her arm around his. The warmth of her gesture eased his nerves slightly, though his face turned crimson. If it makes you happy, then I'm glad I came, he stammered. Momo's smile brightened. I'm sorry about this, though, she admitted as they began to walk. A few onlookers, particularly other men, glanced at Momo with admiration, drawing glares from their own dates. Sorry for what? Izuku asked, his confusion evident. For bringing you here when you don't know anyone. It might feel like I forced you into this, she said, her voice tinged with guilt. Izuku shook his head quickly. No, not at all. I mean, yeah, I feel out of place, but that's nothing new. And honestly, when you asked me, I could see how excited you were. That made me look forward to it. Plus, it's a nice break from all the craziness of the sports festival. Momo's expression softened further. Thank you, Izuku. That means a lot to me. They continued walking, her grip on his arm tightening slightly. Usually, I have to attend these events for Umi, she explained. It's part of maintaining my family's public image. Umi, Izuku echoed, curiosity piqued. Before Momo could elaborate, she gently tugged him toward the grand ballroom entrance. Let's go. The party's just getting started, she said with a playful smile. As they stepped inside, the grandeur of the ballroom hit Izuku like a wave. Crystal chandeliers sparkled above, and the marble floors gleamed under the golden light. The room exuded elegance, but Izuku's attention was quickly drawn to the sudden hush that fell over the crowd. All eyes turned to them, whispers rippling through the room. Some women gasped softly, their eyes darting to Momo's arm entwined with Izuku's. Men, both young and old, scowled in disapproval or jealousy. Izuku's anxiety surged. Oh no, they're staring at us, he thought, his eyes scanning the room nervously. I must look like such an embarrassment. Momo deserves someone better, someone like Todoroki or... His spiraling thoughts came to an abrupt halt as something soft and warm pressed against his cheek. Izuku froze, his mind blank. The anxious buzz in his chest faded, replaced by the rapid pounding of his heart. Slowly, he turned his head to see Momo leaning toward him, her lips brushing his cheek in a fleeting kiss. You mumble a lot, she said softly, her eyes meeting his. Just hold on to me, okay? There's no need to be nervous. Let's enjoy the night together. Her words and the tenderness in her smile melted away his fears. A small smile tugged at his lips as he tightened his grip on her arm. "Why yeah," he said, his voice steadier now. They walked further into the room, Izuku marveling at the intricate architecture. "This place is amazing," he said, his eyes sparkling with wonder. "It is," Momo agreed, her gaze softening. "But what's even more incredible is its history. A few decades ago, this ballroom hosted a dance between a quirkless man and a woman with blue skin and horns. They fell in love despite society's prejudice against quirks back then. My grandfather used to tell me stories about it." "That's amazing," Izuku said, his voice filled with admiration. "It's a reminder of how far we've come." Momo nodded, resting her head lightly on his shoulder. "Hey, Momo," Izuku began hesitantly. "Why did you ask me to come with you? I mean, you said you wanted to deter other guys, but you seem like you could handle that yourself." Momo's cheeks flushed, and she opened her mouth to respond, but a voice interrupted them. Momo, you made it." A tall, confident figure approached, his white hair gleaming under the chandeliers. His smile was charming, and he carried himself with an air of prestige. "Ah, Umi," Momo said, waving at him. Izuku felt a pang of something he couldn't quite name as the newcomer beamed at Momo. "Who's this guy?" "Thanks for coming, Momo. This place gets so dull and boring without you," Umi said, his confident tone accompanied by an easy smile. Momo returned his smile politely, though there was a flicker of unease in her eyes. No, it's my pleasure. I don't usually attend these events, but this year was an exception." She shifted slightly before gesturing to Izuku. "Oh, Umi, this is Izuku Midoriya." Umi's expression froze for a fraction of a second as he looked at Izuku, the name clearly striking a chord. "Izuku Midoriya," he repeated, his eyes narrowing slightly before they softened. "Wait, you're the one who won the sports festival, right? And," his smile grew as realization dawned, "you're the one who saved Mr. Yaoyorozu a few months ago." Izuku stiffened slightly but managed to offer a nervous smile, quickly extending his hand for a handshake. Yeah, that's me. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Though, I guess Momo already introduced me," he added awkwardly, his voice rising in pitch. Umi chuckled, taking his hand firmly but not aggressively. "I'm Umi Minato. It's a pleasure to meet you, though I must admit." He glanced at Momo with a raised brow. "I didn't think you'd bring a date." Izuku's cheeks burned red, and he nearly tripped over his response. I'm not really her date. She just invited me, and I mean I am her date." "But it's like..." Momo's hand subtly tightened around his arm, cutting off his flustered explanation. "I did invite him, and I'm glad he could join me," she said calmly, though her voice held a slight edge of defensiveness. Her grip remained firm, as if to silently reassure Izuku and also stake her claim. Umi's smile remained plastered on his face, though it didn't reach his eyes. He glanced once more at their joined arms, his jaw tightening subtly before he forced out a light laugh. "Ah, I see," he said, his tone pleasant but tinged with something Izuku couldn't quite name. "Hey, he has the same smile Ochako gets whenever I talk to another girl," Izuku thought, realization dawning. ... Achoo! Ochako sneezed loudly, startling Suyu and Kyoka, who looked up from their conversation. "Whoa, are you sick or something?" Kyoka asked bluntly, scooting a bit farther away and holding her guitar defensively. "No offense, but I am not getting sick." Suyu blinked and tilted her head in concern. "You should rest if you're not feeling well, Ribbit. It's better than pushing through it." Ochako waved them off with an embarrassed laugh. No, I'm fine, really. Just a random sneeze," she insisted, quickly wiping her nose. Kyoka leaned back, her expression skeptical. "Maybe someone's talking about you," she said teasingly, strumming a few playful notes on her guitar. Ochako sighed, though her lips twitched in a small smile. "Probably just my dad," she said lightly. "He's always going on about how his little girl is growing up too fast." Sorry, we're a bit late," Momo said, flashing a polite smile. No, not at all. You're just fashionably late," Umi replied smoothly, though there was a faint hint of something else in his tone. He paused for a moment before adding with a forced chuckle, Though, I must admit, I'm a little disappointed you brought a date. Izuku and Momo exchanged confused glances, tilting their heads in unison. It was clear they both found his remark puzzling. It was a last-minute decision, Momo explained, trying to defuse the situation. Plus, my father insisted I come this year. Her thoughts briefly returned to her father's phone call this morning, practically begging her to attend. Umi hesitated but nodded, clearly unsatisfied with the answer. All right, I'll see you both around, he said, his tone now colder as he turned to walk away, giving a quick wave. Yep, see you, Momo waved, her smile strained. Izuku, still processing the awkward interaction, couldn't help but wonder, that was fast. Didn't he have anything else he wanted to say? Were they old friends or something? His thoughts were interrupted when a guy with messy black hair, looking like a more unruly version of Iida, grabbed Momo's arm. Hey, it's Yaoyorozu. Come check this out, he said enthusiastically, his grip firm as he pulled her toward a nearby group. Hey, Momo protested, but before she could finish, the guy dragged her away with a grin. Momo, it's been so long since we hung out. A girl with long blonde hair called, her voice high-pitched and overly sweet. We saw you at the sports festival. You were absolutely amazing, she added, fluttering her eyelashes for emphasis. Another girl, this one with short brown hair and a cold, calculating look in her eyes, piped up. You were incredible in the third event, Yaoyorozu. Truly impressive. Her words felt rehearsed, like she was speaking more for her own benefit than to praise Momo genuinely. Yeah, we were all talking about how you got so far. You're such an inspiration, said a third girl, her voice dripping with false admiration. We can't wait to see more of you in the future. With your abilities, I'm sure you'll go even farther. She gave Momo a brief, barely there smile. As they dragged Momo along, Izuku stood awkwardly by, his forced smile faltering. Momo glanced back at him over her shoulder, her expression a mix of discomfort and reluctance. She didn't say anything, but the brief look in her eyes spoke volumes. She wasn't exactly thrilled to be surrounded by these people. Izuku was about to call out when he suddenly found himself surrounded by a group of people, all recognizing him from the sports festival. You're Izuku Midoriya, right? A man asked, eyeing him with interest. Ah, I know you. I recognized you by that fine piece on your wrist. He gestured to the Omnitrix, his voice carrying an impressed tone. Izuku smiled nervously, unsure of how to respond as more people began to gather around. Momo brought you as her date, a girl added with an exaggerated gasp. Wow, she's so lucky. Bringing the winner of all 3 events at the sports festival. And you're so powerful, too. Another voice chimed in. But, why would you be with someone like Momo? She's so boring. Izuku's face flushed with awkwardness, but before he could react, he noticed Momo being swept away from the corner of his eye. The group of elites eagerly dragged Momo toward a table, their tone shifting as they began to discuss her performance. You were absolutely stunning at the sports festival, Yaoyorozu. One of the girls said, her voice too sweet but clearly laced with ulterior motives. You got to the third event, didn't you? You were just amazing. Another one joined in, and your quirk is incredible, so versatile. We've all been talking about you non-stop, wondering how you manage it all. You're practically an icon now. Momo's smile wavered slightly, and she gave a brief, almost apologetic glance at Izuku. Meanwhile, the elites swarmed around him like vultures. You were incredible in the sports festival, Midoriya. A woman cooed, flashing him a bright smile. Made it all the way to the finals, didn't you? It was such a surprise, really. Her voice, sweet and syrupy, was tinged with calculation as she scrutinized him. I think we could all see you've got potential. But tell me, are you aligned with Yaoyorozu's industry? Because, let's be real, Detro is clearly the better choice for someone with your impressive capabilities. Izuku shifted uncomfortably, scratching the back of his head, trying to seem humble. Well, I've been working hard, but, honestly, it's just a lot of training. Nothing special. Modesty doesn't suit you, Midoriya, the same woman remarked with a thin smile, her eyes narrowing. A winner like you should be more confident in their abilities. It's all about making the most of your potential, you know. And with that level of quirk, we're sure we'll see big things from you soon. Her words felt almost rehearsed. Another man, with a leer that didn't quite reach his eyes, added, "Form force, right? You must have spent endless hours training to reach that level. Impressive. Absolutely impressive. The hard work really shows." Izuku felt his face heat up from the attention. He wasn't used to this kind of treatment, and it was making him uncomfortable. He scratched his head awkwardly. Well, yeah, I've put in the hours, but it's nothing extraordinary." "Of course it is, darling," a blonde woman interjected smoothly, her sharp eyes gleaming with something more predatory. "A real winner would never downplay their achievements. But you're so modest, it's quite charming." She paused for effect, then leaned in closer, her voice soft but deliberate. "You know, we could be very interested in collaborating with someone like you. I have connections that could make things happen for you." Izuku was struck silent, the pressure of their attention growing unbearable. His mind raced, but before he could say anything, he noticed Momo being whisked further away, and his attention was suddenly pulled in a different direction. Just as he was starting to feel the weight of the situation, a cold, familiar voice cut through the tension. "So, what are your intentions with my daughter?" Izuku froze, his heart skipping a beat as he turned around. The man before him was none other than Mr. Yaoyorozu, his stern expression immediately wiping away any trace of civility from the gathering crowd. It felt like all the air had been sucked out of the room, and the elites around Izuku dispersed in an instant, retreating like frightened animals. "Mr. Yaoyorozu," Izuku stammered, his mind racing. He hadn't expected the man to appear now. It's good to see you again." Mr. Yaoyorozu's eyes were narrowed in a mix of suspicion and authority. "Our first meeting wasn't exactly ideal, Midoriya. But don't change the subject, young man," he said sharply, his tone unwavering. Izuku's throat went dry as the room fell silent, and everyone watched them. Mr. Yaoyorozu paused for a moment, then glanced around as the last of the elites hurried away, sensing the change in the air. "Sorry for my behavior earlier," Mr. Yaoyorozu continued, his voice softening just slightly. "Had to get those vultures off you. They're like flies around a carcass. Don't mind them." Izuku let out a nervous laugh, relieved by the man's intervention, though still unsure of where this conversation was heading. "You're, really helping me out here," Izuku said, shifting his weight nervously. Mr. Yaoyorozu studied him for a few long seconds before nodding. "Come with me," he ordered, his tone brokering no argument. He turned and began to walk back toward the building. Is he going to kill me for the sports festival? I did hurt his daughter. Oh no, maybe I can go alien and escape," Izuku thought, panic rising in his chest. "When we first met, I told you that you were quite an interesting young man," Mr. Yaoyorozu said, his tone calm yet authoritative. "You saved my life and didn't ask for anything in return. In my world, that is a rarity." Izuku's tension eased slightly as he nodded. "Oh, really?" Mr. Yaoyorozu's gaze sharpened as he continued, "My daughter, Momo, rarely attends these events. Most of the crowd sees her as a trophy, or worse, a means to an agenda." He paused, his tone almost reflective. "So you can imagine my surprise when she asked if she could bring someone, and the excitement in her voice something I haven't heard in a long time. It truly caught me off guard. You make my daughter very happy." Izuku felt his face flush deeply. I'm just happy to be with her," he stammered, unsure how to respond to the praise but trying his best to remain respectful. "She's always there for everyone, helping wherever she can, even when it's tough." His voice faltered for a moment, unsure how much of his feelings to reveal. It's hard not to admire her for that." "So," Mr. Yaoyorozu continued, his voice lowering slightly, "what are your intentions with my daughter? What is your end goal with her?" There was a chilling undertone in his words, a quiet menace that seemed to hang in the air. Izuku froze, his throat tightening. He had not expected such a direct question. I don't have any intentions. She's just my friend," he said, his words spilling out in an effort to ease the situation. He glanced down at his hands, a soft flush creeping up his neck. "She's kind-hearted, and she treats everyone with kindness. She does get a little stern when she's correcting people, but I think it's because she wants to help them. I think that's what's so amazing about her." He paused, his gaze softening as he thought about her. She's not just smart, though she's incredible. You can always count on her. She always makes time for others, even when she's juggling her own responsibilities. I've seen her help classmates from both our class and Class B. It's like she never stops caring." Izuku smiled faintly, his voice growing a little more sincere as he spoke, almost absent-mindedly. "I may be the class representative, but honestly, it feels more like she's the class president. She's amazing. I really admire her a lot." Mr. Yaoyorozu's lips twitched upward as he listened, his gaze piercing. "You speak highly of my daughter," he said slowly. "I admit, I worry for her. She's hell-bent on becoming a hero. I'd much prefer she settle into a comfortable life, with a man who could protect her, someone who understands the weight of her position." Izuku flushed, uncomfortable with the implication. He cleared his throat, awkwardly trying to respond. "I think she can take care of herself just fine." But before he could finish, his danger sense spiked, a sharp pain shooting through him as his eyes darted around, scanning the area. "A villain," he muttered under his breath, suddenly on edge. "Ah," Mr. Yaoyorozu said nonchalantly, raising his teacup and taking a slow sip. "Brother, it's good to see you again." Izuku's eyes widened as he turned, spotting a tall man approaching them. He looked very similar to Mr. Yaoyorozu, but his brown hair and stoic expression made him seem more imposing. The man gave Izuku a slight smile that sent a chill down his spine, one that made him think of the haunting smile he sometimes saw in his nightmares. "No need for formalities," the man said smoothly, his voice carrying an unsettling calm. "It's Orin." His smile deepened slightly, a glint of something predatory behind his eyes as he looked at Izuku. Izuku squinted, the voice suddenly feeling eerily familiar. Wait, his voice. I've heard it before. Mr. Yaoyorozu's expression remained indifferent as he spoke, his tone sharp with annoyance but still restrained. "Have you come to speak more of your ridiculous ideals about my daughter?" he asked, lifting his cup again, his fingers slow and deliberate as they traced the porcelain. "I've told you before, my daughter is not a prize to be won." Orin's eyes glinted with something dark as he continued, seemingly unbothered by the dismissal. "Oh, no, though I do wish you would recognize the potential of your daughter. Her quirk is a thing of immense value. If we could—" "No," Mr. Yaoyorozu interrupted, his voice firm and final, with a dangerous edge to it. "My daughter will choose her own partner, whoever it may be. I will not allow you to treat her like some asset to be bartered for." His gaze hardened, growing colder. "Please, do not bring this up again. I've no interest in your business." Orin scowled, but only for a moment, before exhaling a deep breath. "That aside, I'm not here to discuss that." His gaze shifted to Izuku, his expression unreadable. "I was hoping to meet Izuku Midoriya." Izuku raised an eyebrow, confused and slightly wary. "Me? Ah, yes, you won the sports festival, and you saved my niece's life. It's only natural I'd want to meet you. I've been hoping Momo would introduce us, for quite some time now," he said, his voice light and playful, but the occasional flicker of hostility in his open eyes was unmistakable. It's nice to meet you," Izuku replied, trying to remain polite, though the tension in the air made it difficult to stay completely composed. "I've been eager to meet you ever since I saw you at the sports festival," Orin said, his tone smooth, but Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that the statement wasn't entirely truthful. "I have a particular interest in technology and support items," Orin continued, his voice casual as he slid into the chair opposite Izuku. "I must inspect the Omnitrix." His words were spoken with an unsettling ease. "How do you know it's called the Omnitrix?" Izuku asked, the words slipping out before he could stop them. The moment the words left his mouth, the temperature of the room shifted. The tension between them spiked, and Izuku's danger sense flared like a sharp warning in his mind. His body instinctively stiffened as Orin's smile remained unwavering, though his eyes narrowed just slightly. Orin chuckled softly, but it wasn't a friendly sound. "Very observant. I must admit, Momo talked about you so much that I might have accidentally hacked into the UA files." His voice was calm, almost too calm, as though the admission itself were of little consequence. Izuku blinked, a chill running down his spine. "Oh." Orin leaned forward slightly, his voice becoming more serious, though his tone remained light. I just didn't want my dear niece falling for some scoundrel, pardon my bluntness. She's a very attractive and intelligent woman, but she's also quite naive about how the world works. I just want to make sure she's not with someone who isn't worthy of her." Izuku swallowed hard, his mind racing. I guess, it sounds like any concerned parent uncle, he said, his voice a little shaky, trying to ease the situation. "Father," Momo's voice cut through the conversation as she approached the table, a slight smile on her face, though her eyes quickly moved between the two men. Mr. Yaoyorozu saw his opportunity to exit. "Well, Momo, I'm sure you'd like to spend time with this young man," Mr. Yaoyorozu said, standing up and placing a hand on Orin's shoulder. "Come along, Orin, let's depart." Orin, though, seemed to hesitate for a moment before standing. He gave Izuku a friendly smile that made his skin crawl. "If you'll excuse us, Midoriya, I truly enjoyed our conversation. If you ever find some free time, perhaps we could explore that unique support item of yours," he said smoothly. Izuku forced a smile, but internally, his mind was racing. "No way in hell, I'll put it under consideration," he said, his voice sounding much calmer than he felt. The two men bowed before walking away, and Momo took a seat beside Izuku. She sighed heavily as she settled down next to him. "Hey, sorry, I had to make the rounds and, sorry about them," Momo said, looking a bit sheepish. "I hope they didn't scare you." Izuku gave a nervous chuckle, rubbing the back of his neck. "Oh, no, it's fine. Your dad was a little intimidating, but I liked him. He really cares about you, huh? He kinda reminds me of my mom." He let out a small laugh, trying to ease the tension he still felt from their earlier interaction. Momo smiled faintly, clearly relieved, but the conversation felt a little awkward. "Oh, and don't worry about it," Izuku continued, "I'm sure you had a lot to catch up with your high-class friends." Momo raised an eyebrow, a small laugh escaping her lips. "Well, I wouldn't exactly call them friends," she replied, her voice tinged with annoyance. "I'm hungry, though. Hanging around those people was exhausting." She plopped a plate of shish kebab down in front of them. The sizzling aroma made Izuku's mouth water, and his stomach growled loud enough for Momo to hear. She smiled slightly at the sound, but her eyes were distant. Momo dug in first, savoring the first bite. "I'm the one who invited you," she said after a moment, wiping her mouth. "So I'm not going to leave you by yourself." Izuku blushed a little, unsure how to respond to that. "Besides," Momo continued, "I'd rather hang out with you than, well, them." She hesitated, glancing away as if to reconsider her words. Izuku nodded in understanding, feeling his chest tighten at the unspoken warmth in her voice. "Don't worry," he said with a nervous grin, "I can at least understand why you avoid these kinds of parties." Momo nodded again, her expression softening a little. "Yeah, it's just not my scene," she said, then, changing the subject, she shifted into a prayer position with her hands. "Now let's eat. Can't let it go to waste," she added with a grin, causing Izuku to smile back. He mirrored her gesture and together, they began eating. It's so good," Momo said, her voice bright as she chewed, a smile spread across her face. Izuku glanced over, his chest swelling at the sight of her happiness, but he quickly looked down at his plate, blushing. "This is good," Izuku muttered, trying to keep his thoughts on the food. "The flavor is salty but not too salty, and it has the right amount of barbecue sauce. The green and yellow peppers give it an explosive taste." His voice trailed off as he went into a full muttering spree, almost too absorbed in the food. Momo chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling. "You're so serious about your food, Izuku." Izuku froze for a moment, realizing he had gotten carried away, and blushed harder. Sorry, I really like the flavor." He rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly, unsure of how to recover from his food rambling. But their conversation was cut short when Umi, standing from afar, caught sight of them. His frown was clear from across the room, his eyes narrowed as he watched them intently. Before Izuku could process much more, he was jolted from his thoughts when he heard footsteps approaching. 3 teenage boys walked toward them, their presence immediately making the air feel thicker, heavier. Izuku's heart rate picked up as they neared. The first guy had blue skin, horns, and eyes that reminded Izuku of Mina's, but his irises were a vibrant green. The second was a bulky guy, towering at least 6 feet 7 inches, with black hair and a torso that looked like it could crush anything. And the one in the middle, the leader, was tanned, well-built, with piercing red eyes and a slit in his left eyebrow that gave him a dangerous edge. He exuded a sort of confident arrogance that made Izuku uneasy. Izuku gulped nervously, already feeling the tension mounting. Momo said she had to deter guys away. Something tells me this might be hero time, he thought to himself. The room seemed to quiet, whispers of recognition rippling through the crowd. "Hey, that's Manji, the Cerium prodigy," one of the guests whispered, eyes wide in awe. "Yeah, and the guy on the right. He's an MMA champ, he won 3 tournaments," another added. But the guy in the middle, one of the more cautious voices, trailed off, "He's a boxing champ. Never goes down without a fight." The buzz around them grew as the three approached, their intimidating auras causing the room to grow still. Momo, sensing the discomfort in the air, stood up straight, her expression hardening as she faced the trio. "Can we help you?" she asked, her voice firm, laced with authority that immediately signaled she wasn't intimidated by their presence. The tanned guy with the slit eyebrow took a step forward, his red eyes sizing Izuku up. "Are you Izuku Midoriya?" he asked, his tone calm but carrying an edge. Izuku nodded, swallowing hard. "Yeah, that's me." Manji's face softened slightly. "I see," he said, as though processing something. Then, in an unexpected and synchronized move, all three of them said in unison, "Can we have your autograph?" Izuku blinked, utterly stunned. "Huh, Momo echoed, her confusion matching Izuku's. The three boys stood before Izuku and Momo, their intimidating auras still hanging in the air, but the sudden change in tone caught Izuku off guard. The muscular guy with the massive build clapped his hands together, his deep voice booming across the table. "We saw you fight in the underground tournament," he said, practically vibrating with enthusiasm. "You were awesome. We're huge fans." Izuku froze for a second, blinking in surprise. He had been ready for a challenge, expecting a confrontation, maybe a fight, but this was something else entirely. He could feel his face flush with embarrassment. "Yeah," the middle guy, the one with the red eyes and a scar over his brow, added, his grin wide. "We noticed right away, you're all about speed over strength. That's why your moves were a bit sloppy at the start of the tournament." Izuku blinked, considering the comment. He'd always known his fighting style leaned heavily on speed, especially in high-stakes situations where overwhelming strength could be the game changer. He scratched the back of his head nervously. Yeah, I guess you could say that. I tend to rely more on quick strikes than raw power, but it works for me," Izuku mumbled, his mind already trying to piece together the critique. The guy with the blue skin and horns gave him a knowing look. "But when we saw you at the sports festival, man, you were a different beast. You were still fast, but your power had leveled up so much, it was crazy. It was like watching a different person." Izuku flushed even more at the praise, nervously rubbing the back of his neck. Momo smiled, clearly entertained by the interaction and the subtle pride that was blooming in her chest. "Gee, thanks. I'm still working on it, especially with brute strength. I'm not quite there yet, though," Izuku admitted. The guy in the middle nodded thoughtfully. "You should look into diversifying your boxing technique. Your forearms form could really benefit from working on your footwork and head movement. It'll give you more options, especially in tight spots." Izuku thought about that. "I've been trying to pick up a bit of Maruko's style. Her old fight footage was a huge help, but honestly, it's still a work in progress. I had a great teacher though." The three boys leaned in, clearly intrigued. "Who's this teacher?" they asked in unison, their eyes practically sparkling. Izuku grinned, proud of his mentor. "She's one of the strongest people I know. Her fighting style is incredible. Without any quirk enhancement, she could still wipe the floor with me. And her hair, it's like fire orange and always blazing. She never backs down from a fight." Momo gave strained smile as she listened to Izuku praise Itsuka, her own admiration evident. "She sounds like a total warrior," one of the boys exclaimed. "She is," Izuku said, his enthusiasm contagious. Then, the bulky guy turned to Momo with a teasing grin. Wait, Momo, You didn't tell us you were Izuku Midoriya's girlfriend. You're so lucky. His voice had a playful, almost amazed edge to it. Momo immediately blushed. Well, I mean, we're just friends, and... But she trailed off, noticing that the three boys had quickly ignored her, turning back to focus entirely on Izuku. Izuku chuckled awkwardly, still processing the sudden shift. The atmosphere, though lighter now, still had a tense edge as the three formidable fighters continued to engage him. The intimidating auras they carried were hard to ignore. We're really sorry. We didn't mean to make anyone feel uneasy. The bulky guy, who seemed to have a softer side, scratched the back of his head. Yeah, we're not bad guys. Just well, sometimes people get intimidated by us, I guess. Izuku chuckled nervously. I think it's just the aura you guys give off. It's not your fault you look like you just walked out of a fight scene. Momo thought for a moment. I think I know how to lighten the mood, she said, a bright smile spreading across her face as she turned to Izuku, who tilted his head in confusion. Is this really necessary? Izuku asked, standing on stage, a microphone awkwardly in his hand. Please, Izuku, Momo called out with a pleading, wide-eyed look. You have to. I've heard about your singing voice, and I need to hear it for myself. She flashed him an adorable smile, her expression making it almost impossible for him to refuse. Izuku sighed, running a hand through his hair in resignation. With a reluctant nod, he tapped the microphone a few times, making sure it worked. The crowd fell silent in anticipation, waiting for him to begin. See them stand ready to die. For whose sake was life fair? Pleasure pleased and power gained. Shall I deal death, even though they seek to slay? The crowd stilled, unsure of what to expect, but their curiosity piqued. Some murmured among themselves. Sick at heart, wicked betrayal. Another life, escaping sight. The realm of flesh where all things change. That life is mine and I am there. That life is mine and I am there. The audience grew quiet. A few leaned forward, intrigued by the depth of Izuku's voice, sensing the raw emotion behind the lyrics. The power behind his words seemed to resonate with them, creating a heavy atmosphere. I'm free, unbound by fear that's holding me. Holding me. Some of the students began to nod, murmuring in awe at the sincerity in his voice. Momo, standing backstage, couldn't help but smile proudly, watching her friend own the stage. I'm free, unbound by fear that's holding me. Holding me. Some of the students began to nod, murmuring in awe at the sincerity in his voice. Death am I, immortal life. Touch the sky again and repent. The dark alive inside of me. Loving maid, but makes no sense. A few gasps escaped from the crowd. The intensity of Izuku's voice and the emotional range he displayed left them stunned. The potency of evil kings. None can perish, trust in me. None can perish, trust in me. The audience exchanged glances. Some were speechless, others were whispering to each other, clearly impressed by the complexity. I'm free, unbound by fear that's holding me. Holding me. Momo's heart swelled as she listened from the back, knowing he was pouring his heart into every note. I'm free. My love, my light, will shine on thee. Will shine on. My heart set on truth that no fire can contain, burning the body. Lay life in the flame. I scoured the good and I thrusted the evil back, sacrificed everything, watched as it burned to ash. The room was buzzing now. The emotional intensity of the lyrics hit hard. Some in the crowd had their eyes closed, letting the music wash over them, while others exchanged awestruck glances. No more self-pity, no more will I wait. I'm breaking a path that will take me away from this place. Now I'm free, unbound by fear that's holding me. Holding me. By now, the audience was on their feet, cheering, clapping, some even shouting his name. Izuku's voice soared through the venue, and it was clear he had completely captivated everyone in the room. Now I'm free. My love, my light, will shine on thee. Will shine on. The crowd was ecstatic, giving him a standing ovation. Izuku stood still for a moment, catching his breath. As the final note of the song hung in the air, Izuku let out a deep sigh, his breath heavy. The room was eerily quiet for a moment. A few soft sobs could be heard in the crowd, and then, as if on cue, applause erupted. The clapping grew louder, echoing throughout the ballroom, and Izuku, flushed from both the performance and the attention, stepped down from the stage. He made his way toward Momo, who was already standing with a handkerchief in hand, dabbing at her eyes as she fought back tears. "Izuku, that was beautiful," Momo said softly, her voice trembling slightly as she wiped away the last of her tears. Izuku scratched the back of his head, looking embarrassed. "Why yeah, though I don't think my nerves can take another singing audition, first the sports festival, now this." He let out a nervous chuckle, trying to hide his anxiety. As the room settled, the lights dimmed, and soft music began to play in the background. The rhythm filled the air, setting a new mood for the evening. Momo stepped closer to him, holding out her hand, her fingers slightly trembling. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. He hesitated for a moment, worried that his hands were too sweaty or that she might pull away in disgust. He gulped nervously before slowly taking her hand, his palms clammy but his resolve firm. I'm not much of a dancer," Izuku stammered, his voice filled with uncertainty. Momo giggled, the sound light and playful. "Just follow my lead, okay? And please, don't step on my toes." Izuku's cheeks flushed a deep shade of red, his eyes widening at her words. "All right," he squeaked out, trying to focus on not making a fool of himself. The soft music swirled around them, making everything feel more intimate. Momo led him into the middle of the ballroom, and he tried to keep his steps light, glancing down at his feet to make sure he didn't accidentally step on her. But just as he was about to double-check his footing, Momo cupped his chin gently with one hand, guiding his face upward. "Keep your eyes on me." His gaze met hers, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. He looked into her deep onyx eyes, his own emerald ones reflected in them. The world around them blurred, and all that mattered was the beat of the music and the closeness between them. Momo smiled. "Just relax, Izuku. We'll be fine." Izuku nodded, his breath catching in his throat, feeling the rhythm of both the music and the moment. His heart raced. The two swayed together, their bodies gradually drawing closer. Momo's hand slid up to Izuku's neck, her fingers lightly brushing against his skin, while his hands gently rested around her waist, feeling the softness of her form under his touch. The warmth between them grew, the space between their bodies shrinking with each beat of the music. Izuku's heart raced. His mind was foggy, only focused on the way Momo's eyes seemed to deepen, watching him intently. He could feel the rise and fall of her chest against him, the soft brush of her body sending an electric charge through him. Her breath was warm against his face, and in that moment, it felt like the world had shrunk to just the two of them. Eyes fluttering shut, Izuku leaned forward and pressed his lips against hers. Momo's entire body stiffened as she felt the unexpected warmth of his lips. Her eyes widened, her mind racing with disbelief and confusion. For a moment, all she could hear was the rapid pounding of her own heart echoing in her ears. But then something shifted. The initial shock melted away, replaced by a rush of emotion she couldn't quite name. Slowly, almost instinctively, she closed her eyes and leaned into the kiss, her grip around his neck tightening just slightly as she let herself sink into the moment. Izuku's hand slid lower on her back, drawing her into him fully, and he could feel the heat of her body, the way her chest pressed against his. It felt as though time had stopped, the world outside them fading away. The world around them seemed to disappear until it didn't. But their moment was broken by the sound of gasps and an, "Oh, my." From the crowd. They pulled apart, their faces burning with embarrassment. Izuku, flustered, smiled awkwardly and looked down, still trying to process what had just happened. Momo, stunned, blinked up at him, her face flushed scarlet. Momo was breathless, speechless, her heart pounding as she stared at Izuku, her onyx wide. Izuku. Neither of them could find the words, but the chemistry between them was undeniable. "So, you're heading home?" Momo asked, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks tinted pink. She tried to maintain her composure, but her voice was softer than usual. Izuku gulped, his own face a bright shade of red. "Why yeah, he stammered, avoiding her gaze as he rubbed the back of his neck nervously. My father arranged for a limo to take you back, Momo continued, her tone more formal than she intended, though her blush betrayed her. Her eyes flickered to his lips briefly, and she quickly looked away, the memory of their kiss still vivid. The sleek limo pulled up, the soft hum of its engine barely registering over the pounding in Momo's chest. She felt a pang of sadness knowing the evening was coming to an end. Izuku felt much the same, awkwardly scratching the back of his head as he searched for something to say. So, they both froze, then blushed furiously before breaking into soft chuckles. You first, Izuku offered, smiling nervously. Momo hesitated, shifting her weight from one foot to the other. I had a lovely evening, she said at last, her voice earnest. It was truly splendid. Her fingers brushed against the fabric of her dress as she fidgeted. Me too, Izuku admitted, glancing down at the Omnitrix and rubbing its faceplate to distract himself. Momo stepped a little closer, her tone growing more personal. Usually, these events are so tiresome, she confessed. I'm always dodging insincere compliments, brushing off suitors, or enduring endless conversations with people who only care about the Yaoyorozu name. Her blush deepened, but tonight was different. I truly enjoyed myself. And it was because I was with you. Izuku's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at her, his eyes wide with surprise. Yeah, he swallowed, trying to find the right words. Though, having so many people staring at me all night was kind of nerve-wracking. Maybe next time, we could do something a little more, casual. Momo blinked at him, her expression softening. She smiled shyly. Yes, I suppose these types of events aren't quite your style, she said, though a faint note of disappointment lingered in her voice. Izuku quickly shook his head, waving his hands. And no, it's not that. I just maybe next time we could hang out at a cafe or something. Momo's eyes widened briefly before a radiant smile lit up her face. Her heart fluttered. A cafe, that sounds wonderful, she said, her tone brightening. Yeah, Izuku said, scratching his cheek as he looked away, his face heating up. Something simple, like reading or just, relaxing with drinks. Nothing too extravagant. I'd like to spend time with you. Momo felt her heart swell at his words, a warmth spreading through her chest. Her face turned crimson as a few shimmering tears welled up in her eyes. She smiled softly. That sounds perfect, she whispered. The limo rolled to a stop, the driver stepping out to open the door. Izuku hesitated before glancing back at her. Well, I guess this is it, he said, offering her a sheepish grin as he moved toward the car. Momo bit her lip, her heart racing. Izuku, wait. He turned back, confused. Huh? What is? Before he could finish, Momo stepped forward, her hands brushing lightly against his shoulders as she leaned in. Her lips pressed softly against his, her touch lingering with quiet warmth. Izuku's eyes widened in shock, his breath catching. He froze for a moment, the sensation of her lips on his sending a jolt through him. When Momo finally pulled back, her face was crimson, her eyes shining with a mixture of embarrassment and resolve. Thank you, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Izuku blinked, his cheeks ablaze, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to process what had just happened. Momo. She gave him a small, nervous smile, her hands fidgeting at her sides. Good night, Izuku. As he stepped into the limo, still too stunned to speak, he glanced back at her through the window, his heart pounding. Momo stood there, her fingers brushing her lips, a faint smile lingering on her face as she watched him go. Click. From the shadows, a camera lens retracted with a faint hum. Someone smirked, lowering the camera as they observed the scene from afar. The Yaoyorozu heir and Yue's natural disaster, sharing a moment like that? Oh, this is pure gold, they muttered, their tone laced with satisfaction. Their finger tapped the edge of the camera thoughtfully. But timing is everything. This little scoop? I'll wait until the spotlight's just right. When it'll grab the most attention and have everyone talking. With a smug grin, they slipped back into the night, leaving the couple blissfully unaware of the eyes that had been on them. A few days later, Izuku stood in his UA uniform, staring at the message on his phone. All Might had sent it shortly after he'd returned to the dorms. We need to talk. He repeated the words in his head, his imagination running wild. What could All Might want to discuss? His father? The truth about One for All? The possibilities were endless, and if it weren't for the fact that he had a date plan with two of the most incredible girls he'd ever met, he probably would have spiraled into overthinking already. Yawning, Izuku stretched and rubbed his eyes. Something tells me today's gonna be exhausting. Good morning, Midoriya. We mustn't delay. As class representative, you should arrive before everyone else. Time is of the essence. Ida's voice broke through Izuku's thoughts like a lightning bolt. The bespectacled boy stood at the doorway, clad in a poncho, gesturing urgently. Izuku blinked, noticing the downpour outside. Ah, right, coming. Hurriedly grabbing his shoes and umbrella, Izuku rushed out with Ida into the rain. They made their way to the school in relative silence, the sound of rain filling the gaps between their conversation. As they reached the entrance, Izuku took a breath, mustering his courage. Ida, I wanted to talk to you about. If it's about my brother, there's no need, Ida interrupted, his voice calm but strained. His usual precise demeanor faltered for just a moment before he plastered on a stiff smile. I assure you, I'm fine. There's no cause for concern. Izuku frowned, his grip tightening on the handle of his umbrella. Ida, it's okay to talk about what you're going through. You don't have to handle this alone. Midoriya, please, Ida said, raising a hand to stop him. His tone remained polite but firm, like a door closing. My brother is recovering, and I am focusing on my duties. I apologize if I've caused you undue worry. Ida, wait. Izuku tried again, but Ida was already striding up the stairs, his movements sharp and deliberate. Left standing in the rain-soaked entrance, Izuku could only watch as his friend disappeared into the building. He sighed, shoulders slumping under the weight of his concern. Ida. Dekiru? Ochako's voice called out, soft but concerned. She hurried toward him, her expression mirroring the worry she'd seen on his face during the interaction with Ida. Did you manage to talk to him? She asked, her tone tinged with hope. Izuku shook his head, a frown tugging at his lips. I tried speaking with him yesterday, Ochako admitted, her gaze dropping to the floor. But he wasn't in the mood to talk. Izuku noticed the sadness in her expression and felt his own heart tighten. I'm worried about him too, he said softly. Should we keep trying? Ochako asked hesitantly, her hands fiddling with the hem of her uniform jacket. I know he doesn't want anyone's help right now, but it's so clear he's hurting. Izuku let out a small sigh, his brow furrowed. I think we need to wait for him to come to us. If we push too hard, it might just drive him further away. Ochako looked conflicted, biting her lip as her brows knit together. Is that really the right thing to do? I mean, maybe it's what he wants, but if we force him to open up, it could make things worse, Izuku explained, though his voice carried a note of reluctance. But we can stay close. Be there when he's ready to talk. Ochako still seemed unsure but eventually sighed, her shoulders slumping. You're probably right, she said quietly. After a moment, she glanced back toward the hallway. We should head to class. All right, Izuku mumbled. He adjusted the strap of his bag, ready to follow her, when he felt a gentle tug on his blazer. Turning around, he saw Momo standing there, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. Izuku's face immediately turned red. Oh, Yaoyorozu. Gee, good night, I mean morning. And not night. That was yesterday, I mean. Izuku. Why yes. Momo hesitated, glancing to the side before taking a small breath. I know we haven't had the chance to talk about what happened. Do you mind if I take some time to process it? I don't want you to think I'm ignoring you without a reason. It's just, I need a moment to figure out how I feel. Izuku's blush deepened, but he nodded quickly. All right, of course. Take all the time you need. I think I need to process everything too. Momo offered a small, grateful smile. Thank you. Izuku tried to step back but misjudged his footing and bumped into another student. He quickly muttered an apology before practically sprinting toward the classroom, his face burning. Some people recognized me on the way here, Siro announced proudly, pointing to himself with a wide grin. Seriously? That's so manly. Kirishima jumped up, his excitement practically radiating off him. I had a few people come up to talk to me too. Dude, same here. Kaminari chimed in, his smile stretching ear to ear. The classroom buzzed with cheerful chatter as the students shared their stories of newfound fame. The sports festival had elevated their status, and they were basking in the attention from fans who had recognized them during their brief time off. At his desk, Izuku sat quietly, flipping through his notebook. He jotted down observations, seemingly absorbed in his work, though the faint flush on his cheeks suggested he had other things on his mind. The door slid open, and Katsuki Bakugo strode in. His body had mostly recovered thanks to Recovery Girl and Nurse White, but his movements still held the stiffness of someone who had been through a grueling fight. His crimson eyes scanned the room before settling on Izuku. But before Bakugo could do or say anything, Mina's voice cut through the noise. "Oh, Midori," she called, bounding over to his desk with her usual infectious energy. Without hesitation, she perched herself on the edge of his desk, leaning in with an excited grin. "You got first place at the sports festival. How many people stopped you to talk about it?" Izuku blinked, his hand freezing mid-note. He stammered, the memory of his outing with Momo flashing in his mind. "Why yeah, me and Yao I mean. Momo got recognized on the bus. A lot of people congratulated us. It was kind of nerve-wracking, honestly. There were so many people all at once." Come on, Midoriya," Mina teased, nudging his arm playfully. "You've got to get used to handling that kind of pressure. You're practically a celebrity now." Izuku chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. "I guess." Across the room, Bakugo's eyes narrowed into a seething glare as he caught sight of Izuku and Mina chatting animatedly. His fists clenched, the faint ache in his muscles drowned out by the surge of frustration bubbling inside him. Damn nerd. Everything Bakugo had built his world around his ideals, his goals, his pride had been shattered at the sports festival. And it wasn't just the loss, it was the realization that Izuku, the boy he'd always looked down on, had surpassed him. He wanted to see something in Izuku's face: fear, guilt, even smugness, but instead, the damn nerd was smiling and laughing, completely unbothered. "TCH, he muttered under his breath, his lips curling into a sneer. He stomped toward his desk, which was annoyingly close to Izuku's. As he dropped into his seat, he slammed his bag onto the desk with more force than necessary, earning a few startled glances from nearby students. But Izuku didn't react. He didn't even flinch. Bakugo's teeth clicked together in irritation. "Enjoy it while you can, Deku. This isn't over." "Though it was kinda nice having people actually notice me when I walked down the street," Toru admitted with a blush, her voice a mix of excitement and embarrassment. "I've never had so many eyes on me, it was kind of embarrassing." "It's so weird that people recognize me from TV," Mina chimed in, leaning back in her chair. "Everyone wanted to talk to me or include me in their TikToks. Though, honestly, I kinda wish it wasn't because I got stabbed." Momo sighed, her tone exasperated but composed. "I understand how you feel. A few unsavory individuals asked me some rather inappropriate questions about the incident with Midoriya." Izuku's face turned beet red at the mention, and he stumbled over his words. "Why yeah, some people asked me about how they looked." His gaze darted away from Momo's chest, his embarrassment only growing as he realized what he'd implied. "Don't worry about it," Kirishima said, grinning in an attempt to lighten the mood. "I'm sure they'll forget about it, eventually. Just one day, and now we're total celebrities," Kaminari said enthusiastically, his arms thrown wide. "UA is amazing," Mineta added, nodding in agreement, though his tone carried a suggestive undertone. Kyoka crossed her arms and leaned back slightly, her expression skeptical. "It's kind of unsettling, honestly. Fame has its downsides. Though it was nice to have people notice me." "It's an unusual feeling," Tokiyami said, his tone grave as he folded his hands in front of him. "To have so many shadows cast upon you at once. It's a new form of pressure we must all bear." "I didn't expect so much attention either," Sato added thoughtfully, "but I guess it's a sign we did something right." Toru's voice broke through the group's musings. "Though I'm kind of nervous about the drafts. I didn't do much during the festival, so I doubt I'll get any offers." "Hey, don't stress about it," Kaminari said, trying to reassure her with a friendly grin. "At least you won't have to be the face of some cheesy advertisement." He muttered the last part under his breath. "I, for one, am excited to see what internships were offered," Momo said with a polite smile. "Yeah. It'll be so cool to see how real pros handle things in their workplaces, Izuku added, his enthusiasm infectious. This is our first big step toward becoming real heroes. I'm so pumped, Toru cheered, clapping her hands together. Hopefully, we don't end up doing meaningless tasks, Kyoka muttered dryly, her tone laced with cynicism. Oh, come on, don't be such a downer, Mina teased, waving a hand dismissively. Before the conversation could continue, the familiar sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway. Mina quickly slid off Izuku's desk, her skirt hiking up slightly as she did, unintentionally flashing him a glimpse of her light yellow panties before the fabric fell back into place. Izuku froze, his face heating up like a furnace, and he buried his head in his hands, trying desperately to keep his composure. The door slid open, and Aizawa entered, his usual tired expression fixed in place. Morning, he greeted in his monotone voice. Good morning. The class replied in unison, the room instantly quieting as their homeroom teacher took his place at the front. Aizawa surveyed the classroom, his sharp gaze passing over the students now seated and waiting. We're having a change of scenery today. Follow me. You don't need to bring anything, he said curtly. The students exchanged curious glances but ultimately shrugged, falling into line behind their teacher. The procession moved through the hallways, taking a series of turns and descending one level before arriving at a spacious, unfamiliar room. The room was large, with neatly arranged seating mats spread across the floor. To the right of a central podium stood a whiteboard, while the walls were adorned with tasteful decorations and paintings. The atmosphere was serene yet professional. What immediately caught the students' attention, however, was the presence of Class B, along with Vlad King standing at the front. Wonder what this is all about, Kaminari whispered to Kirishima. Guess we're about to find out, Kirishima replied, rubbing the back of his neck. Settle down, Vlad King called out as he and Aizawa made their way to the podium. The murmurs died down quickly. Today, we're holding a special hero informatics class, Vlad King began. Class A and Class B will participate together for this session. Some of you may already be aware, Aizawa added, his tone calm but firm, that the number of offers you received is highly unusual. First-year students almost never see numbers like these. Your year, however, has received offers comparable to those of third-year students, Vlad King continued. That being said, like with third years, there is a significant gap between the top finalists and the rest of the class. With that, Aizawa pulled back the whiteboard to reveal a list of offer totals. The numbers were staggering. First-year students. Number of offers. Midoriya, 10,560. Todoroki. 4,123 Yaoyorozu. 1,013 Kendo. 1,013 Pony. 598. Iida. 301 Jiru. 299 Ishido. 298 Monoma. 297 Shiozaki. 286. Kaminari. 272 Uraraka. 250 Tokiyami. 237 Kamakiri. 109. Subaraba. 72 Kirishima. 69. Gigati, Mineta muttered under his breath, snickering as he elbowed Kaminari. Tetsu. 69 Kaminari grinned mischievously. Gigati, he echoed, holding up a hand for a high five. Their moment was cut short as Shiozaki's vines whipped out, slapping both of them across the back of their heads. Show some decorum, she said. Bakugo. 26-0. 15. The room erupted the moment Izuku's score was revealed. 10,000? The combined voices of classes 1A and 1B echoed off the walls. Aizawa's eyes flared red as his glare swept across the room. The uproar immediately died down, leaving both classes gulping nervously. He's terrifying. Class B collectively thought, beads of sweat forming on their brows. In other years, offers have been more evenly distributed, Aizawa began, his tone sharp and matter-of-fact. But this year, most of the attention has been focused on. He gestured at the list before fixing his gaze on Izuku. One of you. All eyes turned to Izuku, who sat frozen in place, his mouth hanging open as he stared at the board. His hands trembled slightly. That's so many offers. He muttered, a stunned expression on his face. A small, proud smirk broke across his lips before Momo turned toward him with a gracious nod. Very well done, Midoriya. Your performance was nothing short of remarkable, she said. Yeah. You really impressed the pros during the sports festival. Itsuka chimed in, her tone full of admiration. Way to go, Dekiru, Ochako added enthusiastically, her beaming smile making Izuku's face heat up further. Thank you, Izuku stammered, scratching the back of his head with an awkward grin. A faint blush dusted his cheeks. Though, I'm kinda surprised I got so many, especially after, everything that happened. That was when Mineta latched onto his shoulder, eyes wide with disbelief. How the heck did you get 10,000 offers? Did the pros suddenly forget you broke your fingers, blew up 3 freaking stadiums, and beat the living crap out of Bakugo? Izuku's face flushed as he opened his mouth to respond, but Yui's calm, monotone voice cut through the tension. Given everything else he's done, none of that matters, Yui stated plainly. He broke All Might's record, saved all of us at the USJ, fought and defeated a creature designed to kill All Might, and placed first in all 3 events at the sports festival. 1 or 2 incidents involving someone abrasive, her gaze flicked briefly to Bakugo, isn't going to overshadow that much potential. He's a once-in-a-lifetime find for the pros. Izuku blinked, her matter-of-fact summary leaving him scratching his chin. When you put it like that. Before he could finish, Monoma's loud, indignant voice echoed through the room. I can't believe this, it's so unfair, he growled, clutching his hair as his mind spiraled into a rant. Class 1A has 10,000 more offers than Class 1B. His expression quickly shifted to a smirk when he spotted Bakugo's rank. But at least Pony beat him out, he muttered to himself. God, it's not fair. Kaminari groaned, throwing himself back into his chair in exaggerated frustration. Aoyama, on the other hand, crossed his arms, visibly fuming despite his usual theatrical smile. And what about moi? He huffed. Where are my 10,000 offers? Kyoka blinked at the screen displaying her offers, her eyebrows lifting in surprise. I got offers, she thought aloud, her voice soft with disbelief. Way to go, Kendo. Tetsu cheered from Class 1B, pumping his fist in excitement as the rest of his class erupted into applause and cheers. You totally deserve it, Kendo. Pony added, her voice enthusiastic as she clapped. Over 1,000 offers. That's insane, Kamakiri exclaimed, crossing his arms but grinning. I'm a little jealous, not gonna lie. Not just you, Yosetsu said with a chuckle. She's making the rest of us look bad. Itsuka blinked in surprise before smirking. Back in Class 1A, Momo let out a small sigh of relief as she glanced at the board showing her own results. It appears that my performance in the first round offset my loss in the second, she said, her tone composed but grateful. Though I'm still quite satisfied with the offers I've received. You're amazing, Todoroki, Momo added, turning to her classmate with a smile. You're just behind Midoriya in the rankings. Todoroki shrugged, his voice calm but tinged with humility. Most of them are probably because of my father. Midoriya's the one who deserves the praise, he earned those offers on his own merit. Izuku's face flushed at the unexpected compliment, and he waved his hands nervously. Todoroki, that's not true. You were incredible during the festival. No surprise about Midoriya, but Hiroshima trailed off, his gaze landing on another name further down the list. His brows furrowed in disbelief. Whoa, Bakugo barely got any offers. What the hell, Shiro said, leaning in to count. Dude, I nearly beat him. Didn't even break 100, Kamakiri said, his tone edged with disbelief. All eyes turned to Bakugo. His pupils shrunk as he locked onto the number beside his name. His hands trembled, and his face contorted into a mask of rage. What the hell, he bellowed, slamming his desk so hard the room seemed to jolt. Aizawa, who stood at the front with his arms folded, remained unflinching under Bakugo's seething glare. How the hell did I get so little offers? Bakugo shouted, pointing furiously at the screen. Explain. Damn it, I was in the top 3. I should have the most. Well, Kaminari muttered awkwardly, glancing at Shiro. He was kinda brutal, but Midoriya fought just as hard, and he got way more offers. Yeah, Kamakiri added, frowning. But Midoriya only lost his cool once. And that was. The realization dawned on the room, and an uncomfortable silence followed. Zero broke it. When he fought Bakugo, Hiroshima rubbed the back of his neck, his expression apologetic. If pros think you two can't be in the same agency, they'd probably only pick one of you. And, he hesitated, glancing nervously at Bakugo. Well, they'd choose Midoriya. Yeah, it's no secret you two have a serious grudge, Kyoka said, her tone sharp as she crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair. She cast a sidelong glance at Bakugo, raising a brow. The pros probably figured dealing with you would be more trouble than it's worth. Can't blame them, honestly. Her lips curled into a smirk as she tilted her head, her tone growing just a bit smug. I mean, who wants to take on a walking, screaming lawsuit waiting to happen? She gestured toward Bakugo with a lazy wave of her hand, clearly enjoying the chance to dig at him. Bakugo shot her a fiery glare, his hands trembling as they clenched into fists. Kyoka's smirk only widened. Hey, don't blow a fuse, Blasty. Save the explosions for the pros who didn't want you. Bakugo's hands tightened into fists, veins bulging in his arms. His teeth ground together audibly. That might be part of it, Aizawa cut in, his voice calm but sharp, but it's not the whole picture. Pros don't only judge based on the sports festival. Agencies receive detailed evaluations about your quirks, performance, and behavior. The class exchanged uneasy glances, murmuring among themselves in realization. Oh, Kaminari said under his breath. Aizawa's gaze hardened as it settled on Bakugo. That includes what happens in class, how well you work with others, and any marks on your permanent record. For example, he paused deliberately, letting the weight of his words settle. The battle trial incident. Bakugo's fiery rage seemed to freeze, replaced by a dawning understanding. His hands trembled as he stared down at his desk. The veins in his forehead pulsed, but he said nothing, his jaw clenched tightly shut. Izuku shifted in his seat, glancing at Bakugo briefly before looking away. A sense of relief washed over him. At least he wouldn't have to worry about interning alongside Bakugo. That's a relief. Bakugo finally spoke, his voice low but seething with venom. If those pros would rather have Deku, then screw 'em. They're just weak. Yaomomo and Kendo both beat out Pony. Kyoka asked, raising a brow in surprise as she leaned on her desk. Yeah, Pony got third place, Kamakiri confirmed with a grin. I mean, Yaoyorozu's strategy basically won Midoriya's team the second event, Shoji pointed out. Indeed, Tokiyami said, nodding. Her fight with Midoriya was a spectacle to behold, and her victory over Bakugo during the cavalry battle certainly caught the attention of the pros. Momo flushed a deep red, waving her hands. I didn't do anything extraordinary. It was a team effort. And four arms is like everyone's favorite form, Tetsu chimed in, his voice booming. That fight was so cool. Itsuka ducked her head slightly, her cheeks tinting pink. Plus, the way your team worked during the second event, Sato added thoughtfully, the pros couldn't take their eyes off either of you. No surprise you got so many offers. Wow, we got offers. Ochako suddenly burst out, grabbing Iida by the shoulders and shaking him in her excitement. Yes, Iida said, though his glasses slipped down his nose from the jostling. So many offers, Izuku muttered, staring at the board. His eyes widened as his mind started racing, and before anyone could stop him, he began to pace, gesturing wildly. Okay, so I have offers, and there are probably over 40 agencies. I need to categorize them by specialties: combat, rescue, logistics, and then research their work from their debuts to their most recent contributions. After that, Hiroshima blinked, exchanging a confused look with Mina. Does he always do this? Vlad King asked, looking at Aizawa. Aizawa's eye twitched before he lazily grabbed an eraser and lobbed it at Izuku's head. Izuku caught it reflexively mid-ramble. Izuku scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Gah, sorry. Good reflexes, Aizawa said with a smirk. Now don't interrupt my class. Save your muttering for later. For those of you who didn't receive offers, Vlad King began, addressing both classes, or if your offers don't align with your training needs, UA has partnered with 40 hero agencies to provide you with internship opportunities. And for that, Aizawa added, you're going to need code names. The room exploded into cheers, both Class 1A and 1B shouting in unison. We're going to do something exciting. Makes sense. During hero work, heroes refer to each other by their code names. It wouldn't be a true workplace experience if we didn't partake as well, Shishida said enthusiastically, adjusting his glasses. True, Yanagi added with a nod. It's important to establish a strong, professional image early on. Yeah, but what if someone picks something cringy? Like, Lord Explosion Murder, Kamakiri teased, shooting a sly look at Bakugo. Watch your mouth, bug boy, or I'll send you flying, Bakugo snapped, his usual glare intensified. All right, settle down. Now, Aizawa's sharp tone instantly quieted both classes, though the lingering excitement in the room was palpable. I'm absolutely terrible at hero names, Aizawa admitted, rubbing his temples. I struggled with my own before Present Mike finally gave me mine. He yawned and leaned back. So, while you're working on this, I'll be taking the nap I so desperately need. Take this seriously, Aizawa said as the door slid open loudly. Or you'll have hell to pay later. Midnight swaggered into the class, her hips swaying sensually with each step. Her tight leotard costume hugged her curves, leaving little to the imagination. Mineta and Kaminari were practically drooling, their eyes fixed on her assets. Midnight's sultry voice commanded attention. Your codename is Forever, so choose wisely, or you'll be stuck with something. She paused, her tongue darting out to lick her lips, leaving them glistening. Utterly indecent. The boys' faces turned bright red, their eyes wide with a mix of excitement and nervousness. Midnight's knowing smile hinted that she was well aware of the effect she had on them. Midnight sighed and stepped forward. As Aizawa has so eloquently demonstrated, you need to be careful when choosing a hero name. Especially for this class, media attention is already on you, and the name you pick now might stick with you for your entire career. Exactly, Vlad King chimed in. When choosing your hero name, think about the image you want to project. A lot of third years regret their choices because they didn't take this seriously. Don't make the same mistake. And don't overcomplicate it, Aizawa added, half closing his eyes. Simple and easy to remember is key. Got it? Yes, sensei. Both classes chorused. Good. Take these whiteboards and start brainstorming, Midnight instructed, handing them out. Write down some ideas, test them out, and get feedback from your classmates. Now get to work. Izuku grabbed his whiteboard and sat down, confidence gleaming in his eyes. This should be easy, he muttered to himself. I've already named all my aliens, so, he froze mid-thought, biting the cap of his marker as he stared at the blank board. Momo and Yui sat down beside him, followed closely by Ochako, Itsuka, and Kyoka. As soon as Momo settled into her seat, Izuku stiffened, his face turning scarlet as he quickly averted his gaze. Ochako blinked, tilting her head at his sudden reaction. Kyoka raised a brow, immediately suspicious. What's with you? She asked bluntly. The group turned to Momo, who was now fidgeting nervously, her own cheeks a deep shade of red. Are you guys okay? Kyoka asked again, her sharp hearing picking up the rapid thudding of their heartbeats. Why yeah, it's just, hot in here. Really? Stuffed, Izuku stammered, tugging at his collar like it was strangling him. Yui calmly reached out and patted his head, her expression unreadable. Izuku. Izuku sighed, slumping forward. I know. I'm a terrible liar. Momo looked away, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as she tried to focus on her board. The others exchanged curious glances but decided not to press further. You two are so weird, Kyoka muttered, smirking as she leaned back in her chair. A few minutes passed, and both Izuku and Momo finally composed themselves. Izuku scribbled something down on his board, glancing at the others to see what they were working on. Izuku. You all right, Dekiru? Ochako asked, her voice tinged with curiosity as she leaned closer to Izuku. Yeah, Izuku replied with a small nod. I have a name in mind, but I'm not sure it represents everything I can do. His brows furrowed slightly, the weight of the decision clear on his face. Not surprising. You probably named all your forms already, didn't you? Kyoka asked with a smirk, casually leaning back in her chair. Well, yeah, Izuku admitted, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. It's kind of fun coming up with superhero names for them. Each one has a specific ability, so naming them is easier. But for my own name, it's harder. It has to encompass everything I stand for, not just one aspect. That makes sense, Ochako said thoughtfully. Your name has to feel like you, right? Exactly, Izuku said, his enthusiasm shining through. What about you guys? Have you decided on your names yet? He glanced around at the group, curiosity lighting up his eyes. Kendo grinned confidently, clenching her fist. I'm going with the battle hero, Battle Fist. Izuku blinked at her for a moment before tilting his head. Really? That's pretty simplistic. Before Kendo could respond, Kyoka chimed in, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Cough. 4 arms. Cough. Izuku's eyes widened, and he quickly raised his hands in mock surrender. I retract my earlier statement, he said, his voice laced with panic. The group burst into laughter, the lighthearted moment breaking the tension in the air. Okay, jokes aside, Momo said, her voice calm but tinged with amusement. She turned toward Yui, who was silently tapping the whiteboard. What about you, Kodai? Have you thought of anything? Yui tilted her head slightly, her expression unreadable. I have one, but I'm still not sure about it. As the conversation picked up, chatter echoed around the room as everyone threw out ideas and shared their thoughts on hero names. I'm not sure what I should go with myself, Kyoka admitted, her fingers idly fiddling with her earphone jacks. Ooh, what about Siren? Yui suggested, her tone quiet but direct. Kyoka perked up at that, blinking in surprise. Siren, huh, that's not bad. Yanagi nodded in agreement, her calm voice chiming in. You have a cool singing voice, and with that new sonic move you've been working on, it's pretty fitting. Kyoka looked thoughtful, her lips curving into a small smile. Not bad at all, I kinda like it. She paused, tapping her chin. But wait, isn't there already a hero called Siren? Izuku nodded. Actually, there's a villain by that name. She's a big deal overseas. Kyoka slumped, letting out a frustrated sigh. Not sure I want to be associated with a villain. Yanagi shifted her gaze to Izuku. What about you, Midoriya? What name are you thinking of? I have one in mind, Izuku said, his voice quiet as he glanced at the notebook on his desk. I'm not ready to share it yet, though. What about you? Yanagi's pale fingers tapped rhythmically on her notebook. I kind of want my name to feel spooky. That suits you, Kyoka said with a grin, earning a small nod from Yanagi. If you don't have one yet, Yanagi continued, her voice soft but deliberate, I have a suggestion. Izuku tilted his head curiously. Oh, what is it? Yanagi's lips curved into a faint smile. How about Henshin no Kami? Izuku blinked, his eyes widening slightly. Like, the god of transformation. Yanagi nodded once, her gaze steady. It fits, doesn't it? Considering how many forms you have and how you embody adaptability. Izuku's face turned thoughtful, a hint of pink dusting his cheeks at the compliment. Wow, that's actually a really cool name. It's fitting for someone like you, Yanagi added, her tone calm but earnest. Izuku smiled, scratching the back of his head. Thanks, Yanagi, I'll definitely think about it. But, I think I know which one I have in mind. As the discussion carried on, the group continued throwing ideas around, each suggestion bringing them closer to names that truly represented who they were and the heroes they wanted to become. Alright, kids, you guys can begin presenting your names if you're ready, Midnight announced with a grin, clearly excited to see what the students had come up with. Hiroshima leaned forward, glancing nervously at his classmates. Wait, were you presenting these? He thought, unsure of how to even start. Oh, man, who has the guts to go up first? Shiro thought, glancing around to see who would take the plunge. And with Monoma around, you know he's gonna bash our names, Sato mused quietly, bracing for the inevitable. You just know he's gonna get all smug about it too, Mina groaned, crossing her arms. Aoyama, however, stood up confidently, his sparkling demeanor drawing everyone's attention. Fear not, my dear classmates. Allow me to go first. The room fell silent as Aoyama strode to the podium, his board held dramatically against his chest. With a flourish, He began, the shining hero. He flipped the board with a theatrical spin. I cannot stop twinkling. The silence that followed was filled with blank stares and deadpanned expressions from both classes. It's a sentence, not a name. Everyone thought in unison. Midnight raised an eyebrow, clearly trying to keep it together. It'd be better this way, she said while writing on the board. Take away the I, and shorten the cannot to can't. Splendid, Mademoiselle, Aoyama beamed, looking proudly at the revised name. He walked back to his seat, glowing with satisfaction, as the rest of the class exchanged puzzled looks. She approved it, Class 1A murmured in disbelief. Just then, a scoff echoed from the back of the room, and Monoma stood up, rolling his eyes in dramatic fashion. Well, of course, Class 1A would come up with something so uninspired, Monoma drawled as he walked to the podium, his expression a mix of smugness and faux pity. Your lack of creativity is a true tragedy compared to Class 1B's brilliance. Hey, we're creative, Kaminari shouted, unable to hold his frustration any longer, but Monoma paid him no mind. Now, this is a hero's name, Monoma declared with a grin, finally flipping his board to reveal the name. The copycat hero. The Phantom Thief. Quote. Damn it, that name is awesome, Class A thought in unison, though no one dared to admit it out loud. However, Class B couldn't hide their enthusiasm. Whoa, way to go, Monoma, Awase exclaimed, trying to hide his smile behind his hand but clearly impressed. Pretty cool name, dude, Setsuna shouted with a wide, toothy grin, her eyes practically sparkling. I mean, it's Monoma, but I'll give credit where it's due. Monoma basked in the praise, standing tall with a smug grin plastered across his face as his classmates cheered. That's how you do it. No one can beat that, Tetsu shouted, nodding in agreement as he clapped Monoma on the back. Even Kendo couldn't suppress a small smile, though she made an effort to hide it. Nice one, Monoma, I gotta admit, that was good. Midnight gave the official approval, and Monoma strutted back to his seat, still soaking in the glory. Class A, on the other hand, gritted their teeth. Some crossed their arms in frustration, while others simply glared at him. Monoma turned toward them with an exaggerated smirk, clearly enjoying every second of their discomfort. Oh, what's the matter, Class 1A? Can't come up with something half as cool? He taunted. Guys, we can't let Class B, specifically Monoma, show us up. Mina shouted as she stood from her seat, fists clenched and fire in her eyes. Yeah, Class A responded enthusiastically, though their grumbles were laced with a sense of competitive urgency. Kendo, trying to keep the situation light, raised a hand. You know, this doesn't have to be a competition, she said with a bemused smile, but her voice was drowned out by the rising energy from Class A. Not listening, Kendo, we can't let Monoma get the last laugh, Kaminari shouted. Okie dokie, let me go next, Mina said, practically bouncing to the podium with enthusiasm. She flipped her board with a dramatic flourish. My codename, Alien Queen. The room fell silent for a moment before Midnight raised her hands in alarm. Wait, hold on, you mean that horrible monster with acidic blood from those old sci-fi movies? Absolutely not, that is not happening. Mina's confident smile faltered as she slumped in disappointment. Ah, man, me and Midori were going to be Alien King and Queen, she mumbled under her breath, low enough that no one caught it. Ha 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 ha, Monoma burst out from Class 1B, pointing at Mina. You made that big speech, and this is the name you came up with. It's as bad as the first one. A swift neck chop silenced him mid-taunt, his body hitting the floor like a sack of potatoes. Nope, Itsuka said flatly, shaking her hand out as she glared down at him. Don't mind him, please, continue. Mina gave her a small thumbs up before sulking back toward her seat. As she walked, Izuku suddenly perked up, a thought forming in his mind. Mina, Izuku called out hesitantly. She stopped halfway and turned back to him, curious. How about the pH? Heroin. Amino acid, he suggested, his tone unsure but hopeful. Mina froze, staring at him with wide eyes. The room went silent as everyone looked between the two. Izuku, now realizing how quiet it had gotten, began to panic. I mean, he stammered, waving his hands nervously. It's just a play on words. You know, like pH levels in acid, and amino acid, and it matches your name, Mina, and oh no, it's dumb, forget I said anything. Before he could finish, Mina's face lit up with a bright smile. Midori, I love it, she exclaimed, running over to him. Before Izuku could react, Mina hugged him tightly, causing him to go rigid as his face was unceremoniously squished into her chest. Mina, wait. Since Izuku was seated, his face was pressed between Mina's ample breasts, causing Mineta to look on in discomfort. Mina's chest pressed against Izuku's face, her warmth and scent enveloping him. The class burst into a mix of cheers and laughter, with Kaminari and Shiro hooting loudly in the background. Why does he get all the luck? Mineta wailed dramatically from his seat, earning a glare from Itsuka. Can we not have a public display of affection during class? Aizawa grumbled from his sleeping bag, his tone flat but clearly annoyed. He shot the two a knowing look, recalling the time he almost caught them during a late-night dance lesson. Don't be a prude, Midnight teased, glancing toward the teacher. Let the kids have their fun. I'm personally rooting for Yaoyorozu, though, she added with a wink, her voice dripping with amusement. The rest of the class exchanged confused glances, unsure of why Midnight had brought up Momo, but they quickly shrugged it off, figuring it was just one of her odd remarks. She practically skipped back to the podium, her grin wider than ever. Holding up her board, she exclaimed, the pH. Heroin. Amino acid. Midnight nodded approvingly, clearly impressed. A clever play on words, fits your quirk, and it's unique. Approved. Mina walked back to her seat, beaming as Class 1A erupted into cheers for her. Way to go, Ashido. Kirishima shouted. Super creative, Ochako added with a smile. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, still trying to recover from the hug. I'm glad you like it, he muttered, his cheeks still red. Next up was Tsuyu, who confidently stepped forward. The rainy season hero. Froppy, she said plainly. Her straightforward delivery was met with loud cheers from Class 1A. Great name, Tsuyu, Kirishima exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Totally suits you, Ochako added with a big smile. Meanwhile, Monoma scowled, muttering under his breath. Damn it, 1A is winning again. Didn't Kendo knock you out earlier? Shiozaki asked innocently, earning a chorus of snickers from Class 1B. Monoma shot her a betrayed look but wisely chose not to respond. With Tsuyu's name approved, the presentations continued, though the results were a mixed bag. Abyssal King of Darkness, Kuwaro declared, holding his head high. Kanoko, sitting nearby, couldn't help but giggle quietly. A little childish, but cute, she thought, but Midnight, ever the tough critic, was having none of it. Too edgy, what are you, 12? She shot back, rolling her eyes. A few snickers rippled through the class, and Kuwaro looked a little put off, but he shrugged it off. King Explosion Murder, Bakugo yelled, slamming his hand on the desk with so much force the entire room seemed to feel it. No, Midnight said firmly, cutting him off before he could continue. That's just. No. Bakugo stormed back to his seat, muttering curses under his breath as Kaminari and Kirishima struggled not to burst into laughter. Then came Yui. She walked up to the podium with her usual calm, stoic expression. Size Queen, she said simply, flipping her board around for all to see. The room froze. Midnight blinked. Are you messing with me? I feel like you're messing with me. Yui tilted her head slightly. I don't know, am I? There was a beat of silence before the class erupted into laughter. Mina collapsed onto her desk, clutching her sides, while Kaminari nearly fell out of his chair. She just said that with a straight face. Mina howled, wiping tears from her eyes. Even Aizawa, who had been stoically observing from his sleeping bag, let out a faint snort. Izuku buried his face in his hands, his cheeks flushed with secondhand embarrassment. Why would she even? He muttered. You've got guts, Kodai, Midnight finally said, trying to suppress a grin. I respect that, but no. The class, clearly emboldened, began pitching increasingly absurd names to see how far they could push their teachers. The Tape Hero. Bandage Man. Shiro declared, earning a mix of groans and giggles. The drill that will pierce the heavens. Midnight was on the verge of bursting into full-blown laughter, but remained composed, though Aizawa, who was tucked in his sleeping bag, couldn't hold it in and chuckled softly. When Todoroki stood up and presented his name, everyone paused in anticipation. The Frosted Hero, Snowjob. The class was completely undone, many of them wiping away tears from laughing so hard. Some were holding their sides, others were just staring in shock at Todoroki, who had clearly not expected his name to land like that. Shiro and Kaminari exchanged knowing grins, trying to hide their amusement, though it was obvious they were behind this little prank. After a while, the laughter began to die down, and the atmosphere shifted toward more serious names. Jet Black Hero, Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi declared, standing tall and proud. Softening Hero, Mudman, another student announced with a shrug, drawing a few impressed nods from the class. Hearing Hero, Earphone Jack, Kyoka said with a soft sigh, her voice a little quieter than usual. She immediately felt the eyes of her classmates on her, and while their praise was appreciated, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed by it. Pretty cool name, Mina commented, giving Kyoka a thumbs up. Though naming it after your quirk is pretty smart. Kyoka gave a small, appreciative smile. Thanks, I've thought about it ever since I was a kid. But, aren't you going to name yourself after the Omnitrix? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Izuku blinked, clearly confused by the question. I mean, you turn into actual aliens, Kyoka continued. I just thought you'd pick something like that, maybe like, Alien Hero, or something. Izuku tilted his head, considering her suggestion. His mind wandered for a moment, and soon, a smile spread across his face. Actually, that might not be a bad idea. The names continued, with each student presenting their unique hero names, some receiving more cheers than others. As the list dwindled, Midnight glanced down at her clipboard, making a note of the progress. Choosing hero names is going more smoothly than expected, Midnight said with a satisfied nod. All that's left is Bakugo, who desperately needs to rethink his, and Iida, and Midoriya, right? She glanced up at the class, raising an eyebrow as if to confirm the remaining names. Izuku, who had been quietly writing down his hero name, caught the last part of Midnight's statement. He tried to keep his name hidden, quickly covering it up when Yui tried to sneak a peek. Yui leaned in closer, giving him her best puppy dog eyes, the same look that could melt anyone's resolve, but Izuku was having none of it. I'm not showing you yet, Yui, he said, trying to hide the paper in his hands. He managed to remain strong, even though the puppy eyes were definitely working on him. Come on, just let me see. Yui whined, still giving him the pleading look, but Izuku held his ground, a determined expression on his face. Midnight Sensei, I'm ready. Izuku called out with a forced grin, hoping the distraction would work in his favor. Yui shot him one last pleading look before throwing her hands up in defeat. All right then, come on up here and show us your codename, Midnight said, her tone playful yet expectant as she gestured for Izuku to step forward. Izuku bolted from his seat, determination shining in his eyes. Behind him, Yui let out a soft huff of disappointment, crossing her arms. I wanted to see his hero name first, she thought, pouting slightly. This is it, my hero name. I've thought about this for so long. Izuku thought, his heart pounding as he stood before the class. Taking a deep breath, he turned his board around with a flourish. With a deep breath, he announced proudly, Dekiru 10, the alien force. For a moment, there was stunned silence. In his seat, Bakugo scowled, his fists clenched tightly against his thighs. The word, useless, echoed in his mind, gnawing at him like a curse. But as he glanced at Deku no, Midoriya beaming under the weight of his bold new name, the thought stabbed deeper. Useless doesn't suit him anymore, Bakugo admitted bitterly, his jaw tightening as the realization sank in. If he's useless, then what the hell does that make me? I'm not useless. The damn nerd may be ahead of me, but I'll catch up. Across the room, Ochako's face turned bright red, her heart skipping several beats when Izuku turned to flash her a warm smile. Why is he so proud and adorable at the same time? Don't smile like that, you dork. You're gonna give me a heart attack, she thought, fanning her face subtly as she tried to keep her composure. Dekiru, Kirishima asked, tilting his head curiously. So, like, I can do it. That's a pretty manly name. But also kinda bold, don't you think? Yeah, dude, Siro chimed in, leaning forward in his seat. Are you sure about that? Hero names are forever, you know. It has a nice ring to it, Honi said with a cheerful smile. Dekiru doesn't sound bad at all. Shroom. Dekiru, isn't that a little arrogant? Kanoko said with a small frown, twirling a strand of her hair. Calling yourself, I can do it, is kinda arrogant, to say the least, Kyoka deadpanned, raising an eyebrow. Her tone was sarcastic but carried a hint of intrigue. Quite bold of Midoriya, Shiozaki added with a calm, measured tone. But as heroes, humility is a virtue. A name that exudes confidence is fine, but some might perceive it as vain if not balanced carefully. Midnight nodded, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Shiozaki has a point. While I find the name impressive and ambitious, she said, glancing at Izuku, it does come across as a little boastful. Especially with the 10. It could make it seem like you're claiming to be 10 times better than anyone else. Izuku's face flushed slightly at the critiques, but he took a moment to breathe and smile, his expression filled with determination. I understand what you're saying, he said earnestly, looking around at his classmates and teacher. But that's why I chose it. I know how it might sound, but I want to live up to it. I want to be the kind of hero that people can always count on. Someone who can rise to any challenge. I want there to be no doubt if I'm there, I can do it. And I believe I can live up to that name. The room went quiet for a moment as his words sank in. The girls exchanged glances, a mix of emotions flickering across their faces. Jealousy gnawed at them knowing that Izuku's chosen hero name was influenced by Ochako, yet there was also a sense of pride. He'd taken something that was once a source of ridicule and turned it into a name that represented strength and determination. Midnight smirked as she regarded Izuku, her eyes glinting with playful approval. Quite the bold hero name, she purred, leaning slightly forward. If you think you can live up to it, then it's approved. Her voice was laced with excitement, and she finished her statement with a sly wink. She punctuated her approval with a playful wink, which caused Izuku's face to turn bright pink. His head dipped into a quick bow as he stammered a thank you before hurrying back to his seat. Bakugo, who had been silently fuming, slammed his hand on the desk as he stood up. TCH, out of my way, nerd, he growled, brushing past Izuku to the podium. Bakugo, now fuming, shot out of his chair and stomped to the front. Lord Explosion Murder. Midnight didn't even blink. Still no. Midnight sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose as she fixed her gaze on Aizawa and Vlad King. Aizawa, Khan, she called, her tone carrying an ominous edge. The two teachers turned toward her, momentarily startled by her unusually serious demeanor. You know what we talked about, Midnight continued, her voice lowering but no less intense. The background chatter continued as Kirishima tried suggesting another hero name to Bakugo, who yelled in frustration. Aizawa sighed, rubbing his temple. I know you don't like it, but it has to be done, Midnight pressed, her words clearly directed at him. Reluctantly, Aizawa unzipped his sleeping bag, his expression unreadable. All right, everyone, listen up. His sharp voice cut through the noise, drawing the attention of both classes. This evening, we'll be having an important meeting, he began. Attendance is mandatory. Meet back here at 1900. Well, almost all of you. The cryptic remark made everyone exchange uneasy glances. The room buzzed with whispered speculation. Aizawa's eyes landed on Izuku. Midoriya, you'll report to All Might and Nezu at the designated time instead. Before the students could bombard him with questions, Vlad King stepped forward, his deep voice silencing the room. No questions, he stated firmly. Everything will be explained when the time comes. The tension in the room thickened as students whispered among themselves, trying to guess the purpose of the meeting. Aizawa, however, moved on without hesitation. Now that everyone has decided on their hero names, let's get back to the topic of internships. Vlad nodded and took over. Internships will last for a week. For those of you who received offers from pros, you'll be given a personalized list of agencies to choose from. Those without offers will select from 40 agencies across the country that are accepting interns. Midnight stepped forward, her usual playful tone absent. Each agency specializes in different aspects of hero work. Some focus on rescue operations, like 13, while others handle villain apprehension or specialized combat training. Think carefully about your decision, Aizawa added. This isn't just about improving your skills but also shaping the kind of hero you want to be. Vlad nodded. You don't want to make a rushed choice. Many second and third years regret their decisions because they didn't consider their goals carefully enough. Yes, sir, the students replied in unison, though some still looked apprehensive. The bell rang, signaling the end of the class. Turn in your choices before the weekend, Aizawa reminded them, picking up his sleeping bag as if to retreat for another nap. We've only got 2 days. Zero exclaimed, slumping in his seat. Yes, Aizawa said, pausing at the doorway to glance back. And if I were you, I'd make my decision quickly. The clock's ticking. With that, he left the room, sleeping bag in tow. Kaminari slumped over his desk, groaning dramatically. 2 days isn't enough time to figure this out. Midnight stretched languidly, returning to her usual flirtatious self. Toodles, she waved them goodbye. Izuku was buried in a comedically large stack of papers, muttering to himself as he flipped through each one with increasing speed. There are 10,000 heroes. I need to analyze each one, their specialties, skills, impact, popularity, and I should also break them apart by agencies, focusing on. His voice trailed off as he continued his task, clearly trying to organize the endless list. This is so much work, he grumbled under his breath, his frustration mounting. It's practically an art. Ochako, Ojiro, Mina, and Mineta all chimed in unison, nodding in agreement. Yui, who had been quietly observing, deadpanned, finally, someone gets. She walked up to Izuku without asking. She reached down and pulled a few of the papers from his hands, causing him to snap out of his muttering. Why Yui? Izuku stammered, looking up in surprise, his green eyes wide. Yui didn't look at him, instead scanning the papers. Listen, you're probably looking for a place with experience, right? The agencies with the most exposure to pro work and the kind of people who know how to get things done. The lower ranks at these places, though, they're just gonna want to say they trained the famous UA student, the winner of the sports festival. Don't waste your time with them. She said bluntly, find the ones that are actually useful. The others are just looking to boost their own reputation. Simple as that. Izuku blinked, still processing her words. That's a bit ruthless, don't you think? Momo, who had been listening, nodded thoughtfully. Actually, I think Yui has a point. Some agencies just want to use your name to boost their reputation. If you're looking for someone who can really teach you, you'll need to dig deeper. Yui gave a satisfied nod. See, when the smartest girl agrees, you know I'm right. That aside, interning with a UA student especially for lower-ranked agencies will definitely bolster their reputation, Momo muttered thoughtfully, more to herself than anyone else. But some of these pros may not have the skill set to train you effectively. With your range of abilities, it's going to be difficult to find someone who can handle the versatility of your quirk. Izuku nodded slowly, knowing exactly what she meant. It wasn't just about finding someone with enough experience, it was about finding the right experience. Ochako, who had been listening intently, leaned in. Oh, right, with all your transformations, who's even gonna want to take you on? She said, a slight frown on her face. It must be hard to find someone who can actually teach you, with everything you can do. Kyoka, from her spot across the room, chimed in with a teasing smirk. Yeah, it's not like there's some guy out there with multiple quirks who can help you with all that, right? Her voice was dry, a little amused at the thought. Izuku furrowed his brows, deep in thought. He had to admit, they were right, it wasn't going to be easy finding someone who could help him master the full range of his abilities. Then, the thought hit him. One person did come to mind. Wait, there is someone who has multiple quirks who could teach me, he muttered quietly, his voice darkening slightly. I can only think of one person who could possibly train me with using multiple quirks as someone who's training a manchild to kill me and wants to my quirk and he'll do anything to get it. Izuku thought. Not exactly the mentor I'm looking for. Shaking his head, Izuku spoke aloud. Thanks for the advice, Yui. I think I know what to do, but, mind helping me go through this when you have some free time? Getting through all this is gonna be a Herculean task. Yui looked at him with an almost unreadable expression, her lips curling into a small, knowing smile. Sure, it would be my pleasure. She moved closer, standing beside him. Scooch. Before Izuku could react, she smoothly slid onto the seat next to him, making sure to get uncomfortably close as she settled in. So, Yaomomo, have you decided on a hero name yet? She asked, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Momo gave a thoughtful hum, then nodded. Well, Uabami did send me an offer, and I'm seriously considering it, she replied, her voice filled with contemplation. Itsuka's eyes lit up with interest. Really, I got an offer from her too. Maybe we should go together, she suggested, her tone a little more upbeat. Momo shrugged lightly. It could be nice. At least I'd have someone I know with me. Meanwhile, Mineta wore a perverted grin as his eyes flicked between Momo and Itsuka. He couldn't help but imagine what would happen if they went to Uabami. He'd be in for a treat. The idea made his mind race with thoughts he'd rather not admit. But then, a flicker of guilt crossed his face. He remembered the promise he'd made to himself. To try and be less of a creep, to stop making others uncomfortable with his fantasies. He didn't want to just be the guy who ogled his classmates and made everything awkward. In that moment, he took a deep breath, swallowing his desires. Instead of staying silent and letting them go, he spoke up. Is that really a good idea? Mineta asked. Mineta, what do you mean? Shoji asked, raising an eyebrow, while Itsuka and Momo both turned to look at him, confused by his sudden comment. Mineta sighed, clearly reluctant to speak but feeling like he had to warn them. Look, I've been following Uabami for a while now, and when she interns students, she usually has them do makeup and modeling for her products. You know, things like that. And she tends to choose cute girls for it. He was practically salivating at the thought, the lecherous grin returning to his face. He wiped his mouth. Sorry. Anyways, I remember this one blue-haired girl. Like, 2 years ago she was a goddess. Seriously, she was so hot. Mineta's voice was practically a whisper, as if he was reminiscing over the most wonderful memory. So, maybe don't go to her. You'll only end up being a model because of your pretty face. Doubt you'll learn anything. The entire group stood still for a moment, stunned into silence. Even Izuku had to blink in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. Did Mineta just save them from doing modeling? Why yeah, Kyoka said, blinking in surprise. I can't believe it either. Oh okay, I didn't imagine that, right? Ochako added, her confusion matching the others. Itsuka let out a quiet laugh, her expression turning thoughtful. Well, I was considering Uabami, but now I'm not so sure. Momo raised an eyebrow at Mineta, still processing what he said. I'm surprised you actually told us. I thought you'd keep that kind of thing to yourself and, I don't know, do whatever you do when you're in your room by yourself, she said, her tone was filled with innocence. The guys and some of the girls exchanged knowing looks, clearly aware of Mineta's habits that Momo remained oblivious to. Shiro grinned, clearly sensing an opportunity. I'm gonna tell her. Don't you dare. Mina and Setsuna immediately shot back in unison, their voices full of warning. Eventually, lunchtime rolled around, and the class had gathered in the classroom to discuss their internship decisions. The weight of it all seemed to be weighing on some, and Izuku, in particular, groaned as he slouched in his chair, his face buried in his hands. Piles of papers were scattered across his desk, each representing a different agency he was considering, and it was all starting to feel overwhelming. Mina, chewing on the cap of her pen, broke the silence. So, you guys decided on what pro-hero agency you're going to? She asked casually, though her own decision was still up in the air. I'm going to the fourth kind agency with Tetsu. Here I come, baby. The real man is ready. Hiroshima shouted with a huge grin, pumping his fist in the air. I'm going to sulky, Suyu said with a thoughtful look, her finger tapping her chin. Momo sighed as she flipped through her list, a puzzled look on her face. I've still not decided, she admitted, her brow furrowed in thought. Izuku, his face still flat on the desk, perked up at the sound of her voice and suggested kindly, why not go to Fatgum? His voice was muffled, but his words were clear. He clicked his pen distractedly, glancing over his piles of options. One pile contained the top 60 heroes, which had been narrowed down by himself and Kodai, and the other was a much larger pile of miscellaneous choices. Momo blinked in surprise. Fat gum. Yeah, Izuku said, sitting up straighter and clicking his pen as the idea struck him. Since your quirk revolves around converting energy from your fat cells to create objects, Fat Gum's agency might be a perfect fit for you. His quirk works in a similar way. He uses his body's fat for both defense and offense. Not only does he absorb energy from attacks, but he can also release that energy in powerful counterattacks. Plus, he's a pro at managing the balance between burning fat for his abilities and keeping up his reserves. You could learn a lot from him about efficiency, stamina management, and how to make the most of your quirk's potential without overexerting yourself. You could learn lots since you both eat a ton of food. Momo blinked, caught off guard by how much thought Izuku had put into his suggestion. She found Fat Gum's name on her list and stared at it, her fingers brushing over the text. That does make sense, she admitted hesitantly. Though her blush deepened when Izuku's comment about eating a ton of food echoed in her mind. Huh, lucky you, Momo. Imagine all the delicious food you'll get to eat. Mina teased, leaning over with a wide grin. Momo forced a polite smile, but her reluctance was evident. Mineta, predictably, decided to ruin the moment. No way, I can't let my goddess turn into some chubby. Before he could finish, Suyu's tongue lashed out, smacking him across the face, while Izuku stood up and delivered a precise neck chop that knocked him out cold. That takes care of that, Izuku muttered, shaking his head as he returned to his seat. Despite the intervention, Momo still looked conflicted, her fingers lingering on the paper. Hey, don't let what Mineta said get to you, Kyoka spoke up, her tone blunt but not unkind. She crossed her arms, leaning back in her chair. The benefits outweigh the risks, and even if you gain a little weight, who cares? You'd still be, well, you. Momo gave a small nod, but her hesitation didn't fade. Mina leaned closer, lowering her voice to a soft whisper. You know, it was Midoriya's idea, she said gently, her tone a mix of teasing and sincerity. He's always looking out for you, you know. Honestly, he probably wouldn't care about the weight thing at all. He'd still think you're beautiful. Momo's eyes widened slightly at Mina's words, her cheeks flushing a deeper red. She glanced at Izuku, who was now engrossed in flipping through his own stack of papers, completely oblivious to the impact his suggestion had on her. Mina gave Momo a small, knowing smile, her eyes glinting with unspoken understanding. Momo glanced away, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear as a faint blush dusted her cheeks. The moment passed quietly between them, a subtle acknowledgement that needed no words. You're right, Momo said, flicking her hair back with newfound resolve. I can't let that little creep's words get to me. Fat Gum it is. Glad to see you've decided, Suyu said in her steady, matter-of-fact tone. Now, anyone else still undecided? As the conversation moved on, Momo glanced back at her list. Her fingers brushed over Fat Gum's name, and she silently resolved, I'll make the most of this internship not just for myself, but because Midoriya believed in me. Actually, I've decided, Ochako announced excitedly, her hand shooting into the air like she'd just aced a test. Really? Mina leaned in, her curiosity piqued. Where? Ojiro added, turning his head toward her. Battle Hero. Gunhead's agency, Ochako replied confidently, a determined glint in her eyes. Wait, really? I totally thought you were aiming to be a hero like 13, Izuku said, his voice filled with surprise. From everything he'd learned about her, she'd always talked about being a rescue hero. Ochako nodded, her expression firm. That's still the plan, but after fighting Bakugo at the sports festival, I realized I need to be stronger first. Gunhead's martial arts style suits my quirk. The more I know, the more possibilities I'll have. If I only focused on rescue, I'd have such a narrow perspective. Izuku smiled, admiration lighting up his face. That's a great mindset, Uraraka. Ochako scratched her cheek, her expression turning slightly sheepish. Well, there's a little complication. Nothing major, but it's just a bit scary. Huh? Mina asked, leaning in closer. Ochako hesitated before letting out a nervous laugh. Well, after a mutant bird crashed into his agency. All eyes turned toward Izuku, who immediately slumped in his seat, his face burning with embarrassment. His agency got relocated to Hosu, Ochako finished. Hosu, as in where the hero killer was active? Kaminari asked, miming a throat-slitting gesture that earned him a glare from Itsuka. Yeah, but that was just in a small part of the city, Izuku quickly reassured. The odds of running into him are slim, and it's been quiet there since Stain murder spree. Still, it's best you steer clear of Hosu altogether, Yui said, her usual bluntness cutting through the conversation. She turned to Izuku with a pointed look. Trouble follows you like a magnet. The last thing we need is you crossing paths with a serial killer. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. Okay, yeah, staying far away from Hosu. So, have you guys decided yet? Itsuka asked, trying to shift the focus. I'm still narrowing it down, Izuku admitted, flipping through his stack of offers. I think I've made my decision. Shroom, Kanoko said softly, her cheeks pink as she clutched her list. Blah, we've still got time to think about it, Setsuna said with a lazy grin, leaning back in her chair. Suyu and I are helping Pony with her choices, Mina said, gesturing toward the blonde, who was staring at her massive list with wide eyes and a furrowed brow. Pony tilted her head in confusion, her expression so innocent it made everyone coo. Being from America, I barely know any of these heroes. It's overwhelming. How can someone so confused look that adorable? Kaminari muttered, his question directed to no one in particular as Pony's clueless look intensified. Don't worry, Pony, Suyu said as she walked over, her tone calm and steady. We'll help you figure it out. Thanks. I really appreciate it, Pony said, her voice tinged with relief. If you need more help, I've got notes on a lot of heroes, Izuku offered, looking up from his papers. We might just take you up on that, Setsuna replied with a wink, her grin playful. Careful, Midoriya, Mina teased, giving him a sly smile. You're gonna make yourself indispensable to all the girls in the class. Izuku flushed at the comment, fumbling with his pen. I'm just trying to help. Mineta stirred awake, groaning as he sat up. I've made my decision. I'm going to intern with MT. Lady, he declared, a dreamy look in his eyes. Izuku and Suyu exchanged knowing glances, immediately piecing together his motives. Mineta, Suyu began, her tone flat but pointed, you're not planning to do something perverted, are you? Maybe, Mineta replied shamelessly, causing Izuku to groan. Despite everything, Mineta was his friend, and the thought of him choosing a pro-hero internship purely for lustful reasons rubbed him the wrong way. Mineta, Izuku said with a sigh, don't you think you should take this more seriously? This could be a chance to learn from someone who can help you grow as a hero. Mineta waved him off dismissively. Oh, I see how it is. Does Midoriya want MT? Lady all to himself. Sorry, dude, but you've already got Yaoyorozu and Ishido. Mount. Lady's mine. Izuku's eyes widened. Mina, what does she have to do with this? I mean, Momo, I kind of understand after, well. His face turned bright red, unable to finish the thought. Not the point, Izuku quickly corrected. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are you really going to waste it on something like this? Mineta grinned, leaning in conspiratorially. Don't tell me you've never fantasized about a pro-hero. Or, heck, about one of our classmates. You're telling me you've never wondered what it'd be like to. Stop. Izuku's hand shot out, clamping over Mineta's mouth before he could finish. Unbeknownst to the two boys, several of their classmates had been listening in. While they knew Izuku wasn't the type to be lecherous, Mineta's words sparked an unsettling curiosity. Did he even find them attractive? Or were they just his peers, nothing more? Izuku sighed, removing his hand. Mineta, no, of course not. I would never think about my classmates in that way. The weight of his words hit harder than intended, leaving the girls feeling a pang of disappointment. Even if it was meant to disavow Mineta's antics, Izuku's declaration was like a comedic volley of arrows piercing their hearts. Mineta puffed out his chest, his tone suddenly brimming with determination. Unlike you, Midoriya, I won't squander this opportunity. I'll achieve my ultimate dream with MT. Lady, Minoru Mineta will live his fantasy. The sheer conviction in his voice might have been inspiring if it wasn't so revolting. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. I tried, he muttered before standing. Good luck, Mineta, you're going to need it. Izuku sighed as he walked off. I'm getting lunch. I suddenly have a weird craving for chili fries. Hey, if the lil perv wants to waste it at MT. Lady, let him, Kyoka said with a shrug as they walked back to get some food. Maybe she'll scare him straight. I know, but I'm the class representative. I need to look out for my classmates, and even though he's a pain, Mineta's still my friend. I can't just let him waste this chance, Izuku said, trying to justify his concern, though his frustration was evident. Kyoka placed a hand on his shoulder, her tone softening just slightly. You know, that's one of your most annoying admirable qualities. You just can't help yourself when it comes to helping people, even if they don't deserve it. But in this case, just let the lil perv do his thing. We both know nothing's gonna happen anyway. If anything, maybe it'll be the wake-up call he needs. Izuku gave her a smile, thankful for her words. Thanks, Jiro, he said, his smile genuine. No problem, she said, rolling her eyes but with a faint smirk tugging at her lips. Now, you promised to help me pick a good agency, and I'll help you find one in return. Fair trade, right, Izuku said with a small laugh as they walked toward the cafeteria. While sorting through his stack of offers, Kyoka suddenly stopped him. Wait, look at this one. She held up a paper. Endeavor. Izuku froze, his eyes widening. He stared at the offer in her hand before quickly shaking his head. No, he said firmly, pulling the paper away and placing it at the bottom of the stack. Kyoka raised an eyebrow, intrigued. That was quick. What's the deal? He's the number 2 hero, and his power's no joke. Izuku hesitated, gripping the papers tightly. It's not his power. I mean, I know he's incredible, his arrest record, his efficiency, it's all impressive. But, knowing what kind of person he is, I just can't. I don't think I could respect him enough to learn from him. He sighed, glancing at her. I know heroes aren't perfect, but every time I see him, all I can think about is what he's done. I don't want to feel like that about someone I'm supposed to admire. Kyoka nodded slowly, crossing her arms. Yeah, I get that. It must be tough for you, you've always put heroes on this huge pedestal. Realizing some of them are scum probably feels like the world's flipped upside down. Izuku's voice dropped in dramatic thought. Yeah. Though, I'll probably be burned alive when he finds out I turned him down. I'll be a crispy, unrecognizable mess. Kyoka didn't miss a beat. Oh please, don't be so dramatic, she teased, nudging him with her elbow. You've got heat blast. You won't even feel it. Izuku looked at her, blinking for a moment before his eyes lit up. Oh right, thanks, Omnitrix, he muttered under his breath, thankful for the added perspective. Plus, after your fight with Monoma, I'm sure he's super interested in you now, Kyoka teased, her smirk evident. Izuku blushed slightly, scratching the back of his head. Why yeah, I guess that's possible. By the way, have you decided which agency you're going with? He asked, shifting the topic away from his embarrassing encounter with Monoma. Kyoka flinched slightly, then pulled out an offer. Well, I've got one. Edgeshot. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. Whoa, Edgeshot, he exclaimed. That's a big deal. I know, right, Kyoka said, her tone slightly proud but casual. Guess my loss to Todoroki got people's attention. Izuku blinked, still processing. I'm surprised, though. Don't most top pro heroes focus on second and third years? Kyoka shrugged nonchalantly, her lips curling into a slight grin. Yeah, you'd think so. But when you have emerald flames tearing through stadiums and a dragon going ballistic in midair, well, people are bound to notice. I guess that's why so many pro-heroes sent us offers. Her tone held a dry humor, but there was an edge of satisfaction there. Izuku stared at her, a little incredulous. So nearly destroying 3 stadiums was a good thing. Kyoka gave him an exaggerated look, her smirk widening. Definitely. People pay attention to that kind of thing. Before Izuku could respond, Kyoka suddenly poked him in the side where she suspected he was ticklish. He flinched, his body jerking in response. Ah! Kyoka quickly pulled her hand back, surprised by his reaction. You're still ticklish, huh? Izuku immediately clutched his side, his face turning pink. Please don't tell Mina. No promises. Izuku stood outside the principal's office, his heart pounding in his chest. He didn't know why, but his stomach felt heavy, as though a wave of unease had settled over him. His hands trembled slightly, the uncertainty of the situation gnawing at him. He couldn't shake the feeling that, after today, everything would be different. Taking a deep breath, he reached for the door handle, hesitating only for a moment before turning it and stepping inside. Ah, young Midoriya, you're here, Toshinori greeted with a bright smile, though Izuku could tell it was forced. His usual warmth was nowhere to be found. He was seated on the couch, but his posture was stiff, eyes filled with concern. Nezu, sitting behind his desk, looked up from some paperwork. It's time you learned the truth, Midoriya, Nezu said, his tone clipped and far from its usual joviality. Keeping you in the dark any longer will only hinder your growth and put you in greater danger. Izuku's heart skipped a beat, his anxiety growing as he slowly approached the desk. Keeping me in the dark, he repeated. Class 1A and 1B sat in the same room they had been earlier that day, the mood considerably more tense. The air was thick with unease as everyone tried to guess what the teachers might want to discuss at such a late hour. What could the teachers want to discuss at this late hour? Momo asked, her voice tinged with worry, her hands clasped in her lap. It could be about our internships, Iida suggested, his posture straight and his face serious. Maybe they have some new development or a surprise in store. Or maybe they're kicking someone out after the sports festival, Kaminari said without thinking, his words causing a ripple of panic through the room as everyone turned to look at him, wide-eyed. Kaminari, Shiro blurted, a bit of a laugh trying to mask the rising tension. Don't go jinxing us. Kaminari, clearly panicked, scrambled to explain. Hey, you know what Shinso said about us not making a good impression in the sports festival, maybe they're considering kicking one of us out in favor of him. His voice wavered with concern, and the room fell into a stunned silence. Oh no, no way, Mineta muttered, anxiety creeping into his voice. Shinso got pretty far. What if they replace one of us with him? The class grew more agitated, and their nervous glances shifted toward each other. Some were worried about their own performance, while others were already envisioning the worst-case scenario. Shut it. Bakugo suddenly exploded, his usual fiery temper flaring. If they were kicking one of us out, they wouldn't be doing it in front of everyone, you dumbasses. The class fell silent, a collective sense of relief washing over them as Bakugo's logic settled in. Just then, the door opened, and the familiar faces of Aizawa, 13, Present Mike, and Midnight entered. The mood shifted instantly. The room grew eerily still as everyone turned their attention to the teachers, the tension in the air thick enough to cut with a knife. All right, now that everyone's here, we can begin, 13 said, their voice steady, though the seriousness was evident. Aizawa wasted no time. He walked to the front, his face as stoic and unreadable as ever. His tired eyes scanned the room, but his usual disinterest was gone, replaced by an intensity that made every student sit up straighter. Listen up, and listen well, he began, his tone flat and unyielding. What you're about to hear does not leave this room. This is not up for discussion. You will not talk about it, not to anyone. Not to your friends, not to your family, and especially not to the media. Understood? Kanoko, her voice barely a whisper, spoke up. Miss Midnight, what's going on? Her fingers twitched nervously as she sought some kind of reassurance. Midnight looked hesitant, her usual playful demeanor gone. She glanced at Aizawa, then back at the students, and finally spoke with a quiet urgency. There's a dangerous villain coming after one of you, she said, her words heavy with a sense of finality. A villain. Bakugo scoffed, his usual defiance bubbling to the surface. What's so bad about that? Shiro, trying to lighten the mood, shrugged. Yeah, I mean, a villain is a villain, right? We can handle that. But Aizawa's next words wiped away any sense of comfort. His voice, usually apathetic and blunt, was now laced with an edge of cold reality that made everyone's blood run cold. First off, this is not a typical villain, Aizawa said, his tone lowering, becoming even more serious. This is not someone you can just lock up and forget about. He is not someone we can stop with a few well-placed punches or even by calling in help from the top heroes. The room fell into an uncomfortable silence as Aizawa's words sank in. Even Bakugo's usual bravado faltered, his shoulders stiffening. Not even All Might. The words reverberated through the room, thick with finality. The students exchanged stunned glances, their faces a mixture of disbelief and growing dread. The symbol of peace, the number one hero wasn't able to defeat this villain. They looked at the teachers, hoping, praying that one of them would crack a smile or show some sign that they were joking. But all they received were cold, serious eyes, and that only deepened the unease within them. A sense of impending doom crept over the room, making the air feel heavier with each passing second. Bakugo, always the first to act on his gut feelings, narrowed his eyes, his fist tightening with an anger that could only be described as raw and instinctive. You said this villain is after one of us. His voice was low, his teeth gritted. Where the hell is Deku? The words hung in the air like a bolt of lightning. The atmosphere shifted. The girls Mina, Ochako, Momo, Tsuyu felt a shiver run down their spines as their hearts skipped a beat. They knew exactly what Bakugo was implying, and it was a thought they hadn't dared to voice until now. Aizawa didn't respond immediately. He let the weight of Bakugo's words settle, his stoic expression unshaken. Then, with a slow exhale, he sighed, a hint of something darker in his tired eyes. Aizawa let out a heavy sigh. His exhaustion was palpable, but there was no time to waste. He motioned to the monitor that flickered to life behind him, casting a faint glow in the dim room. The students leaned forward, eyes widening with curiosity. As the footage began to play, a figure in the arena came into view, 4 arms, a towering alien with 4 muscular arms, standing imposingly. The class exchanged confused looks. Wait, what the hell? Bakugo muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing as he stared at the figure. Deku's 4-armed form. What the? His voice trailed off as he took in the details. The alien was massive, much larger than the version they'd seen before. This version was battle-worn, adorned in armor, scars visible on its arms, chest, and face. Itsuka's face went pale. That's not Izuku. Her words echoed in the room as the footage continued, showing hundreds of these 4 arms in various locations around the city. Walking through the streets, interacting with others. And among them, children with the same 4 arms. What the hell? Monoma's voice cut through the silence, a mix of confusion and disbelief. What are we looking at? Momo stared at the screen, her breath caught in her throat. I don't understand. Midoriya's form is, but this isn't just a quirk, is it? I always thought it was just a quirk, Abara murmured, her hand over her mouth. But this isn't. Okay, what the hell is this? Why the hell are hundreds of Deku's forms? Bakugo shouted. Quirks are supposed to unique to an individual, but Momo trailed off. ... Now, what we're about to say may sound insane. 13 started, voice calm but with a weight of seriousness. I know our superhuman feats and the impossible may seem like just another day here at UA, but everything we're going to say is the absolute truth. Nearly everyone at UA is part of an organization, Midnight said, her tone darkening as she leaned forward, catching the students' full attention. We had believed we had defeated this villain years ago. Believed? Momo asked, confused by the past tense. We sent him packing with an explosion that makes nukes look like sparklers, Present Mike chimed in, eyes wide with enthusiasm, but his voice had an edge of tension. He went kablamo. Or, so we thought, Cementos added with a shake of his head, his hands pressing against his temples as if trying to block out the memory. The students collectively felt a chill. Someone survived an explosion of that magnitude. We call ourselves the Plumbers, Aizawa spoke up, his voice blunt and matter of fact. Officially, we don't exist. We were the ones who fixed the problems no one else could. Extraterrestrial problems. He gestured toward the screen, where the image of the towering four-armed species filled the display. Everyone's eyes widened as realization hit them all at once. Wait, you guys are telling us Midoriya's been transforming into... Kirishima stammered, clearly taken aback. Aliens. Toru finished, her voice almost a whisper. Vlad King sighed, noticing the incredulous looks on the students' faces. Well, looks like we'll have some explaining to do. After a lengthy explanation, both Class A and B were starting to come around to the idea of aliens. Okay, so Midoriya has been transforming into aliens, Sato said, rubbing his nose, still in disbelief. Aliens exist, Monoma echoed, his eyes wide. Extraterrestrial beings, really? Class A and B exchanged glances, processing the information, some still looking uncertain, others more intrigued. The video footage shown had left no room for doubt, though. Bakugo scowled, his arms crossed tightly over his chest, clearly not pleased. This is a load of bullshit, he muttered, though even he couldn't entirely dismiss what he'd seen. Todoroki, on the other hand, seemed less neutral. He was cupping his chin, thinking. So, Midoriya's been using his watch to transform into all these different, alien beings. His gaze flickered thoughtfully from Aizawa to the footage. Momo squinted at the screen, trying to piece things together. Using his support item, but how does he transform? Quote. Aizawa spoke up. It's called the Omnitrix. He paused, looking at each of the students before continuing. Rumors of its existence were always around, but it was considered a myth for a long time, until Midoriya found it. Found it? Bakugo snapped, raising an eyebrow. What, just, happened to stumble upon it or something? Aizawa ignored his interruption, continuing, it's an incredibly powerful piece of technology. The one thing that's widely accepted across the universe is that it's the most powerful device in existence. The students froze. The weight of those words hung in the air. The most powerful, Kanoko murmured, her voice barely above a whisper as the full magnitude of the statement hit her. Monoma's eyes widened, his voice tinged with disbelief. The most powerful, in the whole universe. Yeah, no kidding, Kendo muttered, crossing her arms, her expression unreadable. Doesn't seem like the kind of thing you just let anyone have. And unfortunately the Omnitrix attract the most power-hungry beings out there. Making anyone who wields the device the biggest target. Midnight said. ... Izuku turned to Principal Nezu, his voice edged with disbelief. And you knew about the Omnitrix? This whole time? No, Nezu replied, his small frame unusually still as he sipped his tea. The Omnitrix has always been more legend than fact. Even among the most brilliant minds in the universe, it was a phantom, a myth. Imagine my shock when it turned out to be real, and landed on your wrist. It was only ever a rumor, All Might added, stepping forward, his tone heavy with uncharacteristic solemnity. Until now, we couldn't be sure. But that's why you need to hear this, Midoriya. Izuku's stomach churned, unease settling in his chest. Why tell me this now? Why not before? All Might's face darkened, his shadow stretching ominously under the dim light. Because the Omnitrix is more than just a powerful artifact, young Midoriya. Its existence alone is a beacon, drawing the most dangerous, power-hungry beings in the galaxy to it like moths to a flame. He took a slow, deliberate breath. These are not villains in the sense we understand. They are not petty criminals or misguided souls. Beings that reduce worlds to ash without a second thought. Izuku swallowed hard, his throat dry. These beings are the plagues of the universe, All Might continued, his voice dropping to a grim whisper. They've brought civilizations to their knees, left entire planets lifeless, and crushed countless heroes under their heels. Some of the strongest warriors to ever exist, beings beyond what I could ever dream to be, have tried to stop them, and failed. They are beings who have been a plague across the universe, bringing worlds to their knees. Powerful heroes, like myself, if not stronger, have fallen before them, All Might said, his voice low, heavy with the weight of the truth. His shoulders slumped slightly, the exhaustion of those memories settling on him like a physical burden. And there's one individual who stands above the rest, he continued, his voice darkening, eyes hardening. All Might locked eyes with Izuku, his blue eyes now colder than Izuku had ever seen them. Vilgax. Izuku's blood ran cold at the name, the very air around him seeming to freeze. He felt a chill creep up his spine, a visceral reaction to the sheer danger that name carried. His heart raced, and his throat tightened as All Might's words continued to sink in. Vilgax. All Might whispered, his voice filled with dread. He was, and still is, the universe's most dangerous being. For years, he subjugated everything in his path, bringing entire worlds to their knees under his unrelenting cruelty. Tears and blood filled the oceans of the planets he ravaged. His cruelty knew no bounds, and his desire to dominate the universe was insatiable, All Might said grimly, his expression hardening. Young Midoriya, this is not a foe that can be beaten easily. Many heroes, far more powerful than I was in my prime, have tried. None have succeeded. Izuku flinched as the weight of All Might's words sank in. His mind raced as he met All Might's intense gaze. The idea of someone stronger than even All Might, the symbol of peace, was incomprehensible. I implore you to understand this, Midoriya, Nezu interjected, his tone sharp. All Might is not invincible. If you continue to see him as an unbeatable god, you will cripple yourself when facing Vilgax. If you think of All Might as undefeatable. Izuku's eyes widened in realization. Wait, All Might, you lost too. Heroes, he continued, his tone growing heavier, far more powerful than I ever was in my prime, have tried to stop him. They fought with everything they had, and they fell. Under his heel, they were reduced to nothing. All Might's voice cracked slightly as he added, even I fell. I barely escaped with my life. Izuku's body shook, his eyes wide with disbelief. You couldn't beat him. He stammered. All Might's expression darkened, a rare vulnerability seeping through his otherwise unshakable presence. Young Midoriya, he began solemnly, there are few moments in my life when I've truly felt powerless. Before I inherited One for All, my first encounter with All for One, as he struck down my master before my eyes, and Vilgax. His voice faltered slightly as a shiver ran through his body. Though fleeting, Izuku caught it, his heart sinking at the sight of his idol's unease. All Might quickly steeled himself, clenching his fist tightly. If I'm being honest, I fear I'd be more of a hindrance to you than a help. All Might, Izuku whispered, his voice heavy with concern. I owe you an apology, young Midoriya, All Might said, his tone laden with guilt. For keeping this secret from you for so long. I didn't want to burden you with the weight of the world. You never asked for this, and I know I have no right to seek your forgiveness. Yet, I must ask for something else, something far greater. Izuku's breath hitched, his pulse quickening. What do you mean? This being, All Might continued, his voice low and grave, as devoid of morality. He cannot be reasoned with, bribed, or swayed. If he desires something, he will obliterate anything, or anyone, who stands in his way. He's a force of destruction unlike any other. Izuku's fists clenched at his sides, dread pooling in his stomach. And what does he want? All Might's eyes burned with grim resolve as he delivered the chilling answer. The one thing he's hunted for eons. The countless lives he's ended just for a whisper of its existence. The heroes who fell, trying to guard its secret. Izuku felt the room grow cold as All Might's next words hung in the air like a death knell. The Omnitrix. Izuku paced back and forth in Principal Nezu's office, his heart hammering in his chest as he tried to process the bombshell that had just been dropped on him. His thoughts raced, and the knot in his stomach grew tighter with each passing second. Okay, let's just recap, Izuku said, his voice unsteady. He stopped mid-stride, turning to face the two figures in the room, All Might and Principal Nezu, who sat calmly sipping tea. Vilgax, Izuku began, the name alone sending a chill down his spine. The most dangerous being in the universe, is coming to Earth. Correct, Nezu replied, his tone measured. And he's coming for the Omnitrix, Izuku said, holding up his wrist, the alien device gleaming faintly. The same Omnitrix that is permanently attached to me. Also correct, All Might confirmed, his expression grim. Izuku stopped pacing for a moment, his hands clenching into fists. This is the same Vilgax who's killed heroes who are just as powerful, if not more powerful, than you, All Might. Yes, All Might replied solemnly, his eyes dark with the weight of his admission. And you've faced him before, Izuku said, his voice rising slightly. And, you lost. All Might hesitated for a moment before nodding, his fists tightening. Yes. 1. Izuku gulped, his throat dry, his heart hammering so loudly he thought it might burst from his chest. He resumed pacing, his movements more frantic now. Oh okay. Okay. How long do we have? How long before he gets here? How long do I have to prepare? Nezu and All Might exchanged a somber glance, their silence louder than any words. The weight of their expressions sent a cold shiver down Izuku's spine. ... You don't know. Both Class 1A and 1B shouted in unison, the room erupting in chaos. Back up. You're telling us that some dangerous alien is coming here from Midoriya, and you don't know when. Toru exclaimed, her body shaking with alarm. You can't honestly expect Dekiru to fight this guy, can you? Ochako asked, her voice trembling as she clasped her hands together, struggling to keep her composure. Her heart ached at the very thought. This is insane. He shouldn't have to go through this alone. Yeah, we know Midoriya is uber strong, but this guy has beaten All Might before. Kaminari added, his voice cracking slightly. Midoriya may not stand a chance, Tokiyami said grimly, his usual calm demeanor faltering. If this foe is truly so monstrous that he's a scourge throughout the galaxy, and from what you've told and shown us, he's defeated heroes who rival All Might's strength. How can one expect Midoriya to face that alone? Kyoka's voice joined in, sharp with concern. How can you guys expect him to fight this guy? It's insane, she snapped, her earphone jacks twitching with anxiety. He could appear at any moment, Monoma sneered, his usual smugness faltering beneath a thin veneer of mockery. And what can we do? Sit around like extras, twiddling our thumbs, utterly useless. We're at his mercy, Shishida growled, his voice deep with frustration. Running on his schedule, and you think we should just carry on like everything's fine? Abara's hands trembled as she stepped forward, her voice filled with worry. Midoriya's already carrying so much responsibility. To ask him to face something like this, it's not. It isn't. Setsuna, usually lighthearted, frowned deeply, crossing her arms. This is seriously messed up. We're talking about some galactic-level tyrant. And what? You're just leaving it all on Midoriya to handle. I know he's strong, but this isn't fair, Mina stammered, her usual fiery energy faltering as she looked at Izuku with deep concern. He shouldn't have to fight a monster like this on his own. If there's anything we can do, we have to help him, no matter what. Tsuyu nodded, her usually relaxed posture tense with worry. I don't care how dangerous this alien is, Kiro. If Midoriya's in danger, then I'm going to be right there with him. Bakugo punched his palm, smoke billowing from his clenched fists. Then let's go after this bastard. No more waiting. Itsuka stepped forward, her eyes alight with determination. Yeah, we get the jump on him and hit him with everything we've got. Kamakiri, always one for a bold plan, chimed in eagerly. With Midoriya, All Might, and some top-tier pro-heroes, we can totally take this guy down. Bakugo's voice was full of anger. I want to personally take this bastard down. He beat All Might, and I want to fight him. Enough, Aizawa interrupted sharply, his tired eyes narrowing as he stepped forward. Believe me when I say this, you don't want to pick a fight with Vilgax. Bakugo scowled, his jaw tightening, but Aizawa continued before anyone could argue. This isn't a matter of gathering a ragtag team of pros to take him down. Many have tried that exact plan, and all of them failed. Miserably. Midnight's usual playful demeanor was absent, replaced by a grim seriousness. There are entire graveyards on other planets filled with heroes who thought the same. Facing Vilgax head-on isn't bravery, it's suicide. Present Mike folded his arms, his usual boisterous energy subdued. And don't forget, little listeners, the guy's got an army. A real army, with tech and forces way beyond anything we can handle. He isn't called a warlord for nothing. Aizawa's tone was icy and matter of fact. Our world isn't unique. We're not the first to have heroes, or even a symbol of peace like All Might. And in every case, they fell to Vilgax. Fighting him isn't just foolish. It's suicidal. The room fell silent, the weight of his words pressing down on everyone. "And don't misunderstand why we're telling you this," Aizawa said, his tone cutting. "This isn't about recruiting you to help Midoriya. I was firmly against the notion and would have preferred if you stayed in the dark." Bakugo glared, his teeth clenched. "What, you think we're a bunch of weaklings?" Aizawa didn't flinch, his voice cold and blunt. "Yes, your first years. Your current level of skill isn't enough to take on something like this." "I know you all care about Midoriya," Midnight said, stepping forward with a more gentle but firm tone, her hands clasped together as if to convey the weight of her words. "But right now, at your current level, it's best you stay out of it. This isn't an insult to your abilities." Her voice softened, almost maternal. "It's a matter of safety." Ochako's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "But, you're letting Deku fight alongside you, isn't that just as dangerous? He's our friend, and we want to protect him, too." Momo nodded, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. "Izuku has done so much for us. We can't just stand by and watch him face this alone." Aizawa sighed heavily, his gaze softening just slightly. "We're not letting him fight. The fact that he's involved at all." He hesitated, his hands clenching tightly. "It makes me ashamed to call myself a hero. But we don't have a choice." Midnight stepped in, her voice quieter but no less firm. "The Omnitrix is fused to Midoriya's DNA. Nothing, no tech in the universe, can remove it. And that thing is basically indestructible," Power Loader added. "We could drop every nuke on the planet on it, and it wouldn't so much as crack." "So you're telling us there's no way out," Todoroki said flatly, his mismatched eyes reflecting a quiet frustration. "No way to remove the Omnitrix. No way to stop Vilgax from coming. And no way to guarantee victory." "Pretty much," Zero muttered, slumping against a nearby wall. "Talk about the odds being stacked against us. It's terrifying," Pony whispered, her ears drooping. "How are we supposed to just stand by and do nothing? Izuku, I don't want him to get hurt." Abara clasped her hands together, her green hair swaying gently as she bowed her head in prayer. "Midoriya has shown so much courage and selflessness. It pains me to see him burdened with this trial. I will pray for your safety." Bakugo was seething, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His whole body trembled with barely contained rage. I assume you have a plan in mind?" Momo asked, her voice wavering slightly as she smoothed her skirt out nervously. She tried to steady herself, but her thoughts kept circling back to Izuku, her heart twisting at the thought of him being thrown into danger. "You're not just planning to send Izuku to face this monster alone without something concrete in place, right?" Aizawa raised an eyebrow at her hesitation, his gaze shifting to Midnight. "Actually, we do have a plan," he said, his tone a matter of fact. ... Izuku's brow furrowed as he processed the explanation. "Melissa," he asked, his voice tinged with confusion. "How is she part of the plan?" Nezu, sipping his tea with deliberate calm, replied, "We're placing our bet on Melissa's full gauntlet. If you can consistently access 50% of One for All, you'll be able to stand on equal footing with Vilgax." All Might nodded solemnly. "One for All, as you know, grows stronger with every user. Right now, young Midoriya, you're more powerful than I ever was." Izuku's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. Really? But, All Might, you said you couldn't defeat him. How am I supposed to succeed, even with just 50% of One for All?" Nezu smiled faintly, placing his cup down with a soft clink. But I've run the numbers. Based on your progress and growth, your 50% output is equivalent to All Might's 100%, possibly even during his prime." Izuku stared at his hands, doubt creeping into his voice. "I don't feel anywhere close to that kind of strength or power. Even at 16%, it's overwhelming. The only time I felt something like that was when I changed the weather in the sports festival, but I still don't understand how I did it." All Might clasped his shoulder reassuringly. "I understand your concerns, young Midoriya. Your quirk may feel weaker, but that's not the case. One for All amplifies your natural abilities, strength, speed, agility, and more. The difference lies in our physiques." All Might suddenly flexed, shifting into his muscle form. "I'm 7 feet 3 inches and 560 pounds of pure muscle. When one for all enhances my physical stats, it's overwhelming. But you're only 5 feet 5 inches and far lighter. As your body matures, you'll fully grasp the difference in power. Izuku nodded slowly, taking a shaky breath. I think I get it. That's why 4 arms feels so compatible with one for all. His build is closer to yours. His strength even feels similar to yours when I use him. Exactly, All Might affirmed. Even at 8% as 4 arms, your strength was comparable to mine. Now, at double that percentage, you've surpassed me. And once you reach 50%, combined with the abilities of your alien forms. Nezu's voice was sharp yet polite, carrying his trademark precision. With Melissa's full gauntlet allowing you to access 50% of your quirk's power, the results will be remarkable. Each transformation will not only rival All Might's strength but bring its own unique abilities into play. The combination of raw power and versatility, quite formidable, you'll be. All Might smiled. An unbeatable superhero. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest as a mix of anxiety and determination swirled within him. He clenched his fists, his green eyes burning with resolve. And with the plumber's help, Nezu said, his tone cold and precise, we will finally end that tyrant's reign. This is bullshit. Bakugo roared, slamming his fists into the desk in front of him as sparks flared from his palms. His crimson eyes burned with fury. You're telling us to just sit on our asses while Deku fights this guy alone? What the hell kind of plan is that? Aizawa sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose as the frustration in the room began to boil over. The other teachers exchanged weary looks, their expressions grim. What, so we're supposed to let Midoriya play the damn main character while the rest of us stand around like side characters in his story? Monoma snapped, his voice dripping with frustration. We're training to be heroes too. We deserve a chance to fight. TCH, Kamakiri scoffed, standing abruptly. His sharp claws extended reflexively, glinting under the lights. I don't care how strong this Vilgax guy is. A fight's a fight. I'm not backing down from someone who thinks they can just waltz in here and do whatever they want. If this Vilgax thinks Earth is an easy target, he's got another thing coming. Kendo shouted, her hands clenching into fists. He'll have to get through all of us first. You're already sending Deku in there, aren't you? Bakugo barked again, pointing an accusatory finger at Aizawa. You've got some secret training plan or whatever, right? Then send the rest of us too. Stop treating him like he's the only one who matters. The room buzzed with the students' anger and indignation. Why is it always Midoriya? Monoma continued, his voice cutting through the noise. What makes him so special that he gets to fight the galactic tyrant while we're sidelined? We have quirks. We have strength. We're training every day. Crash. A deafening crash interrupted him as Vlad King's fist smashed into the table in front of him, the wood cracking under the impact. The entire room fell silent. Special? A fight's a fight? Main character? Aizawa's voice was calm, cold, and precise, slicing through the tension like a blade. His eyes scanned the room, settling on each student who had spoken. You're all so desperate to prove yourselves, clinging to some juvenile fantasy of heroism. The weight of his words pressed down like an iron vice, smothering any lingering defiance. This isn't some stage where you play the hero and soak in the applause. Do you even comprehend what's being asked of you? His voice dropped, quiet but firm, the weight of his words pressing down on them. Do you understand how many comrades we've lost to that monster? How many of us he's butchered without a second thought? The tension in the room was palpable, a crushing force none could escape. You think we want to send a child to face him? A first year, no less? His tone didn't rise, but the disgust in his words was unmistakable. It's sickening. Every time I think about it, I question my place as a hero. He paused, letting the full gravity of his message settle. We're sending a child to face him. Aizawa's voice broke slightly, and he hated how it felt. A first year. And you have the audacity to ask why it's him. Why not you? His gaze hardened again, but there was a flicker of something more, self-loathing, regret. I'm ashamed. Ashamed to be in this position, to call myself a hero when the best I can do is pray that monster doesn't arrive too soon. He paused, letting the full gravity of his message settle. Aizawa let out a deep sigh. His gaze swept over the class, now more subdued, before he spoke again, his voice carrying an undeniable weight. The class is dismissed, Aizawa said, his tone sharp but lacking the usual bite. You are all now aware of the potential danger. With the sports festival, aliens all over the planet are now aware that Izuku Midoriya is in possession of the Omnitrix. Stay vigilant during your internships. Some may come after you to use you against him or mistake you for him. Aliens can't tell the difference. As the teachers began to leave, their footsteps echoing in the silence, Bakugo's jaw clenched, his frustration simmering beneath the surface. His fists trembled at his sides, nails digging into his palms, and his eyes remained fixed on the door the teachers had exited from. His voice, when it came, was low, almost a growl. Why Deku? Bakugo muttered, the bitterness in his words cutting through the air. Why him? Why the hell did the damn watch pick him? His thoughts churned, replaying every moment of Midoriya's growth, his victories, his struggles, and now the weight of this impossible task, facing a threat like Vilgax. Bakugo's chest tightened, a storm of anger and resentment welling up inside him. That damn useless nerd. Always trailing behind me, and now he's the one expected to save us all? The thought burned in his mind like acid, his frustration boiling over. Ochako stood quietly beside him, her head hung low as she quietly spoke, her voice laced with disbelief. It's supposed to be the most powerful weapon, and Dekiru just has it? Monoma, his usual bravado missing, clenched his fist tightly, his voice laced with frustration. Why Midoriya? What makes him special? Is he some kind of chosen one? While the rest of us are just side characters? Aizawa, who had remained silent as his students vented, let out a weary sigh before addressing them. His tone was still measured, but the exhaustion in his eyes was clear. Don't dwell on it, he said, his voice quiet but firm. Midoriya wasn't chosen. It was just a random set of circumstances. He was in the right place at the right time. It's not some grand fate. He knows the gravity of the situation. He knows what's at stake. And he's pushing through it, without throwing a fit. His gaze swept over the room, meeting the eyes of his students one by one, and he has every right to complain. He wasn't given a choice to carry the weight of the world, but he does it anyway. Aizawa's words hung in the air, and the class fell into a reflective silence. His words, gruff and to the point, spoke volumes. Anyone could have gotten the Omnitrix. Just be glad it's him. Izuku sat in stunned silence, his hands clutching his knees tightly, his heart pounding loudly in his chest. He closed his eyes, a look of near resolution settling on his face as he processed the bombshell of information. All Might and Nezu exchanged a brief glance, both noting how the boy had gone quiet, seemingly lost in thought. Young Midoriya? All Might asked gently, his voice warm yet concerned. Izuku's gaze remained downcast, his face shadowed by his own bangs. After a long pause, his voice was quiet, almost hesitant. The Omnitrix. You know it's DNA encoded, right? He asked, catching both Nezu and All Might by surprise. Both of them nodded, though Nezu's eyes narrowed slightly with interest. Yes, he began, taking a careful sip of his tea. The Omnitrix is encoded with a person's DNA signature. It scans for the being with the closest genetic match, and, well, as I'm sure you've noticed, it latched onto you, binding to your DNA. Izuku's head hung lower, his thoughts churning. I've been trying to figure out why it would choose someone like me. A quirkless middle school kid. His voice trailed off, filled with doubt and confusion. Young Midoriya, All Might began, moving to place a hand on his shoulder, his concern evident. No, it's okay, Izuku murmured, shaking his head. Then I thought about it. My dad doesn't have any other relatives, except me. The room fell silent, both adults pausing as they processed Izuku's words. The Omnitrix. It wasn't sent to me, was it? Izuku's voice cracked slightly, a mixture of realization and fear threading through his words. It was sent to Dad, wasn't it? Nezu's eyes softened, and after a long moment of contemplation, he nodded slowly. Yes. The Omnitrix was intended for your father, he confirmed, his voice quiet yet firm. Izuku's breath hitched as the weight of the revelation hit him. So, I got the watch by mistake? He asked, his voice trembling with self-doubt. He had suspected it all along. He had never been meant to wield this power, and yet, it had been thrust upon him. It felt like a cruel twist of fate. All Might's voice cut through the silence, firm but filled with empathy. Young Midoriya, he began, a gentle but undeniable confidence in his tone. The watch may have found its way to you by chance, but that doesn't mean it was a mistake. His eyes softened, the weight of his words lingering in the air. You've always had the potential to be a hero. Who was he? Izuku stammered, his words rushed and panicked. I don't understand. Why would the Omnitrix choose someone like my dad? I know he went to UA, was part of the Big Three, but he wasn't a pro hero. His voice faltered, unable to make sense of it. I don't. His words stumbled over each other. All Might's face softened, and he placed a steadying hand on Izuku's shoulder. Breathe, kid, he said with a calm authority, his voice strong and reassuring despite the tension in the room. Izuku took a few deep breaths, steadying himself as the storm of questions raged in his mind. Nezu, ever the tactician, spoke again, his voice serious and unwavering. The Omnitrix wasn't intended for you, Midoriya. It was meant for your father. The greatest plumber in the Milky Way galaxy, Nezu explained. His words were calculated, and the pride in them was clear. The greatest hero this universe has ever seen, since Sir Jorge. Izuku's eyes widened in shock, his voice barely a whisper. The greatest hero? All Might stood tall, shifting into his muscle form, his grin wide yet filled with a deep, somber pride. He was far greater than myself. Across the entire galaxy, he said, his voice heavy with reverence. His words stirred something deep within Izuku, filling him with a pride he'd never thought possible. Not a single alien in the galaxy doesn't know the name Hisashi Midoriya, All Might continued, his eyes gleaming with respect. Your father, Izuku, faced down invasions, threats, and battles that this world will never even know about. Izuku's gaze widened, and his mind struggled to process the weight of what he was hearing. Dad. His voice faltered, but he didn't have a powerful quirk. How could he? All Might let out a hearty laugh, but it was filled with warmth, a deep pride in his voice. Ha ha, no, he didn't have overwhelming power. But that never stopped him. Never. Your father used his wit, his intellect, and sheer determination to stand up to dangers that would have sent others running. He placed a hand gently on Izuku's shoulder. He's the universe's greatest hero because he didn't need raw power to win. Izuku's heart twisted. He knew his father's quirk hadn't been anything extraordinary. But he struggled to find the words, the weight of his thoughts pressing down on him. All Might's smile softened as he looked at Izuku, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Because your father believed that no matter how many times we fall, we get back up. No matter how beaten down we are, no matter how impossible the odds, he always rose again. That's what made him incredible. That's what you share with him. Izuku's voice cracked, a mix of confusion and anger rising in him. Why didn't he tell me or Mom any of this? His tone carried an edge, the hurt clear in his voice. All Might's smile turned wistful, almost nostalgic. Your father never cared for the glory, he said, his voice steady but tinged with sadness. He was content with being a husband, a father. Recognition wasn't something he sought. He wasn't one to brag or boast. Keeping secrets was a burden, yes, but it was one he carried with pride. And plumbers are obligated to keep their profession secret. Even from their families, Nezu added quietly, his voice soft but certain. Izuku's chest tightened, a mix of pride and pain swirling inside him. His fists clenched at his sides as he struggled to keep himself together, but the weight of it all felt suffocating. His heart ached as the image of his father, the man he barely knew, began to take shape in his mind. But All Might's words, his reverence for the sacrifice, were almost too much to bear. All Might's tone shifted, growing quieter, and his gaze seemed distant, as if reliving a memory. Even in his final moments, against Vilgax. His voice trailed off, the sadness in his words thick with the weight of loss. It was on the 15th of July. Izuku's breath caught in his throat, the realization hitting him like a lightning bolt. The 15th of July. That's my birthday. His voice faltered, and a rush of grief that he had never fully understood suddenly flooded him. The day his father died, his birthday, now made painful sense. All Might's voice softened, filled with a solemn reverence as he recounted the final battle. He stood against Vilgax and his entire armada. One man, against an army, giving everything he had to save the universe. His eyes were filled with respect, as if honoring a fallen comrade. He sacrificed himself to destroy the ships, to defeat Vilgax, and to give the universe 5 years of peace. Izuku's shoulders trembled, and the tears flowed freely now, his body racked with sobs. The weight of his father's sacrifice crashed over him, harder than he could have imagined. His mind raced back to the nights when his mother would cry herself to sleep, the grief that had always been present but never fully explained. "I know it's hard, young Midoriya," All Might said softly, his voice filled with understanding. He placed a comforting hand on the boy's shoulder, offering what little support he could. "But your father, he gave everything so others could live in peace. That's the true mark of a hero." Izuku gasped for breath, clutching his chest as the pain of the past flooded back to him. His voice caught in his throat, the grief overwhelming. He wanted to scream, to let it all out, but instead, he allowed the tears to fall, mourning the father he never truly got to know. A few hours later, Ochako and the rest of the girls, along with a few of the boys from Class 1A, paced nervously outside the principal's office, glancing at the door as if waiting for it to open at any moment. "What's taking Greenie so long?" Kyoka asked, twirling her earphone jack with a nervous energy, clearly impatient. "He's been in there for hours," Toru added, pacing back and forth with Mina. Her usual upbeat energy was gone, replaced by worry. "I just hope Midoriya is okay," Mina murmured, her voice tight with concern. "He's been transforming into actual aliens this whole time, and I'd be freaking out with joy if it weren't for the whole, literal Thanos and Darkseid are coming for him, thing." "Ribbit, I'm sure he's fine," Suyu said, trying to keep the mood light despite her own worries. "Midoriya-chan is stronger than we give him credit for. He can handle himself. But I do wonder what they're talking about in there." Yui remained silent, observing the others with a thoughtful look before walking up to the door with Kyoka and Yanagi. She pressed her ear gently against it, curious to hear any hints of what was going on inside. "Shish," Kyoka hissed, pressing her finger to her lips. "I want to hear what they're saying." "The bastard kept the secret about the damn watch for months. That little shit," Bakugo muttered under his breath, his voice thick with anger. "Lying about his quirk all this time, making a damn fool out of me." He grit his teeth, his glare growing more intense. Kirishima, arms folded across his chest, nodded as he tried to reason with Bakugo, his voice more measured. "I kinda get where you're coming from. We've known Midoriya for a while, and keeping something like the Omnitrix secret. Yeah, that's pretty unmanly. He should trust his classmates more." I knew." Toru's voice piped up from the side. Bakugo's head snapped toward her like a hawk zeroing in on prey. His glare could have burned a hole through her. "You knew?" His tone was sharp, the edges of his words crackling with annoyance. Kyoka rolled her eyes, unbothered by his outburst. Is Bakugo pissy 'cause the world doesn't revolve around him?" she said in a tone that was mockingly sweet. "He told me a couple weeks ago, by the way." Bakugo's fiery glare flicked between them, his expression one of pure disbelief and fury. "And none of you said anything?" he snapped. Kaminari, nervous under Bakugo's heated gaze, muttered out, his voice trembling. "We knew for a couple of weeks now." Bakugo's eyes narrowed, his body radiating barely contained fury. "And you bastards didn't say anything?" He spat, his anger palpable. "You knew, and you just let me look like an idiot while you kept your mouths shut?" "You guys knew, and you didn't tell us?" Kirishima asked, surprised and a little hurt. "Why didn't you say anything?" Kaminari scratched the back of his head, mumbling barely above a whisper. Because it's not our business." "Yeah, it's not our secret to spill," Toru chimed in, but her voice faltered slightly. Bakugo's glare snapped toward her, eyes blazing with anger as he took a threatening step forward. Toru flinched, stepping back instinctively. But Momo had had enough. Her onyx eyes locked onto Bakugo's with an intensity that stopped him in his tracks. She stepped forward, her height making her appear even more imposing as she glared down at him. The fact that she stood taller than him only seemed to fuel Bakugo's irritation, his clenched fists shaking with barely contained rage. Momo crossed her arms, her onyx eyes narrowed at Bakugo. Whatever reasons Midoriya had for keeping it to himself, that's his choice. We aren't entitled to his personal secrets just because we share a classroom. Bakugo's glare darkened as he stepped closer, his tone sharp and biting. "Listen, you ponytail princess, I've known Deku since we were kids. The bastard lied to me. I deserve to know what the hell his quirk really is." Momo's expression hardened, her usual composure slipping into visible annoyance. And that somehow gives you a right to his personal life. You and he are the furthest thing from friends, Bakugo. Don't act like he owes you anything. The tension in the room was thick, Bakugo's hands twitching at his sides as he growled under his breath. TCH. Whatever, he's still a damn liar. Kirishima cleared his throat, trying to mediate. I mean, Bakugo's got a point. Kinda. We're his classmates, right? We've fought alongside him. He should have trusted us enough to tell us something that big. I don't know, man, Zero said, shrugging with an awkward laugh. We've only known each other for, what, a semester? That's not exactly a lifetime of trust to go spilling your biggest secrets. Tokiyami nodded, his gaze steady and shadowed. Midoriya had no obligation to divulge the true nature of his quirk. Trust, like the shadows, must be cultivated with time and care. While we have stood together in battle, such as at the USJ, mere shared conflict does not forge unshakable bonds. Trust is not freely given. It is earned, through deeds and understanding, not from the fact we share a classroom. Shoji nodded in agreement, his quiet voice steady, agreed. There was a murmur of agreement from most of the class, though a few looked hesitant. Itsuka, arms crossed tightly, frowned but eventually gave a reluctant nod. Even so, she muttered, her tone soft. I just thought maybe he trusted us more than that. Kyoka's earjack twitched as she pressed it against the door, her brow furrowed in concentration. So, how exactly am I supposed to use this thing? Izuku's voice came from inside the principal's office, muffled but still audible. You're surprisingly taking this well, All Might responded, his tone cautiously optimistic. Shish. Kyoka whispered harshly, waving a hand at the group crowded behind her. Inside the room, Izuku sat hunched over the desk. His eyes were puffy and rimmed with red, the weight of exhaustion evident in the dark circles beneath them. The revelation about his father's murder, not a car accident as he had been told, had left him reeling. Izuku's fists trembled as a mix of anger, resentment, and unbearable sadness washed over him. The thought of Vilgax, the one who had taken his father from him, gnawed at his insides. He clenched his fists tightly, a dark impulse creeping into his mind, the desire to make Vilgax pay for what he'd done growing stronger by the second. If you need more time to process, young Midoriya, it's perfectly understandable, All Might offered gently, his voice heavy with concern. Izuku shook his head, his hands trembling slightly as he held the strange device shaped like a semi-automatic pistol. I don't even know how to tell Mom about this, he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. He glanced at the device, his mind racing with unanswered questions. This is a null void projector? He asked, tilting it in his hand. Nezu's ears twitched as he watched the scene with his ever-present calm demeanor. Indeed, though I must say. His head turned slightly toward the door, his smile widening. It seems we have a few eavesdroppers outside. Izuku blinked, his brows knitting together in confusion. Huh? Before he could react, a loud thump echoed from outside, followed by muffled voices. Hey, move over. I'm trying to hear, Mina's voice hissed. Ow. Came another yelp. Kyoka whispered frantically, crap. I think they know we're here. Get the hell out of the way, you damn extras. Bakugo's angry roar followed, and before anyone inside could react, the door burst open with a bang. The students of Class 1A, and a few from Class 1B, stumbled into the office in a chaotic heap. EHH! Izuku yelped, jolting back in shock. His grip tightened on the null void projector, and in his panic, his finger accidentally squeezed the trigger. A faint hum filled the room as the device activated, emitting a blinding yellow beam that shot toward the ceiling. A swirling vortex tore open in the air, its edges crackling with energy. The room plunged into chaos as the portal's pull began to drag everything toward it, papers and loose objects flying through the air. What the hell is that? Kaminari shouted, his voice barely audible over the roar of the portal. A gray, slimy tentacle snaked out from the glowing void, its surface glistening unnervingly in the flickering light. Izuku's danger sense flared, and he barely had time to react before it lashed out, coiling around him tightly. Ah! Izuku cried out, struggling against the tentacle's grip. The pull of the portal intensified, and the students scrambled to keep their footing, their panicked shouts filling the room. All Might and Nezu remained oddly composed amidst the chaos. While the room trembled and objects flew toward the portal, their calm stood in stark contrast to the pandemonium. Nezu, perched on his chair, casually sipped his tea, his tiny paws holding the cup. Green lightning crackled around him as he fought back, delivering a series of rapid punches to the tentacle. Despite his efforts, the portal's pull dragged him closer, his body straining against the force. "Hang on, Midoriya," Kirishima yelled, trying to grab hold of him, but the portal's pull was too strong. Izuku gritted his teeth, forcing himself to focus. With one last burst of strength, he managed to angle the device upward and press the trigger again. The portal snapped shut with a violent crack, severing the tentacle in the process. Izuku crashed to the floor with a heavy thud, the air knocked from his lungs. He lay there, panting, the severed tentacle still twitching on him like some grotesque reminder of what had just happened. Tokiyami clutched his chest, his feathers trembling slightly. "What in the eldritch horror did we just witness?" he muttered, his tone both unnerved and intrigued. Reiko tilted her head, her expression unreadable as her dangling hands swung faintly. "A tentacle from another dimension reaching for a victim. It's like something out of a cosmic horror movie. Spooky." Nezu's sharp eyes gleamed with amusement as he clasped his paws behind his back. "Ah, the null void projector performs admirably. Excellent engineering, wouldn't you agree?" he said with a cheerful tone that belied his sinister undertones. Izuku groaned from the floor, still dazed. He blinked when Ochako leaned over him, her face etched with worry. "You okay, Dekiru?" "Not really," Izuku muttered as he peeled the limp tentacle from his arm, tossing it aside like a particularly gross towel. What even was that thing?" The air grew heavy with an awkward silence as the eyes of his classmates, and a few from Class B, bore into him. Bakugo's familiar scowl burned into Izuku's skin, while others, like Reiko and Tokiyami, observed him with newfound fascination. The tension broke when Nezu cleared his throat, his polite demeanor masking the ever-present glint of calculated mischief in his gaze. "Now that everyone's appropriately intrigued, let us refocus," Nezu began, his voice lilting as though delivering a lecture. Izuku straightened, his classmates fanning out behind him as they hung on Nezu's every word. "Midoriya, should you find yourself in need of the null void projector, my office will always be accessible to you," Nezu said, his tone as calm as if discussing a simple homework assignment. "Null void?" Momo's voice carried a mix of curiosity and caution as she stepped closer to Izuku, her analytical eyes locked onto the device in his hand. "May I examine it?" Izuku hesitated before handing it to her. Nezu gestured toward the small weapon. "It creates a dimensional rift. A portal to a realm we call the Null Void. A place designed to incarcerate the universe's most irredeemable beings," Nezu explained with a tone so matter-of-fact it sent a chill through the room. "A portable prison," All Might clarified, though his voice held a note of unease. "But not one to be used lightly. It's a tool of immense responsibility, young Midoriya." Momo's brow furrowed as she turned the device over in her hands. "The ability to tear into interdimensional space. This technology far exceeds anything Earth has developed. This is extraordinary." Kyoka crossed her arms, her earjacks twitching slightly. "So, what, you just throw villains into a void and call it a day?" "Essentially," All Might replied with a sheepish smile. Tokiyami stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with macabre curiosity. "How many souls have been banished to this forsaken dimension?" Nezu's smile widened ever so slightly, his beady eyes gleaming. "Hundreds, at the very least. Though, theoretically, the null void could house millions." His tone remained light, yet there was an unmistakable weight behind his words. "So, I strongly advise against any accidental activations." Izuku gulped and quickly retrieved the device from Momo, securing it in its holster. Nezu's cheerful demeanor didn't waver as he turned his gaze to the group still gathered near his door. "Incidentally, eavesdropping is rather impolite, wouldn't you agree?" Despite his gentle tone, a predatory undertone crept into his words, sending a chill down the spines of All Might, Tokiyami, Reiko, and even Izuku. Out of curiosity, Reiko interjected, her voice calm yet oddly whimsical. "You didn't toss the scientists who experimented on you into the null void, did you?" Nezu's smile didn't falter as he let out a soft, knowing chuckle. "Ha." Before anyone could ponder his reaction further, Nezu handed Izuku a sleek tablet. "Here," he said simply. Izuku blinked, his curiosity overriding his unease. "What's this?" he asked as he opened the tablet. His eyes widened in shock, awe spreading across his face as he stared at the data displayed before him. Izuku's fingers hovered over the screen, eyes wide with disbelief. And no way. Momo, Ochako, Kyoka, Toru, Tsuyu, and Mina crowded behind him, peering over his shoulder as his hands trembled, scrolling quickly through the tablet. His voice broke out in astonishment. "Are these all my aliens?" He kept scrolling, each new entry revealing a detailed description of his alien forms, Diamond Head, the species, and the abilities. "I can actually look up my form's abilities." A hushed realization spread across the room. If Izuku had only discovered the Omnitrix a year ago, that meant he had learned to control and master 19 entirely different sets of abilities before the entrance exam. Momo blinked in confusion. "Wait, you didn't know what your forms could do?" She furrowed her brows, incredulous. "How were you able to master them in such a short time?" Todoroki nodded in agreement, a slightly impressed yet questioning expression on his face. "I have essentially two quirks, and it took me years to get where I am now." Izuku, still scrolling through the list, didn't seem fazed. I kinda just had to figure out the abilities when." He glanced at another form. "Huh? Tetraman? That's what 4 arms is called." He muttered to himself, more intrigued by the names than the question at hand. "And I just had to figure out what they could do." His classmates stood stunned, some looking at each other in disbelief. Bakugo clenched his fist, the muscles in his jaw tightening with frustration. His glare bore into Izuku, furious that the damn nerd had not only possessed the damn watch for an entire year, but had already become insanely strong while he himself had been training for years. And here was Izuku, surpassing him without even tapping into his alien forms. The thought made Bakugo's blood boil. Nezu, seemingly unaffected by the rising tension, hummed to himself with an almost sing-song cheerfulness. "Now, I imagine you all want to head back to your dorms and get a good night's rest," he said, his voice as casual as ever. Oh, Izuku quickly responded, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment as he realized how much attention he had gathered. Nezu waved his paw dismissively, his tone still cheery. "If you would, please leave my office and get a good night's rest. Classes are cancelled tomorrow. We need to gather the 2nd and 3rd year's drafts, so you'll have tomorrow to discuss your internship placements." "Thank you, sir," the class chorused, bowing politely before filing out of the room. When they returned to the dorms, Izuku had chosen to head to bed early, despite the lingering curiosity of his classmates. Everyone had so many questions, but they couldn't shake their nervous glances at the Omnitrix, wondering about its mysteries. Yet, Izuku quickly retreated to his room with the subtle assistance of Mina and Toru, who seemed to sense his need for space. Izuku laid in his bed, his mind still reeling from the day's events. His thoughts were a blur. All Might's words, the fight with Vilgax, and the constant pressure that seemed to be building inside him. His mind swirled with dark, frustrated thoughts, and the emotional exhaustion weighed heavily on him. As he wandered down the hall later, trying to shake off the mental fog, he was joined by Ochako and Tsuyu, who walked by his side. Both girls could see the faraway look in his eyes, the signs that he wasn't really present with them. They exchanged concerned glances, unsure of how to reach him. "So, Dekiru," Ochako started gently, her voice filled with warmth and worry. "You okay?" Izuku didn't seem to hear her at first, lost in his own turbulent thoughts. His gaze was distant, his body moving on autopilot, as his mind lingered on Vilgax and the heavy emotions that threatened to burst through. His thoughts felt darker, clouded with the anger he couldn't quite control. Tsuyu, noticing his deepened silence, placed a hand gently on his shoulder. "Midoriya-chan," she said softly, her concern evident in her voice. Izuku blinked, coming back to the present as if breaking free from a trance. Huh, he muttered, almost as if waking from a nightmare. He rubbed the back of his neck, offering a strained smile. "Oh, sorry, how are you doing?" Tsuyu asked, her voice laced with genuine concern. Her emerald eyes were soft, watching him carefully. Ochako nodded, looking at him with a mixture of worry and confusion. "Yeah, you're totally out of it. You've been acting distant, Dekiru." Izuku hesitated, his fingers nervously playing with the sleeve of his shirt. He wasn't sure how to answer, unsure of whether he even knew how to explain what he was feeling. His smile was weak, forced. I'm fine, he said quickly, offering the kind of reassuring smile he often gave when he didn't want to burden anyone. But the two girls weren't convinced. They saw the cracks in his facade, the exhaustion in his eyes that he couldn't hide. Suyu gave a small, sympathetic frown. Midoriya-chan, you don't have to keep it all inside. We're here for you. Izuku looked at her for a long moment, his heart heavy. He sighed, trying to push those feelings aside, but they only seemed to grow more intense. I'm fine, really, he said, this time more insistent but still not entirely convincing. I mean, yeah, it's a lot to take in, but I don't want you two to worry about me. I'm just tired, that's all. Ochako opened her mouth, wanting to say more, but she paused unable to find the words. I'll be okay, Izuku added, a little more firmly, but his voice cracked ever so slightly. He gave them a small, forced smile before quickly turning toward his room. I'm just going to bed, okay? I need some rest. Dekiru. Ochako started, her voice soft and almost pleading, but Izuku had already opened the door to his room. She hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, her voice barely above a whisper. You can talk to us, you know. If you need to. Izuku didn't turn around, but his smile faltered for a brief second. I know, but I'm okay, really. Don't worry about me, he said, more to himself than to them. Ochako watched him close the door behind him, her heart aching. Suyu placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Both girls stayed in the hallway for a moment, knowing that Izuku was carrying more than he let on. I just wish he'd open up, Ochako said softly, her voice tinged with concern. Suyu nodded, her eyes thoughtful. He will, when he's ready. Izuku lay in bed, his thoughts burned with the image of Vilgax. His father, a man he barely knew, a hero cloaked in secrets, had been taken from him by that monster. No matter how distant Hisashi had been, no matter how many questions were left unanswered, he was still his father. Memories of sleepless nights crept in, memories of comforting his mother while carrying the weight of his own confusion. Now, that confusion had turned into something sharper, darker. Rage boiled within him, hotter than anything he'd felt before. His fist trembled as his nails dug into his palm. He could feel the edges of a dangerous thought forming, one he'd never dared entertain before. He didn't just want to stop Vilgax. He wanted to make him pay, with everything he had. Next day, Izuku wasn't too surprised when he stepped into the common area to find most, if not all, of Class 1A and a few from Class 1B gathered around a massive breakfast spread. They sat him down on the couch, plates already piled high with food. Good morning, Izuku greeted, blinking groggily. Not so fast, Midoriya, Mina said, leaning forward with an intense stare. You seriously thought we wouldn't grill you after everything? Izuku yawned, rubbing the back of his neck. Can't we talk about this later? I haven't even had coffee yet. No way, dude, Mina protested. You can turn into literal aliens, and you expect us not to have questions. It's insane, Manga added, leaning forward in his chair. Like, does it hurt when you transform? Or is it just, poof, new body? Yeah, man, like, do you get their whole anatomy? How does that even work? Ojiro chimed in, his tail flicking with curiosity. You get an entire new appendage and you just figure how to work them. When you transform, Setsuna began, her voice playful yet tinged with curiosity, do you ever wonder which part of you is still you? Or is it more like you're just borrowing someone else's skin for a while? Izuku felt a chill run down his spine as his mind flashed to Ghost Freak, the eerie sensation of alien skin crawling over him. He shivered involuntarily, the memory unsettling. Heat Blast is literally made of fire, Ochako pointed out, her brows furrowed. Doesn't that, like, burn you from the inside out? Or what about 4 arms? Tetsu grinned. How do you even manage having 4 limbs? Does your brain just figure it out? And how strong are you as 4 arms? Hiroshima asked excitedly. Like, could you lift a building? Wrath. Tetsutsu suddenly interjected with a smirk. That guy seems completely unhinged. How do you even keep control of yourself in that form? Mineta, predictably, chose the most inappropriate question. Speaking of anatomy, he said with a lecherous grin, Heat Blast doesn't have any junk, right? So, do all your aliens lose that? Or does it just, like, disappear? Where even is your Mineta? Yaoyorozu snapped, cutting him off with a glare. Have some decency. What? I'm not allowed to ask questions. Mineta whined, throwing his hands up defensively. Not like that, you pervert. Kyoka shot back, slamming her jacks into his ears with pinpoint precision. Mineta screamed in pain before collapsing with a thud, foam forming at the corners of his mouth. Honestly, you're an embarrassment, Abara added, her arms crossed as she frowned. Perhaps some time reflecting on your behavior would do you good. Her tone was calm, but the judgment in her words was unmistakable. Well, that's one way to handle it, Kaminari muttered under his breath, earning a snicker from Tokage. Todoroki, unfazed by the commotion, tilted his head as he addressed Izuku. Does it hurt? I mean, your body completely transforms. You can go from looking human to something as drastic as 4 arms. That can't feel natural. Izuku cupped his chin in thought. No, not really. It's kind of like getting a really good stretch. Like when you crack your back, and everything just lines up perfectly. Creepy, Kyoka muttered, folding her arms. But what really freaks me out is there's an entire planet of ghost freaks just walking, or, I guess, floating, around. Everyone involuntarily shuddered at the thought, except for Reiko, whose usually expressionless face showed an oddly blissful look. Do you think we'd be allowed to visit? She asked, her voice soft but filled with curiosity. Izuku and Yui exchanged confused glances before turning to Reiko. I mean, maybe, Izuku said, scratching the back of his neck. I guess it depends on how safe it'd be. Kanoko stared at Izuku, her gaze lingering for a moment before quickly darting away, her cheeks flushed with a soft pink hue. As the others bombarded Izuku with questions, her voice quietly rose above the noise, tinged with curiosity and a shy sort of excitement. Shroom, what does it feel like? She asked, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her sleeves as she stole glances at him. Izuku turned his attention to her, his warm green eyes meeting hers, which only made her blush deepen. She quickly looked away, her voice growing a little more hurried to cover her nervousness. I mean, you're literally stepping into the mycelium, shoes, of other aliens, Kanoko stammered, her tone soft but laced with genuine curiosity. Kanoko stammered, her tone grew more animated as her fascination bubbled up. Like swampfire. Did you know there's this adorable little mushroom called Messina chlorophyos? It glows in the dark, kind of like how swampfire's flames light up. Maybe his planet has mushrooms like that everywhere. They could use their bioluminescence to communicate at night or attract creatures that help spread their spores. Her hands gestured enthusiastically as she spoke, her words tumbling out faster and faster. Oh, and what if Swampfire's planet has gigantic fungi ecosystems? I bet there's a species similar to Ganoderma aplanatum. That one's called the artist's conch because you can draw on its surface. Imagine if the aliens there used mushrooms for art or even architecture. Realizing how far she'd gone, Kanoko abruptly stopped, her cheeks now a vibrant red. Sorry, Shroom, she murmured, fidgeting nervously. I got carried away, but what does it feel like? Is it scary, or does it feel like you're, sprouting into something new? And no, it's okay, Izuku said quickly, his voice soft and reassuring as he scratched his cheek nervously. Is that what I sound like? Pretty much, Itsuka replied with a teasing grin, crossing her arms as she leaned back. Izuku blushed faintly, his gaze dropping as the room quieted, everyone now listening intently. He took a moment to gather his thoughts, the words coming slowly at first. Well, it feels like. Izuku hesitated before continuing, a small smile tugging at his lips. When I transform, it feels like I'm becoming someone else, but at the same time, I'm still me. He paused, his voice gaining more confidence as he spoke. It's hard to explain, but, having my body change so drastically, from running at thousands of miles per hour to having wings and soaring through the sky, it's exhilarating. Izuku's eyes lit up as he recalled the sensations, his expression softening with a mix of wonder and joy. Ochako's eyes widened slightly, captivated by the genuine happiness on his face. Momo and Kyoka exchanged glances, each feeling a subtle warmth bloom in their chest at the sight of his smile. When I transform, it sometimes feels like I'm reclaiming something I didn't even know I lost, Izuku continued, his tone thoughtful. I feel confident, happy, sometimes even angry. But above all, I feel like I'm becoming someone I've always wanted to be. Izuku smiled into a grin. There's no feeling like it, Izuku said softly. Everyone stared at him in awe, their curiosity etched across their faces. Izuku noticed the intensity of their gazes and blushed deeply, realizing he had become the center of attention. So, that's how it feels. Sounds amazing, Yui said flatly, her tone as even as ever, though her eyes betrayed her intrigue. Suyu nodded thoughtfully. I can't even imagine the feeling, Ribbit, she said, her blunt honesty earning murmurs of agreement from the others. Izuku smiled sheepishly as the conversation continued. Todoroki asked about Big Chill, and Izuku explained that while in that form, he didn't feel the cold at all. Even when Todoroki had launched powerful ice-based attacks during training, his body remained neutral, almost indifferent to the extreme temperatures. Meanwhile, Ojiro and Tokiyami asked what it was like to gain new limbs. Izuku described the sensation as oddly natural, like instincts kicking in, similar to how breathing or walking comes effortlessly. Momo nodded thoughtfully, theorizing that the Omnitrix must imprint basic bodily functions onto his brain whenever he transforms. From the stairwell, Bakugo stood silently, his crimson eyes burning with fury. His fists clenched as he watched Izuku animatedly explaining his experiences. The damn nerd, he surpassed me, Bakugo thought bitterly. In just a year, the thought was like poison, twisting in his gut. The humiliation of losing to Izuku played over and over in his mind. As Izuku spoke with Momo, a sharp pain tugged at the edge of his senses, his danger sense flaring slightly. Turning, he caught sight of Bakugo stalking toward him, his expression a storm of restrained rage. Oi, Deku, Bakugo growled, venom dripping from his tone. The room went still, the lively conversation dying instantly. Kyoka narrowed her eyes, irritation clear as she stepped forward to block Bakugo's path. Oh, great, Kyoka muttered with a sigh. Here comes Bakugo to ruin everything again. Bakugo's scowl deepened. Earlobes, get the hell out of my way. I've got a few things to say to the damn nerd. No, Kyoka shot back, glaring defiantly. Go have your little temper tantrum somewhere else. Move, Bakugo snarled, his fists trembling at his sides. He hated Kyoka most of all for being so vocal about keeping him away from Izuku. No, you piss off, she snapped. Seriously, go scream into a pillow or something. Before she could finish, Izuku gently placed a hand on her shoulder, stepping around her. Thanks, Jiro, he said quietly, offering her a small, reassuring smile. But Green, you don't owe him anything. Kyoka protested, glaring between Izuku and Bakugo. Izuku turned to face Bakugo fully, his expression hardening. What do you want? He asked, his voice firm and steady, leaving no room for nonsense. Bakugo lowered his head, trembling with rage. His fists were clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. When he finally spoke, his voice was subdued, a far cry from his usual explosive tone. Bakugo's fists trembled at his sides as his head hung low, his voice quieter than usual. You damn nerd, why didn't you use it? Huh, Izuku tilted his head, confused. Through gritted teeth, Bakugo repeated, why didn't you use it? His body trembled with suppressed anger. What are you talking about? Izuku asked, his brows furrowing. Bakugo's face twisted in frustration as he lunged forward, his hand darting to grab Izuku by the collar. Izuku's danger sense flared, and without thinking, his hand shot up, slapping Bakugo's away with a sharp, deliberate smack. The sound echoed in the silent room. Bakugo froze, his hand hovering midair. His eyes widened slightly as he met Izuku's unwavering gaze. The usual nervousness, the hesitation, it was gone. Izuku's green eyes glowed faintly, a toxic intensity that sent a shiver down nearly everyone's spine. Kyoka, along with the rest of the room, watched in stunned silence. Dot 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 dot. If you've got something to say, then say it, Izuku said, his voice steady, but his glare cold as he faced Bakugo. But keep your hands off me. Bakugo's face twisted into an even deeper snarl, rage evident in every inch of his posture. Why didn't you use it? He demanded, his voice venomous. Izuku frowned. What? Why the hell didn't you use that damn watch in our fight? Bakugo shouted, his voice reverberating through the room. You've got the most powerful weapon in the fucking universe, and you couldn't be bothered to use it against me. But you'll use it against these damn extras. The room was silent as everyone watched the tense exchange. Izuku took a breath, his expression calm but serious. I didn't want to use it. Bakugo's eyes widened, his face contorting further. You didn't want to use it. His fists trembled, tiny sparks flickering around his hands. You think I'm not worth it? That I'm not good enough for you to fight me at full strength? You're still looking down on me, huh? No, Izuku replied, his tone unwavering as his gaze locked onto Bakugo's. You're not. The words hit like a physical blow, and Bakugo froze, his expression a mix of shock and fury. I didn't use it because I didn't want to, Izuku continued. That's my choice, and unlike you, Kachan, I don't fight just to prove I'm stronger than someone else. His voice grew sharper, more resolute. I don't owe you an explanation, and I'm not obligated to use the Omnitrix just because you think I should. The room seemed to hold its breath, everyone stunned by Izuku's rare display of defiance. You lost, Izuku said simply, his words like daggers. Whether I used my aliens or not wouldn't have changed the outcome. You would have lost either way. Everyone braced for Bakugo to lash out, expecting an explosion of anger, but instead, the room fell silent as Bakugo stood still. His head dropped, shoulders slumping. His voice, when it came, was different, lower, filled with something unexpected. You're right, I lost, Bakugo muttered, his words barely audible. His teeth ground together as he spoke. I've been losing. To you, damn nerd. His words dripped with frustration, and there was a crack in his tone that hinted at something deeper. I've been losing to you, and it's pissing me off. Bakugo turned sharply, his hands shoved into his pockets. Enjoy your wins, Deku. Enjoy standing on top, he muttered. Then, with a sudden burst of venom, he shouted over his shoulder. But you better master that damn watch. 'Cause when I come for you, when I knock you off that throne, it'll be when you're at your best. I don't care what you turn into, or if you don't use it at all. I'll beat you, Deku. I'll send your damn 4 arms flying into next week. With a final glare, Bakugo turned on his heel and stormed off, hands stuffed deep into his pockets. A few stray tears shone in the corners of his eyes, but he wiped them away quickly, his face hardening once more. The room was silent, everyone still reeling from the exchange. Geez, Kyoka muttered as Bakugo stormed off, her voice laced with exasperation. She placed her empty food container on the table, leaning back. Can't that guy give you a break for once? Seriously, it's like you can't catch a moment's peace. Izuku tilted his head, blinking. Huh, what do you mean? Kyoka arched an eyebrow, her tone blunt as ever. I mean, you've just barely dealt with your last pain in the ass, the knockoff combustion man, she said, twirling one of her earphone jacks. Now you're standing up for yourself against Bakugo, which is new. You're not stuttering or letting him push you around. That's progress. Izuku's eyes widened slightly at her observation. Oh, I didn't even realize. Kyoka shrugged as she plopped down beside him. Yeah, well, good job on that, but now you've got to deal with the most dangerous villain in the universe breathing down your neck. The reminder made Izuku bite his lip as the weight of the situation sank in again. Around him, the girls exchanged concerned glances. Well, Izuku began, trying to manage a smile. I guess I knew this thing would come with downsides. Nothing in my life ever happens without some kind of backlash, so. You shouldn't have to bear it alone though, Momo said firmly, her voice carrying a note of worry. Izuku quickly raised his hands in defense, shaking his head. I'm not alone. I'll have All Might and the rest of the UA teachers backing me up, he said, trying to reassure her. Besides, the teachers are just assuming Vilgax is coming. Tetrax hasn't called them in, so maybe it's nothing. He's probably just somewhere with bad cell reception or something. Ribbit, that's the best case scenario, Suyu interjected, her tone dry. And when has that ever happened? Izuku opened his mouth to reply but stopped, letting out a defeated sigh. You make a fantastic point, Su, he admitted before taking a sip of his drink. He turned his focus to the plate of food in front of him, avoiding their worried stares. Look, you guys don't need to get involved anyway. Honestly, I'd completely understand if you didn't want to stick around me anymore. I'm like a magnet for trouble, and I. Jab, ow, Izuku yelped, clutching his arm where Kyoka had jabbed him with one of her jacks. What was that for? For being an idiot, Kyoka shot back flatly. Before he could argue, Ochako leaned in close, her brows furrowed. Like we'd let you do this alone, you dummy. Honestly, Izuku, what do you take us for? Momo chimed in, her voice steady but firm. Scared children who'll run at the first sign of danger. Itsuka leaned in from the other side, her tone confident. Yeah, no way we're letting you fight this battle on your own. Yui agreed with a short nod. Midoriya, Toru said, her usually bubbly voice now firm with conviction, we're not gonna stand by while you run off to fight some alien darkside. We're more than just your classmates, we're your friends. And we care about you. No matter what the teachers say, we're not going to sit back and watch you throw yourself into danger, Mina added, her eyes determined as she leaned closer. Pony nodded vigorously. We're training to be heroes too. It's our job to help people, especially our friends. The room fell silent as Abara finally spoke, her voice soft yet resolute. Midoriya, standing together in the face of hardship is what strengthens our bonds. Forsaking you would not only be unkind, but it would go against what I believe is right. You are not alone, and we will not let you shoulder this burden by yourself. Izuku looked around at their determined faces, a lump forming in his throat. He opened his mouth to respond but found himself momentarily speechless as their words sank in. Izuku's face flushed as he took in the determined expressions of everyone around him. He didn't want to put them in danger, but arguing seemed pointless. With a reluctant nod, he gave in. Momo clasped her hands together, shifting the conversation. Now then, we should start focusing on our internships. It's an important step in our growth as heroes, she said, her composed tone bringing everyone's attention back to their future plans. Kirishima and Tetsu grinned with excitement, a shared fire igniting within the group. Yeah, totally, Tetsu said, his grin stretching ear to ear. I'm going with fourth kind, same as Kirishima. The guy's crazy strong. Kirishima nodded, punching his palm. These internships are the perfect chance to level up. With everything going on, we need to be stronger. Tokiyami folded his arms, his tone brooding yet resolute. Indeed, knowing what's to come, it is imperative we refine our skills. I, for one, will be interning with Hawks. The room fell silent for a moment before breaking into a flurry of reactions. Hawks sent you an offer. Kanoko's eyes sparkled as she leaned forward, her cheeks tinted pink. That's so cool. He's, like, totally dreamy. The number 3 hero, Kaminari exclaimed, his jaw dropping. Dude, that's insane. You're so lucky. Mina chimed in, her tone full of admiration. He's the youngest hero to ever make it onto the Billboard rankings, let alone the top 3. And let's not forget the guy's an absolute beefcake, Setsuna added with a cheeky grin, nudging Tokiyami playfully. Izuku glanced down at his phone, where he had compiled a list of the internship offers he'd received. It was a precautionary move, just in case he decided to change his mind later. I think Hawks sent me one too, he said hesitantly, his excitement breaking through. Wow, you're so lucky. Kanoko exclaimed, practically bouncing in her seat. Isn't that, like, 2 top pro heroes who want you now? Momo nodded thoughtfully. If I recall correctly, the number 10 hero, Yukio, also sent you an offer, didn't she? Izuku's cheeks turned pink as he nodded, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. The Omnitrix makes me pretty compatible with a lot of heroes. I think I could learn a lot from all of them, but... He trailed off, his eyes flickering back to his list. But what? Suyu asked, tilting her head curiously. Izuku hesitated, then muttered, I was hoping Gran Torino would have sent me one. The room went quiet as everyone processed the unfamiliar name. Gran Torino, Suyu asked, tilting her head. Ribbit, who's that? Never heard of him. Izuku flinched slightly at the blunt response. Well, he's, kind of the only hero I really want to intern with, he admitted with a sheepish smile. Setsuna raised an eyebrow, leaning her elbow on the table. Wait, you've got literal top 10 pro heroes lining up to work with you, and you're gunning for some nobody. Izuku laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, basically, but I've got this feeling he could teach me stuff the others can't. Abara, who had been quietly listening, spoke up, her voice gentle yet firm. Sometimes, the guidance of the humble is worth more than the fame of the mighty. Perhaps there is wisdom in this hero that others overlook. Izuku looked at her with gratitude before quickly turning the conversation away from himself. What about you, Todoroki? Got any offers that caught your eye? He asked, eager to shift the attention. A few, Todoroki admitted, his voice steady as he glanced at the group. Including one from Hawks. The room fell silent for a moment, and then a chorus of gasps and exclamations erupted. Seems like everybody's got an internship from Hawks, Itsuka remarked with a grin, raising an eyebrow. No one from 1B though, Yui added, her voice a little too sweet, and Monoma's jaw tightened in frustration. Don't get salty, Monoma, Kyoka teased, glancing at him. You'll get your turn eventually. Izuku turned to Todoroki, curiosity piqued. So, are you considering it? I mean, you could intern with Tokiyami. Todoroki hummed thoughtfully. I would, but too bad for him. I'm interning with Endeavor. Izuku's head snapped around to stare at him so fast that it almost looked like he got whiplash. What? Why? The rest of the group exchanged confused glances, unsure of what Izuku's reaction meant. Because he's his dad. Shiro answered, looking at Izuku like the reason was obvious. Todoroki scoffed, clearly disgusted by the mention of his father. Regardless of how I feel about the bastard, he paused, holding up his left hand, the icy flames on his right glowing faintly. I've been neglecting my flames for far too long. If I want to be a real hero, I need to master both halves of my quirk. And Endeavor's the best flame hero there is. Izuku stared at Todoroki in awe, but couldn't argue with that logic. The decision made sense, despite the complexity of the family dynamics. Todoroki seemed surprisingly at ease with his choice. All right, if you're sure, I'll hand in your form with Mr. Aizawa later on, Izuku said, giving Todoroki a reassuring nod. Todoroki gave a simple nod in return, a faint trace of a smile flickering at the corner of his lips. Momo, who had been quiet up until now, cleared her throat and spoke up. And that goes for all of you in Class 1A. If you've made your decision, please hand in your forms to either me or Midoriya, and we'll make sure they get to Mr. Aizawa by the end of the day, she said, her voice strong and clear, carrying across the room. Sure thing, Class Vice. Mina chimed in, her voice light and cheerful, with the rest of the class murmuring in agreement. Toru leaned forward, a playful grin on her face. You two won't mind helping me pick out my options, right? She asked, batting her eyelashes dramatically. Izuku and Momo exchanged a glance, nodding together. Sure, Izuku said, his voice steady. Of course, Momo added, her tone polite but firm. Oh, and me too. Kaminari piped up eagerly from the back of the room, earning a sigh from his classmates. Mina, seizing the moment, leaned in toward Izuku and fluttered her lashes. Midori, will you be a doll and help me out one-on-one? She cooed, her tone teasing and sweet. Izuku's face turned bright red, and he sputtered out a response. Sure, but. Before he could finish, Momo's eye twitched, clearly annoyed. If you want help, you can have both of our assistants, she said, her tone leaving no room for argument. Mina stuck her tongue out playfully in response. Fine, I guess, she said in mock defeat. Momo gave a firm, HMPH. In response, crossing her arms as she pouted. Class B, make sure you fill out your forms before the end of the day. Itsuka called out, bringing the attention back to the task at hand. The entire room fell into a comfortable buzz of activity as everyone began sorting through their internship offers. The setting sun bathed Heights Alliance in a warm glow as the dorms of Class 1A and 1B buzzed with conversation. Most of the students were relaxing, enjoying the rare downtime. In the common area, Kaminari and Awase were locked in a heated gaming match against Shoji, who controlled two characters simultaneously with his extra arms. No fair. Awase groaned as his car skidded off the track yet again. Beside him, Kaminari slumped in defeat, his frustration palpable. He's got extra arms. That's like a cheat code. Kaminari complained, throwing his controller down in mock outrage. Shoji chuckled lightly, unbothered by their protests as his characters crossed the finish line. At a nearby table, Izuku, Momo, Itsuka, and Narengeki Shota were compiling lists of internship choices submitted by their classmates. Itsuka stretched her arms above her head and glanced at Shota. "Is that everything from Class 1B?" Itsuka asked. Shota scanned the forms in his hands, nodding hesitantly. I think so. We should probably take these to Vlad King now." "Good idea," Itsuka agreed before turning her attention to Momo and Izuku. "How about you two? Got everything for Class 1A?" "I'm still working through mine," Izuku said, stifling a yawn as he flipped through his stack of forms. "I've been helping everyone else, so I haven't had much time to finish my own." "Sorry, Midori," Mina chimed in, her tone playful as she offered a faux apologetic smile. Izuku smiled sheepishly, shaking his head before continuing to sort through his offers. His eyes skimmed the pages until something caught his attention. His breath hitched, and his eyes widened as he froze mid-motion. On his list were two names that practically leapt off the page, the No. 7 hero, Maruko, and Sir Night-Eye. Wah, Izuku stammered, his mind racing as he tried to process what he was seeing. Maruko, the fierce and notoriously independent pro-heroine who rarely, if ever, took interns, had sent him an offer. And Night-Eye, the former sidekick of All Might. Izuku's inner fanboy kicked into overdrive, his excitement bubbling over as a huge grin spread across his face. He practically vibrated in his seat. Momo, noticing his reaction, leaned over his shoulder and gasped. Dekiru, who sent you an offer?" Ochako asked curiously. "I already mentioned I'm interning with Gunhead, but what's got you so excited?" Before Izuku could answer, Mina chimed in from across the room. "Yeah, Midori, spill. Who'd you get?" Hearing Ochako's question, the rest of the room's attention shifted to Izuku. He hesitated for a moment, but Momo's widened eyes gave it away. "Maruko and Night-Eye." Ochako's exclamation echoed through the room, making everyone stop what they were doing. The room erupted into chaos. "Wait, what?" Setsuna exclaimed, leaning forward in disbelief. "Maruko doesn't take interns. How did you manage that?" "Dude, she's, like, the coolest, hottest hero ever." Kaminari shouted, grabbing Izuku's shoulders and shaking him. "Seriously, what did you do to get on her radar?" I guess she was serious," Izuku muttered, his cheeks flushed. "She said before the sports festival that if I impressed her, she'd consider me." Mineta pointed an accusing finger at him. "You've got to be kidding me. She's a total babe and insanely sexy. What did you do, bribe her?" Izuku scratched the back of his neck nervously, trying to ignore the overwhelming attention. "No, I didn't bribe her. I guess I just caught her eye." "Forget Maruko for a second," Momo interjected, her tone more measured. "Night-Eye sent you an offer. That's surprising. He's extremely selective." "And Night-Eye?" Suyu asked, tilting her head. "Wasn't he All Might's sidekick?" "Yeah," Izuku said, his expression thoughtful. "Though All Might's never even mentioned that he would send me. So, who are you going to pick?" "I mean, obviously Night-Eye, right? He worked with All Might. He seems like the best option," Ochako said, leaning forward with interest. "Why yeah, I guess," Izuku mumbled, scratching the back of his head. His inner hero nerd screamed that Night-Eye was the logical choice, but a part of him hesitated. He'd been trying to distance himself from living in All Might's shadow, trying to be his own kind of hero. Would working with Night-Eye really help him do that? He let out a small sigh. "You know," Itsuka chimed in, a light blush dusting her cheeks as she turned to him. "Night-Eye is cool and all, but you could probably learn way more from Maruko." Izuku blinked in surprise. You really think so? Totally, Itsuka said, her tone becoming more animated as she turned back to him. I mean, yeah, Night Eye's got the experience and connections, but Maruko. She's on another level when it comes to fighting. She's a total battle maniac. You know she'll push you harder than anyone else. Plus, you've been working on all these kicking techniques, right? Who better to help you refine them than her? Itsuka began to ramble, listing off all the reasons why interning with Maruko was the better choice. And she's always on patrol, so you'd get way more field experience in just a week than you probably would anywhere else. She's turning into a second Izuku, Yui deadpanned. Izuku couldn't help but laugh softly, feeling a small warmth in his chest at how much thought Itsuka had put into her argument. But then there was Night Eye. The hero nerd in him screamed that this was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. How could he not go to the former sidekick of All Might? Night Eye was brilliant, precise, and calculated. It felt, expected, like the correct choice. But that was the problem, it didn't feel like his choice. He sighed, running a hand through his hair as he wrestled with the decision. Honestly, I want to pick Maruko, he admitted, his voice quiet but honest. I feel like I'd learn so much from her. She's everything I want to be as a hero, strong, fearless, and completely herself. His lips twitched into a small smile at the thought. But, Momo asked softly, her perceptive gaze catching the hesitation in his tone. Izuku's shoulders slumped, but Night Eye feels like the right choice. He's All Might's former sidekick, and if anyone could help me understand what I'm up against, or even prepare me for someone like Vilgax, it's him. I feel like I have to go to him, even if it's not what I really want. The room fell silent for a moment, the weight of his words sinking in. Momo frowned slightly, noticing the way his expression darkened when he mentioned obligation. His tone carried a trace of disappointment, and as he made his decision, he sighed in resignation. Yeah, I'll go with Night Eye. Momo, sitting nearby, noticed the subtle drop in his voice. Her lips parted as if to say something, but she stopped herself, her gaze softening instead. Izuku, eager to move on, picked up the stack of forms in front of him. Anyway, we've got 19 forms here. I think we're missing one. His brows furrowed as he flipped through the pages, scanning for who might not have submitted theirs yet. Momo perked up as she scanned the list of students who had submitted their forms. Aoyama, Ashido, Kirishima. She muttered to herself, then paused. Where's Iida? Just as she spoke, the door flew open and Iida rushed in, his movements exaggerated. Sorry I'm late with my form, he declared, his voice full of dramatic flair. Iida, Izuku exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't had a chance to speak with Iida yet, and with everything that had been going on, he'd nearly forgotten about how his brother had been hurt. Iida handed his form to Izuku, who accepted it with a raised eyebrow. Thanks, Izuku said, but as he glanced down at the form, his face immediately shifted to confusion. Manual, he asked, looking up at Iida. Are you sure? Momo, equally puzzled, leaned in to see the form. I don't think I've heard of him. Is he a hero who specializes in speed? Iida looked down, a strained smile pulling at his lips. He pushed up his glasses, his gaze fixed firmly on the floor as he spoke, avoiding their eyes. Manuel is a friend of my brother's, he said, his voice faltering slightly. When my brother was just starting out, they worked together. I'm hoping to get some insight into Manuel's approach, learn something from him. Maybe it will help me, too. Izuku frowned, feeling a strange weight in the air. Iida, you've got a lot of other heroes who've probably offered you more direct guidance, he said gently. Are you sure you want to go with him? Iida's smile faltered even more, but he quickly regained his composure. Manuel's methods are unique. He's not like the others, he insisted, his voice a little too firm. I want to understand him better, see what I can learn. Izuku, still unsure, couldn't shake the feeling that something didn't add up. If you think it's the right choice, he said quietly, though the hesitation was clear in his voice. He wasn't convinced, but he didn't want to push further. Momo raised an eyebrow, a hint of suspicion in her gaze as she nodded. If that's how you truly feel, we'll respect your decision, she said with a soft but knowing smile. Iida's smile was tight as he gave a quick, shallow bow. "Thank you," he said, his tone polite but distant before turning to leave. His footsteps were heavy as he quickly walked out of the room, leaving the others to exchange uncertain looks. Itsuka and Shota stood up from their seats, stretching slightly. "Well, if that's everyone, let's head to our homeroom teachers and give them our choices," Itsuka said, clearly ready to move on. "Yeah, let's go," Shota agreed, glancing at the group. Izuku and Momo shared a quiet glance, both troubled by Iida's choice but unsure of how to address it. The group walked down the hall toward their respective classrooms to submit their choices. "Izuku, are you really sure about Night Eye?" Momo asked, glancing over at him with a concerned look. "I know you feel like you have to, but it's still your choice." Izuku gave a small, nervous smile. "Yeah, I'm fine, though, I guess I hope Maruko doesn't come after me with a vengeance." Shota snorted. "What, you think she's some kind of psycho?" Izuku blinked, a little taken aback. "Well, kinda, she literally beat up other heroes until they begged for their moms." "No way," Shota said, eyes wide. "That's gotta be exaggerated." Itsuka let out a soft laugh. "I heard one hero even, wet himself." Shota immediately paled, his face going from amused to unsettled. Before anyone could comment further, Kyoka came rushing up, looking winded. "Oi, Greenie, can I talk to you for a sec?" Izuku blinked in surprise. Sure." He turned to the others. "You guys go on ahead. I'll catch up." Itsuka waved him off with a grin. "We'll be fine. Don't worry about us." Shota nodded, though his expression was still a bit tense. "I'll head out then." He gave a small wave and walked off. Kyoka, catching her breath, looked straight at Izuku. "It's about Iida." "Iida," Izuku repeated, brows furrowing. "What about him?" Momo tilted her head. "Yeah, what's going on?" Kyoka's expression grew serious. "I'm worried about him. I overheard you guys talking earlier, and his heartbeat was way faster than usual. I think he was lying." Izuku and Momo exchanged concerned glances, while Itsuka raised an eyebrow. "Lying?" Izuku asked, voice full of disbelief. Momo was the next to speak, her voice more puzzled than concerned. "How could you tell?" Kyoka shrugged. "I can hear heartbeats. When someone's lying, it's kind of a reflex, there's a physical response, and his heartbeat was all over the place." Izuku's eyes widened. "Wait, you can tell when people are lying just by their heartbeat?" "Yeah," Kyoka replied casually. "It's not foolproof, but it's usually pretty reliable. Kinda like with Greenie." She trailed off, her earphone jacks swaying as she gestured at him. "Greenie here gets all flustered whenever there's a girl around, so his heartbeat is all over the place. Makes it a bit hard to tell if he's telling the truth or not." Izuku's face immediately turned red. "So my lack of experience with girls before UA is actually a good thing." He thought to himself, but couldn't help the heat rising to his cheeks. "Anyway," Kyoka continued, cutting through the awkward silence, "why would Iida lie about something like that?" Izuku's expression shifted as a thought occurred to him. He quickly placed the papers down in front of Kyoka, startling her, and pulled out his phone. "Wait a second," he said, tapping away at the screen. "I need to check something." He quickly searched for Manuel and furrowed his brow. Manuel, the normal hero, 28 years old, works in. Izuku's eyes widened as he read the next part. "Works in where?" Momo asked, leaning in. Izuku's gut twisted as he read the words, Hosu City. He immediately thought back to his own anger and desire for revenge against Vilgax, the man who had been responsible for his father's death. The hatred that had surged through him when thinking about what he wanted to do to the man was something he couldn't ignore. And now, he realized that Iida might be feeling the same way. "Hosu City," Izuku said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. The room fell silent, the air thick with realization. A nervous knot was felt in Izuku. It was nighttime, and Izuku stood on his balcony, the city lights flickering in the distance. His phone glowed softly in his hand as he scrolled through his contacts. Finally, he stopped at one name, Gran Torino. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the call button and held the phone to his ear. The call was answered almost immediately. Gran Torino. Hello, Toshinori. Izuku hesitated before speaking, his voice steady. Izuku Midoriya. Gran Torino. Huh, who is this? Toshinori. No, wait, Hisashi. Izuku froze. So, you knew too. A gruff chuckle came from the other end. Gran Torino. The big buffoon finally told you, huh? Took him long enough. Outside the room, the girls approached with a board game in hand, but Kyoka froze, her earjack raised in the air. Pony's ears twitched, picking up the faint conversation. Wait, Kyoka whispered, stopping the others. He's on the phone with someone. Let's come back later. She began ushering the group away, ignoring their protests. Back inside, Izuku spoke up, his voice more energized. Since you trained All Might and knew about my dad, that means you're the best person to train me during my internship, right? Gran Torino let out a small sigh. Gran Torino. When Toshinori asked me to train you, it was to teach you the basics. You needed a better grip on your quirk, so you wouldn't keep shattering your bones. But here's the thing, your shackles to All Might were holding you back. You were trying too hard to mimic Toshinori. Quote, at the sports festival, I expected a cheap copy of All Might. If that had been the case, I'd have sent an internship offer just to beat some sense into you. Izuku hung on every word. Kyoka clenched her fist as memories of eavesdropping on Izuku came rushing back. She turned to the others. Let's go. This isn't the right time. But, Mina began, but Kyoka shot her a sharp look and started pushing them back, Pony reluctantly following. Gran Torino. But what I saw wasn't a wannabe All Might. You're carving your own path, kid. Your new move proves that. That's why I didn't send an internship offer, I didn't need to. You've got what it takes to go even further on your own. I'm leaving the rest to Toshinori, but make no mistake, you're more than capable. If you're anything like your father, you'll be just fine. Izuku felt his chest tighten, doubt creeping in. His voice cracked. How do you know? What if I fail? What if I'm not strong enough? How can I live up to All Might, or my dad? What if I... Gran Torino. Enough. Izuku flinched, startled by the sharp tone. Gran Torino. Listen, you little crybaby. I trained Toshinori and your father. The greatest heroes this world has ever known. And you've got more potential than both of them combined. Izuku's eyes widened as tears began to well up. Gran Torino. You've got Toshinori's heroic heart and strength, plus your father's relentless determination and sharp mind. You're the best of both of them, kid. And don't you dare doubt that. Izuku clutched his chest, tears streaming freely. Gran Torino. Your father wasn't a powerhouse, but he outsmarted one of the most dangerous villains in history. No Omnitrix. No raw power. Just brains and guts. He believed in you. I believe in you. Now, who are you? Izuku wiped his eyes and spoke through his tears. Dekiru 10. Alien Force. Gran Torino chuckled softly. Gran Torino. That's the spirit. Now, I'm sure you've got an internship in mind. Trust your gut. Izuku glanced at the internship papers in front of him, then tossed aside Night Eye's agency with a newfound confidence. Yeah, I know exactly where I'm going. He hesitated before asking, can I request one favor? You know, as the son of the greatest hero. Gran Torino. Oh, throwing your weight around now. Fine, let's hear it. Internship's first day. This is the place, Tenya muttered to himself, a small groan escaping him as he realized he'd actually agreed to this. He stood before an old, weathered brick building that looked more run down than he expected. He glanced down at the address in his hand, then compared it to the faded numbers on the side of the building. It matched, but the dilapidated state of the structure left him with an uneasy feeling. The chipped paint, the rusty hinges on the doors, it didn't exactly scream, heroic legend. He tried to convince himself this was the right thing to do. It was last minute, but he was All Might's teacher, after all. I couldn't pass up the offer. Still, doubt gnawed at him. The air felt thick with hesitation, but Tenya forced himself to take a deep breath. With no more room for second thoughts, he climbed the worn steps and approached the entrance. He knocked on the door, trying to sound confident. Hello, I am Tenya Iida from UA. I've come to train under the man who trained All Might. Please, Welcome me into your home. A moment of silence followed, then the door creaked open with a groan. He couldn't help but flinch at the eerie noise but stepped forward nonetheless, swallowing his unease. Gran Torino, Tenya called out, voice tentative as he stepped into the dimly lit hallway. Your door was unlocked, and you did not answer, so I apologize for technically breaking and entering. He had been debating whether or not to even enter the dilapidated premises for the last 10 minutes, but now that he was inside, he had little choice but to press forward. There was no response, only the faint sound of something, off at the end of the hall. As he cautiously approached, his heart skipped a beat when he saw an old man lying motionless at the end. The man wore a tattered hero costume, and his body was covered in what looked like blood and viscera. 119, 119, Tenya muttered under his breath, fumbling for his phone to call the emergency services. His hands were shaking, his mind racing with panic. He was about to dial the number when, I'm alive, the man suddenly yelled, causing Tenya to stumble back in shock, almost dropping his phone. Stain studied his surroundings with sharp, calculating eyes, noting the door's position and searching for any alternate exits like windows. His gaze flicked between the two men who had invited him, his body tense but poised, ready for anything. I see, so you're the ones responsible for the UA attack, he said, his tone cold and unimpressed. Kurogiri gave a courteous bow. Indeed, you may have heard the rumors, but we are the League of Villains. Stain scoffed, his lip curling in disdain. What's left of you, anyway? Oi, that's uncalled for, Shigaraki growled, his nails scraping against his neck. A voice, smooth and commanding, cut through the tension from a monitor behind Shigaraki. Now, even with our modest numbers, we've made quite the impression on the world, wouldn't you agree? Stain scoffed, his tone harsh and unwavering. You lost to a child. That's the mark you're leaving. Shigaraki's jaw tightened as he shot Stain a venomous glare. Yet another reminder of his failure at the USJ, another reminder of Izuku Midoriya. Stain's gaze shifted to the screen, his eyes narrowing. And who are you supposed to be? Oh, just a humble observer, here to guide Tamura. Think of me as a mentor in the shadows. Pay me no mind, the voice replied with a low chuckle. Stain frowned. There was something about the voice, its confidence, its subtle menace that set off alarms in his mind. A dangerous aura radiated from this unseen figure. He already could tell he was the puppeteer of this whole league. Turning his attention back to Shigaraki, Stain spoke with quiet menace. You've gone through all this trouble to find me. I assume you want to add me to your numbers. Shigaraki sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. Yeah, you've got so much more experience as a villain. Why not join us? Stain's glare deepened. Answer me this. What's your goal? How can you call yourselves an organization without a purpose? Without direction? Shigaraki replied lazily, scratching his neck. What is your objective? Stain pressed, his voice firm, laced with disdain. Shigaraki finally straightened up, irritation flashing in his eyes. Our original goal was to kill All Might and destroy the things I hate. But now, his lips twisted into a sinister grin. Now, I want to destroy someone else. He reached into his coat and pulled out a photograph, slapping it down on the table with force. The image of Izuku Midoriya, proudly wearing his gold medal, stared back at Stain. This brat, Shigaraki spat. All Might's little successor. I want to snuff him out before he becomes a bigger problem. Stain's eyes narrowed as he studied the photo. Izuku Midoriya, right, the boy who foiled your plans at the USJ. His voice carried a subtle edge, as though unimpressed by Shigaraki's obsession. Shigaraki stiffened at the reminder, his nails digging into his neck as if trying to scratch away the humiliation. And what makes you so certain this boy is All Might's successor? Stain asked, his tone skeptical. Trust me, we know, Shigaraki snapped, his irritation palpable. Why else would All Might be making fewer appearances? He started teaching at UA around the same time as that brat. He's grooming him to take his place. Stain mulled over the words, his eyes dark and contemplative. There was truth in what Shigaraki said. All Might's reduced public appearances hadn't gone unnoticed by the underworld. Every villain worth their salt could sense a shift in the winds. He's like a damn itch I can't seem to scratch. He annoys me. Everything about him makes my blood boil. Going off about being the next symbol of peace, I hate him. Wanting to maintain this garbage society. Blood began to draw from his neck. His eyes turned bloodshot, and Stain could feel the bloodlust coming from Shigaraki. He found himself going for his blades and taking a fighting stance. Shigaraki began scratching himself vigorously. His nails dug into the neck of his skin. Why did Midoriya Izuku irritate him so damn much? He's like a damn itch I can't scratch. Shigaraki snarled, clawing at his neck until blood seeped through his fingers. His voice rose with manic fury. He annoys me. Everything about him makes my blood boil. Spouting off about being the next symbol of peace. I hate him. I hate everything he stands for. Stain's eyes flicked toward Shigaraki's trembling form, watching as the younger man's eyes turned bloodshot. The room seemed to darken with the violent aura radiating from him. Instinctively, Stain's hand drifted toward his blades, his body tensing into a battle-ready stance. I'll kill him. Shigaraki's nails dug deeper into his neck, leaving fresh trails of crimson. That bastard's successor, I hate him so much. Every day, he gets closer to his damn goal, closer to becoming the second symbol of peace. I'm on a time limit. I have to stop him before it's too late. He ruined my plans at the USJ. Shigaraki's words came out like venom, his hatred a palpable force in the room. I refuse to live through another decade of this broken system, watching people cling to their false sense of hope. No. I'll destroy him and everything he represents. Then this wretched society will finally understand how it feels to be me. Stain's glare sharpened as Shigaraki's rant devolved into a feverish tantrum. His fingers gripped the hilts of his daggers tightly, the blades faintly glowing red as if mirroring the heat of his simmering disdain. I was foolish to take an interest in you, Stain said, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. His glare bore into Shigaraki. You're the kind I despise the most. Huh? Shigaraki tilted his head, confused, his irritation momentarily giving way to puzzlement. Stain drew his daggers in one fluid motion, their edges glowing with a fiery intensity. The heat radiating from the blades seemed to pulse with his conviction. All you're doing is throwing a tantrum, Stain growled, his voice low and menacing. No, it's worse than a tantrum. You're playing with lives out of nothing but childish rage. Shigaraki's body stiffened, his blood boiling under Stain's scrutiny. Bloodlust without conviction is meaningless, Stain spat, his tone like a judge delivering a verdict. Kurogiri remained silent, his normally calm demeanor faltering under the oppressive aura emanating from Stain. His voice finally broke through the tense silence, but before he could speak, Stain's next words sent a chill through the room. And as if I would let you kill All Might's chosen successor just to sat your pitiful thirst for destruction, Stain declared, his words laced with venom. Shigaraki's blood boiled anew, his hands twitching as he glared at the hero killer. Achoo! Izuku sneezed into his hand before Momo quickly handed him a tissue. Thank you, Yaoyorozu, Izuku said, dabbing his nose with a shy smile. Everyone has their costumes, right? Aizawa asked, his tired gaze sweeping across the class. Some of your costumes have been redesigned, thanks to Melissa Shield, daughter of David Shield. Izuku's face turned crimson at the mention of Melissa's name, earning curious glances from some of his classmates. A few of the girls exchanged knowing looks, a faint pang of jealousy bubbling beneath their smiles. They were well aware of how often Izuku spoke with Melissa over the phone. She's made improvements to some designs, prioritizing functionality, comfort, and adaptability to your quirks, Aizawa continued. You'll be the first to test these modifications, so I expect detailed feedback by the end of the week. Yes, sir. The class replied in unison. Remember, you're not authorized to wear your costumes in public yet. Don't lose them or misuse them. Wait, Kaminari interjected with a smirk. So, technically, wouldn't Hagakure be breaking the rules just by wearing her old costume? I mean, gloves and shoes don't cover much. Hagakure's faint outline flickered as she stammered, why would you even bring that up? I'm sorry. Kaminari chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. Aizawa gave him a flat stare. Kaminari, stop talking before you dig yourself a deeper hole. Izuku, meanwhile, placed a reassuring hand on Hagakure's shoulder. Actually, that's an interesting question. How do the rules apply to someone like Hagakure? If her costume is just gloves and shoes, would that count as indecent exposure? Or would it only matter if she left one piece off? As Izuku's muttering intensified, the class exchanged amused glances. Seeing him fall into his mutter mode was a sign he was recovering. Greenie. Kyoka cut in, jabbing him lightly with her earphone jack to snap him out of his mutter spree. Can we not analyze Hagakuri's wardrobe? Like, ever? Hagakuri's faint outline nodded vigorously as she turned fully invisible again. Please don't. Right. Sorry. Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head as Hagakuri gave a soft laugh, her blush thankfully hidden. Focus, Aizawa said, pinching the bridge of his nose. When you're at your internships, remember that you're representing UA. This isn't just classwork. It's real-world hero training. Make a good impression and learn all you can. Now, get going. Yes, sir, the class responded enthusiastically. Iida was lost in his own thoughts, his expression hardening as he processed something Izuku had suspected. It made sense why he'd also accepted Gran Torino's offer. The opportunity to learn from the hero who had trained All Might was one that couldn't be passed up. Izuku had seen this coming, though. He knew Iida's sense of justice and his anger over his brother's condition. Gran Torino must have seen it too, which was likely why he'd invited him. The old hero was experienced in dealing with people who sought vengeance, having handled such emotions before. Izuku considered asking All Might for advice, but Gran Torino had pointed out that Toshinori wasn't the best when it came to opening up, especially about his own past. Even if Manuel were available, Gran Torino had said, the hero killer has probably left Hosu City by now, and he's out there, free to hurt anyone who crosses his path. Iida's frustration was evident as he clenched his suitcase tightly, biting his lip hard enough to draw blood. His anger surged as he muttered to himself, his voice low but filled with intent. Hero killer, I will find you. One day, I will find you, no matter how long it takes. And I will end you. His eyes blazed with a determination that bordered on obsession as he walked toward his train to meet Gran Torino. Iida, wait! Izuku called, rushing to catch up. Iida stopped but didn't turn around. His face was hard, unwilling to show any vulnerability in front of his friends. Momo spoke up first, her voice soft but sincere. We heard that Ingenuum is doing better. We're glad to hear about that, Izuku added, his voice filled with warmth, but we wanted to know how you're feeling, Iida. If you need someone to talk to, we're here for you. Izuku's words were met with a long silence. The group exchanged quiet glances, unsure of how Iida would respond. Finally, Iida spoke, his voice steady but distant. Thank you. But I'm fine. These internships should help clear my head. He gave them a small, tired smile, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. Thank you, though. I'm glad you all care. Without another word, he turned and walked away to catch his train. The group stood there, watching him leave in silence. After a moment, Kyoka asked softly, do you think he's going to be okay? Izuku looked down, his brow furrowing with concern. He's going to Gran Torino. I'm sure he'll help him. I'm just relieved he's not going to Hosu. He let out a slow breath. I know Iida, he won't let his anger control him, not forever. You don't think he would have done something stupid, do you? Ochako asked quietly. Izuku looked at his palm, his thoughts drifting to the conversation he'd had with Gran Torino. Someone once told me that when we lose someone close to us, we sometimes do things we wouldn't normally do. But given time, we can adjust. I think Iida will find his way. He's strong. I know he won't do something he'll regret. The girls exchanged uncertain glances before turning back to Izuku, a gentle but firm tone in Jiru's voice. Hey, you know that, talking stuff. That applies to you, too, you know. Izuku gave a small nod, his lips pressing together. He appreciated their concern, but a part of him still felt like he had to carry the weight on his own. Before he could say anything else, a sudden voice called out, loud and frantic. Midori. Before Izuku could react, someone barreled into him from behind, wrapping their arms around him in a tight hug. Gwa! Izuku yelped, barely managing to keep his balance as he felt the force of the unexpected impact. Izuku stumbled forward but quickly regained his balance, only to turn around and see Mina hugging him from behind, her face buried in his back. For a moment, he felt the warmth of her embrace, and despite the unexpectedness, it made him feel a little better. This didn't go unnoticed by the girls. though Ashido herself seemed oblivious to the effect it had on him, instead snuggling into him more, bringing a faint smile to his face. Man. A whole week without you. Midori. I'm seriously gonna miss that adorable side of yours, Mina said, her voice full of playful affection. The other girls exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of disbelief and curiosity. Ochako stammered out, what are you doing, Ashido? Just giving Midori a goodbye hug, Mina replied, a cheerful grin on her face. Ah. Look how red he got, so cute, Toru squealed, suddenly in front of Izuku and pinching his cheeks. Toru. Izuku squeaked, his face turning even redder as she tugged at his cheeks. Mina finally let go of Izuku and stood in front of him with a smile. Hey, when we get back, let's exchange stories, she said, a teasing glint in her eyes. Sure. Izuku stammered, his face still flushed. Mina and Toru waved as they headed toward their respective trains, Izuku still trying to collect himself. As he stood there, a soft kiss landed on his cheek, causing his heart to race. His face immediately turned scarlet. He turned, startled, and saw Tsuyu standing there, her expression still calm but with a faint red hue on her cheeks. Bye, Midoriya-chan, Tsuyu said, her voice gentle but carrying an unexpected warmth. As Tsuyu left for her train, Izuku could barely manage a response, his heart still pounding in his chest. From the outside, Tsuyu appeared neutral, but the moment she stepped onto the train, her knees wobbled slightly, and she sank into a seat, her own face a shade of pink as she buried her face in her hands, heart racing. Izuku turned back to his friends, still flustered, but Kyoka was quick to make another teasing remark. If you're waiting for me to kiss you, keep dreaming, broccoli boy, Kyoka said nonchalantly, twirling her earphone jacks. I wasn't. Izuku stammered, completely caught off guard by her boldness, his face turning even redder. Momo, standing beside him, smiled warmly. I think I'll keep my lips to myself, she said, wrapping her arms around him in a tight hug. Hope this will do instead. Izuku's face was now as red as a tomato, and he was honestly surprised he hadn't fainted from the attention. The warmth of Momo's embrace, so close to him, made his mind whirl. Ochako stood quietly by, blushing as she watched the scene unfold. She wanted to at least hug Izuku herself, but her nerves got the best of her. She hesitated for a moment before chickening out. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. A man in a suit called out, urgently running toward the class. I'm glad I caught you. Aizawa, who seemed to appear out of nowhere, immediately stepped in front of Izuku, raising a hand to halt the man. What's your business? My students are in a hurry. Don't waste their time, Aizawa said, his glare cold. He'd noticed the man when the class arrived at the station. The man looked slightly annoyed but maintained his composure. Ah, yes. He bowed. I'm from the Hero Public Safety Commission. The students perked up at the mention of the HPSC. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. HPSC? What do they want? Momo asked, her tone filled with concern. Aizawa's eyes narrowed as he addressed the man. That doesn't explain why you waited until now to speak with him. You've been here for the last 20 minutes. Were you hoping to approach him without a teacher present? Of course not. How could you accuse me of such a thing? The man chuckled, shaking his head in mock disappointment. I simply didn't want his classmates to feel jealous about the purpose of our meeting. Kyoka could hear the man's heartbeat quicken, a clear sign he was lying. Aizawa glared harder. Make your pitch, then leave. Maruko isn't a patient woman. Midoriya, the man continued, we were disappointed you didn't accept our invitation. I'm sure you have your reasons, but... Izuku cut him off, his eyes sparkling with surprise. Huh? The Hero Public Safety Commission sent me a request. The man seemed taken aback by Izuku's enthusiasm. Ah, it seems our request never reached you, he said, turning to Aizawa. You wouldn't have kept it from him, would you? Aizawa shrugged nonchalantly. Seems it got lost in the mail. The man's expression soured slightly. Lost? How convenient, he muttered before refocusing on Izuku. Midoriya, if you ever feel UA isn't quite the right fit for you, I'm sure you feel your talents are being wasted there. The recent villain attack is proof that the school has clearly declined in quality. The students exchanged surprised glances at the man's words. UA, the most prestigious school in Japan, perhaps even the world. Just look at last year. Your beloved homeroom teacher expelled an entire class. In his career, he's expelled over 150 students for not having potential, the man continued, his voice growing smug. Izuku thought about it, then recalled Fuwa. I know Aizawa's methods can be excessive, but Fuwa seemed motivated. And since they weren't really expelled, I don't think it was harmful. Aizawa didn't deny the claim. He simply stared at the man, his disinterest palpable. The other students looked at each other, concern growing, but Momo was the first to speak up. Those were all bluffs. No one actually got expelled. True, the man admitted with a small smile, but the marks still remain on the records. Momo gasped, her eyes wide, before she turned away, looking down. Izuku, Ochako, and Jiru looked confused. How can one man judge so many students for their potential? It seems illogical, Izuku remarked aloud, trying to make sense of it all. The man handed business cards to the 4 students, smiling all the while. Thank you for your time. They bowed in return before quickly heading to their train. Just before leaving, the man called out to Izuku. Oh, and Midoriya, if you ever decide to join us, rest assured, Katsuki Bakugo will receive the adequate punishment he deserves. This made the group stop, confusion spreading across their faces. Ochako was the first to speak up. Adequate punishment? She asked, looking puzzled. Izuku turned around, his expression blank. What? We've heard about what happened to you at Aldrea. You can rest assured we're actively working to find Kevin Levin, the man said with confidence. Izuku's face softened from confusion to relief. You are? The man nodded, his expression serious. I shouldn't take any more of your time. Good day. He turned and left without another word. As the class boarded their train, Izuku couldn't help but smile, knowing his friend was being searched for. It brought him some comfort. A few minutes later, as his train approached, Izuku suddenly felt his tie tugged down. He blinked in surprise as soft lips pressed against his cheek. His face instantly turned red. After a few seconds, the girl who had kissed him lowered back down, letting go of his tie. He turned, still flustered, and saw that it was Jiru, who dashed off to her train without saying a word, leaving a blushing and thoroughly confused Izuku behind. Here's a rewritten version of the scene with some adjustments to highlight the personalities and dynamics between Izuku and Itsuka. Izuku stepped off the train alongside a few other passengers, yawning as he stretched. From the corner of his eye, he noticed a familiar figure. A girl with ginger hair, tilted eyes, and a UA uniform, sitting on a bench and typing away on her phone. Itsuka? Izuku muttered to himself, then made his way toward her. Hearing footsteps approaching, Itsuka looked up from her phone, straightened up, and stood with a grin on her face. Hey, Izuku, she said, giving a little twirl as she greeted him. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at your internship? I'm headed there now, Kendo replied, her grin unwavering. I'm just waiting for someone I'll be interning with. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Really? Who? Itsuka gave another playful spin. Oh, you might know him. Green hair, green eyes, kind of a dork. Izuku's eyes widened as realization hit him. Wait, you're going with Setsuna? Cool. Kendo's smile faltered, and her expression turned into a mock-annoyed glare as she karate chopped him on the head. No, you idiot. I'm going with you. Izuku rubbed his head in surprise, processing what she just said. Wait, you're going to Miruko's agency too? Itsuka grinned wide, clearly enjoying his reaction. Yep. This entire week, I'll have you all to myself, she said with a cheeky wink, her tone a mix of playfulness and teasing. Izuku froze for a second, his face flushing as he processed the words. Itsuka's expression faltered as she realized how that might have come across. Oh. I didn't mean it like that, she stammered, her face turning red. I just meant we're gonna be training together, okay? Nothing weird. Izuku chuckled awkwardly, holding up his hands. Yeah, I got it, no worries. Izuku chuckled, his awkwardness easing a bit. The two began walking toward Miruko's agency, the conversation taking a more casual tone. However, Izuku seemed a bit fidgety, clearly distracted by something. Hey, Izuku started, his voice trailing off as he tried to find the right words. I just wanted to apologize. Itsuka glanced over at him. For what? Izuku blushed slightly, feeling nervous as he fumbled for words. I planned our date and I even asked you out, but I didn't follow through. Itsuka blinked, clearly surprised. She took a moment before answering, her voice softening. Oh, no, it's okay. I know you've had a lot going on. I can't even imagine how much you're juggling. Izuku sighed in relief, but then he looked at her hopefully. Maybe, after our internships? His voice trembled a little as he nervously rubbed the back of his neck. Itsuka smiled and turned her head away, trying to hide her own flustered expression. If you're up for it. I don't want to make you do anything you're uncomfortable with. Izuku quickly nodded, now visibly calmer. I won't be. It should be fun, less aliens, more just us being friends. He gave a nervous smile, but then quickly panicked. I mean, I don't just want to be friends, I just meant we could hang out, like friends. Please don't misunderstand. Itsuka burst out laughing, unable to keep her composure. Peeved. Oh my god, you're such a dork. Izuku looked at her, bewildered. Huh? I missed this, Itsuka giggled, playfully nudging him. The flustered doofus I know and love. Izuku's face turned bright red. I'm not a doofus. That's mean. Ah, come on, you're adorable like this. Itsuka grinned, thoroughly enjoying herself. Izuku tried to keep a straight face, but his embarrassment was clear. As they continued walking, the conversation shifted, and soon enough, they arrived at the building that housed Maruko's agency. The unassuming structure seemed far from what Izuku and Itsuka expected for a top pro hero. For a top pro, this is not what I expected, Itsuka remarked, eyeing the hotel-like building in front of them with a raised eyebrow. Izuku nodded, glancing at the building with the same sense of surprise. Yeah, I thought she'd have something that screamed, I'm a top pro hero, don't mess with me. He mimicked a tough guy stance, making a comical impression of Maruko that made Itsuka snort. PFF'd. Ahem. Well, to be fair, Itsuka continued, her expression shifting back to a more thoughtful one, she's not about the spotlight. Maruko's all about the action, not the fame. Izuku nodded in agreement. I guess you're right, she's all about helping people, not being in the limelight. Kind of like us, huh? Exactly, Itsuka said with a smile. That's what makes her such a good hero. Izuku's thoughts shifted as he remembered something. Come to think of it, Maruko rarely does interviews. I think she once bolted out of one to chase down a villain miles away. Itsuka chuckled. Sounds like her. She doesn't care for the attention, just the job. Exactly, Izuku said, a small grin spreading across his face. Well, let's head in. With that, Itsuka pumped her fist in the air excitedly. Yeah, let's do this. Izuku mirrored her motion, shouting, yeah, as he grabbed the door handle. The two of them confidently walked up to the door. Izuku turned the handle and, with a sense of enthusiasm, he called out, Hello, Miss Maruko. We're here for the internship. ... Momo slowed her pace as she approached the Fat Gum agency, taking in the sight of the impressive building in front of her. The structure stood proudly between two others, its rounded roof and bold design immediately drawing attention. The main facade of the building was designed to resemble the hero himself, Fat Gum. The upper section of the building featured a black area symbolizing his signature mask, with two large round windows that mimicked his eyes. Below, a row of windows was carefully placed to form a grin, a feature easily recognizable by the public. At the base of the facade, the initials of Fat Gum's alias in F and an inverted F flanked the entrance, with a large G surrounding the door. Right between the initials, the words, Fat Gum, were displayed proudly, making the building unmistakable. On the left side, a decorative element caught her attention, a detailed design of Fat Gum's arm holding a takoyaki ball, a playful and distinctive touch. Momo paused for a moment, inhaling deeply, feeling the excitement welling up inside her. With a confident smile, she stepped forward and entered the building. Inside, the lobby was cozy and inviting, with a large reception desk where a cheerful, round woman was typing away at her laptop. Hello, Momo greeted, causing the receptionist to glance up. The woman's face brightened with recognition. Momo Yaoyorozu, we've been expecting you, she said, standing up from her desk with a smile. I'm Shinohara Madoka, the receptionist here. Let me get you set up. She handed Momo a badge and gestured toward the elevator. You should head up to Fat Gum's office now. He's expecting you. Momo couldn't help but smile at Shinohara's warm and welcoming attitude. It was impossible not to feel energized by her enthusiasm. As she accepted the badge, Momo bowed slightly. Thank you so much. Of course, we're happy to have you here, Yaoyorozu. Enjoy your time with us. Shinohara called as Momo headed toward the elevator. With a determined smile, Momo stepped inside, the doors closing behind her as she prepared for the next phase of her internship. Kyoka couldn't help but think, they really go all in on the ninja aesthetic, huh? As she made her way toward the elevator, Kyoka Jiro stepped into the elevator, her nerves a mixture of excitement and unease. She was headed to the top floor of Edgeshot's agency, and the anticipation weighed heavily on her. She took a deep breath, trying to steady her racing thoughts as the elevator made its ascent. The doors slid open, and Kyoka stepped out, immediately taken by the traditional Japanese dojo ambiance. The room was silent, save for the faint rustle of movement in the corners. Tatami mats lined the floor, and wooden pillars and panel doors adorned the space, giving it an almost serene, martial atmosphere. Her gaze lingered on one peculiar painting that stood out amidst the calm setting, a wizard holding a talisman around his neck, inscribed with markings Kyoka couldn't immediately decipher. She leaned in closer to inspect the inscription, Charms of Bezel. Before she could ponder its meaning, a sudden rustling noise broke the silence, sending her nerves into overdrive. She focused on her surroundings, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. Suddenly, a kunai shot toward her. With a gasp, she barely managed to stumble backward, feeling the sharp tip graze her cheek as she fell to the ground with an "Ow." A voice spoke from behind her, calm and authoritative. It seems you have more to learn than I thought. Kyoka's heart skipped a beat. She turned around just in time to see a kunai aimed at her neck. Her wide eyes locked onto the figure before her, a man dressed in the traditional garb of a ninja. He was slightly shorter than Kirishima, maybe just as tall as Kaminari, with sharp, gray hair that framed his face in 3 spiked points, hiding one of his dark gray eyes. A mask covered the lower half of his face, adding an air of mystery to his presence. His costume was a blend of red shinobi shozoku and a blue robe, with a thin cloth covering his arms and tucked into white forearm sleeves. Red straps adorned his belt and robe, and his signature red scarf with a white patch hung loosely at the front. His yellow zori sandals completed the ensemble, giving him a striking, almost mythical appearance. "Welcome, Kyoka Jiro," the man said, his voice calm and collected. "I have been waiting for you." So this is the place, right? Itsuka asked, stepping into the hotel. Izuku said, pulling out his phone to confirm. "Maybe she's on the upper floors," Itsuka suggested, eyeing the building before noticing the absence of an elevator. Izuku spotted a staircase. "Guess we're taking the stairs," Izuku said, and Itsuka groaned in response. The two started ascending, making their way to the 3rd floor. As they looked around, Izuku's danger sense spiked. Reacting instantly, he activated full cowl and leapt to the side, narrowly avoiding a powerful flying kick. He looked up and saw Maruko crouched, her grin wide and challenging. Itsuka stared, wide-eyed, as Izuku dodged the unexpected attack. "Didn't see that one coming, huh?" Maruko smirked, her voice brimming with energy. "Guess you've got some decent reflexes." Kendo was quick to sense the danger too. She turned to face Maruko, who still wore that confident grin. "You're not fast enough, but we'll work on that," Maruko teased, shifting her focus to Itsuka. Without warning, she launched herself at her. Maruko's movements were a blur, the force behind her leap making the air vibrate as she closed the distance. She aimed a powerful, spinning kick directly at Itsuka's chest. Itsuka tried to block, crossing her arms in an X to absorb the blow, but the impact was like being hit by a battering ram. The force sent her skidding backward, her arms trembling under the weight of the kick. The blow felt like it had punched the air from her lungs. "Guess I'm holding back a bit," Maruko said, spinning midair and sending an axe kick downwards. Itsuka barely managed to react, but the weight of Maruko's leg caught her off guard. The speed and mass behind the kick forced Itsuka to grab it out of sheer desperation, her muscles straining with the effort as Maruko's leg cracked like thunder through the air. Maruko's kick sent vibrations straight through Itsuka's entire body, but she gritted her teeth and tossed Maruko aside, her legs burning from the effort. Maruko landed effortlessly, twisting her body in a backflip to land on her feet. She looked almost playful, grinning like she hadn't just unleashed a storm of raw power. Itsuka, panting heavily, rubbed her sore arms. Those kicks, they feel like getting hit by a truck. And she was holding back. Maruko winked, flipping her hair casually. Well, you didn't completely crumble. Not bad. Had to make sure you could take a hit before I start interning with you. She then turned her attention to Izuku, her grin sharpening. And you, dodging my attack, that's rare. Most people don't even react fast enough. Izuku smiled sheepishly. Thanks. My instincts kind of kick in when I sense danger. Maruko's grin widened, a dangerous twinkle in her eyes. I like that. No hesitation, no second guessing. You're quick on the uptake. This is just temporary digs, Maruko added, her tone casual. No proper agency yet. Izuku, caught up in his excitement, blurted out, right. You're a new breed of hero, hopping around all of Japan without a set jurisdiction. Itsuka nodded eagerly. It's rare to see Maruko in action. She doesn't use sidekicks, so being around her is a real treat. Maruko clapped her hands together, giving them a thumbs up. You two are all right, huh? Good job keeping up. That was a solid intro. ... Itsuka and Izuku enthusiastically got in Maruko's face. So we get to help you with hero stuff during the week? Izuku asked, his voice full of excitement. Itsuka nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling. Yeah, I'm sure you have dozens of cases lined up, ready for us to solve. Maruko grinned, enjoying their enthusiasm before glancing at Izuku. She raised an eyebrow and started to circle him, eyeing him up and down with a thoughtful expression. Izuku looked at her in confusion, not sure what she was thinking. Maruko said, tapping her chin. Are you sure you're the same wimpy kid I met last year? Her voice was teasing, but there was an edge to it. Izuku tilted his head in confusion, clearly thrown off. What do you mean? Maruko raised an eyebrow, a grin tugging at the corner of her lips. For starters, you're not shaking like a scared bunny anymore. You're not stuttering, either. And you're carrying yourself with a little more confidence. Not bad. Itsuka blinked in surprise, her eyes widening slightly. She hadn't really thought about it before, but now that Maruko pointed it out, she realized just how much Izuku had changed. Even Izuku was surprised, considering he still had moments of nervousness and self-doubt. I guess I've come a long way, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. Itsuka's cheeks turned a soft pink as she thought back to when they first met. The kid who could barely stand up for himself, shaking with fear, was now confidently standing before the number 7 hero. She couldn't help but feel proud of how far Izuku had come. Maruko let out a light chuckle, her posture relaxed but still predatory in a way. All right. First things first, let's grab something to eat. You two look like you could use some fuel. She motioned for them to follow. Oh, right, Izuku said, his voice still a little uncertain, but he was more at ease now. Maruko, how come you offered us an internship? I mean, don't get me wrong, but you don't like working with people, and you're one of the only top pro heroes who doesn't even have sidekicks. Maruko's grin softened for a moment, her gaze sharp but oddly approving. I respect strength, she said matter-of-factly, then grinned widely again. And you too have it. The fact you both accepted me, even though I don't play by the rules, shows guts. Plus, you intrigue me. Not everyone gets under my skin like that. She turned her gaze on Izuku, her expression turning thoughtful, and then glanced at Itsuka, giving her a brief nod. Izuku and Itsuka both stood a little taller at her words. The pride they felt was palpable, though a little nervous, considering Maruko's reputation. Maruko let out a loud, carefree laugh. And of course, the Hero Commission kinda twisted my arm into taking at least one intern this year. She said it so casually, it almost seemed like she didn't mind it, but the amusement in her eyes showed she wasn't exactly thrilled with the situation. Izuku let out a chuckle of his own, a bit sheepish. Well, that makes sense, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. All right, I can get Kendo's quirk, a mix of super strength and fist enlarging, Maruko said, giving Itsuka an approving glance. Itsuka responded by demonstrating her quirk with a confident grin. But you've got me completely stumped, Maruko continued, her tone shifting to one of genuine curiosity. First, you've got that four arms form huge, muscular, and ready to throw down. Then, there's that form that shoots flames, and one with ice powers. And, let's not forget the other 16 forms, each with their own quirks. She leaned in closer. And to top it all off, you've got a secondary quirk with some crazy green electricity that boosts your strength and speed without even transforming. Start talking, kid. Izuku froze for a second. Maruko had clearly figured it out. She knows I'm quirkless. He quickly composed himself and scratched the back of his neck, trying to think of how to explain it. Well, my quirk comes in two parts. One is the transformation, and the other is the body enhancer. The transformation lets me, turn into different alien forms. Izuku hesitated, expecting Maruko to call him out on it, but her smirk only widened. Aliens, Maruko repeated with raised eyebrows, her voice laced with amusement. Itsuka immediately jumped in, flustered. That's just what he calls them. It's a bit weird, but it makes sense, okay. Maruko laughed, not missing a beat. All right, guess that's your thing. But you transform using that support item, right? She pointed at the Omnitrix on Izuku's wrist, her gaze sharp and knowing. Izuku nodded, relieved that she wasn't pushing the issue. Yeah, I can transform into a total of 20 different forms now. He rubbed the back of his head nervously. 20, I thought it was 19, Maruko said, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Izuku slumped, a little embarrassed. Yeah, I get new ones every so often. It's kind of unpredictable. Maruko gave him an amused, half smile. You're a walking, talking surprise, kid. She leaned back, then continued, her voice softening with a more serious edge. But the real kicker is your enhancer quirk. You said it boosts your body, right? Strength, speed. Yeah, Izuku interrupted, I can enhance my whole body, but I can only go up to 16%. If I push it higher than that, it becomes a double-edged sword. My bones break. Maruko clicked her tongue in thought. The baggy clothes hide it, but I can tell you're stacked underneath. She grinned at him, impressed. I saw it firsthand, actually. That quirk's got a major backlash, but it makes sense that it'd only appear once you could handle it. Not the first late bloomer I've seen, she added, her grin turning into something slightly more proud. Still, good to see you've got a backbone now. Izuku flushed a bit under her praise, still not used to receiving it. Thanks, Maruko, he said, his voice shaky. Maruko gave him a cheeky wink before straightening up. All right, now that we've got all that figured out, while you're here, there's a lot you'll learn. Since you chose my agency, I'm assuming you wanna improve those kicks of yours. She turned to Itsuka, her grin mischievous. And you probably want to get stronger, right? Itsuka nodded with determination, a fire lighting in her eyes. Absolutely. Maruko's smirk grew wider as she looked between the two of them. Good. I'll make sure you both get plenty of training, nothing easy, no shortcuts. If you're gonna be my interns, don't expect me to go easy on you. I don't do things half-assed. Izuku and Itsuka exchanged excited glances, both eager to rise to the challenge. Maruko started walking, and both Izuku and Itsuka followed closely behind. As they ascended a few flights of stairs, Izuku couldn't help but steal glances at Maruko's toned legs. He tried to distract himself, but his thoughts kept drifting back to the toned legs. Why am I even looking at that? He tried to distract himself, but his gaze kept drifting back to her athletic physique. All right, Maruko said once they reached the top. I don't run some big fancy agency. These are just my temporary digs, so don't expect anything flashy. She gestured to their surroundings before continuing. You'll be spending your nights at the hotel. That's where you'll eat, sleep, and do all the boring stuff. She glanced at them over her shoulder. Though, you'll be sharing a room. Izuku froze mid-step, his eyes widening. Wait, did you say room? Like, one room? Maruko stopped and turned to them, arching a brow. Yeah, one room. Why? Both Izuku and Itsuka turned bright red, their eyes darting away from each other. So, we're sharing a room. Itsuka stammered, her voice cracking slightly. Maruko let out a loud, sharp laugh, clearly amused. What? Hell no. Are you kidding me? She pointed at them with a sly grin. You're teenagers, full of hormones and dumb ideas. You're probably bang one out first chance you get. Like hell I'm letting you share a room and risk you two doing something stupid. Izuku's face felt like it was on fire, and Itsuka groaned, covering her face with her hands. You'll be sharing with me, Kendo, Maruko clarified with a shrug. Figured that'd keep things under control. Oh, they both muttered in unison, awkwardly avoiding eye contact as their faces burned crimson. Maruko smirked, clearly reveling in their embarrassment. Anyway, she said, turning back to lead the way, once we grab some food, we're heading out. I've got a few spots picked out to see what you're made of. She glanced over her shoulder with a wicked grin. And if we're lucky, maybe some cocky-ass villains will show up and give us something to break. ... Sir, are you all right? Tenya Iida said, standing at attention, his body tense and ready to assist. Do you require help? The old man chuckled to himself, wiping his hands on his pants. Dropped my lunch, oopsie daisy. Silly old me. Upon closer inspection, Tenya saw the old man was sitting in a puddle of ketchup and sausages, not blood and gore as he initially feared. Who are you? The old man asked, seemingly confused. Tenya Iida, sir. You are Gran Torino, I presume? Tenya asked, his back straight and posture as rigid as ever. The man squinted, cocking his head. Tentaro, is that you? No, sir. Tenya Iida, Tenya replied, his brow furrowing. Was the man hard of hearing or just forgetful? I need to make a new lunch, Gran Torino muttered, ignoring Tenya as he scrambled to collect his food. He looked back up at the young hero. Who are you again? Tenya paused, unsure of how to respond. Was this part of his training? Was the man truly senile? He fumbled for his phone, desperately searching for guidelines on how to handle an old teacher who might be losing his faculties. Gran Torino wandered over to the case Tenya had brought along, inspecting it curiously. Is this your costume, kid? Before Tenya could respond, the old man snatched the case with surprising agility and tossed it aside. Put it on. Let's see if you can hit me. Tenya blinked, now thoroughly bewildered. Surely, this man didn't expect him to spar in his school uniform. But before he could voice any concerns, Gran Torino's eyes glinted with mischief. Sir, I do not believe you should be, Tenya started, his voice steady, trying to lecture the eccentric old man. Then, in a flash, Gran Torino was upon him. A kick faster than Tenya could process landed square in his chest, knocking the wind out of him. His body slammed into the hallway wall with a crash, and he tumbled to the floor, gasping for air. Damn, for a kid whose family name Iida is as famous as Ingenuium's, you're painfully stiff, Gran Torino sneered, his voice dripping with disappointment as he stood over the wheezing Tenya. Tenya struggled to regain his breath, his lungs burning as he tried to push himself up, but Gran Torino was already moving again. The old man's speed was unreal, almost like he wasn't moving at all but had simply appeared in front of him. It's been a while since I sparred with Tentaru's boys, Gran Torino chuckled, cracking his knuckles. Hope you've got the same drive and determination they did. Before Tenya could even raise his guard, the old man was a blur. Gran Torino's leg whipped out, a strike too fast for Tenya's mind to comprehend. The next thing he knew, a sharp pain exploded in his face, and the world spun. He hit the floor again, his head ringing. Gran Torino stood over him, his eyes narrowing in a playful yet dangerous glint. Come on, kid, show me what you've got. Tenya blinked rapidly, his vision clearing as he realized the man had referred to his grandfather, Tentaro Iida, one of the greatest heroes in his family's legacy. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks. Gran Torino had expected him to be like his grandfather, fast, sharp, determined. Ah, I see, Tenya stammered, trying to steady himself. You were trying to get me too. Wham! Gran Torino's foot connected with his face, sending him sprawling back to the floor in an instant. Center of Tokyo, Japan. Best Genist Agency. Sure. Here's a rewritten version that keeps Tsunagu's best genist personality intact and adds more depth to the interaction. Bakugo's fists were clenched, and his sharp gaze burned with anger. What? He gritted his teeth. What the hell do you think you're doing? A man, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of elegance, stood before him. His hands moved gracefully, manipulating the threads that bound Bakugo, as if weaving some intricate fabric. Perfectly honest with you, the man spoke, his tone smooth but firm. I don't like you very much. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. I know exactly why you chose my agency. It's because I'm one of the most popular pro-heroes, isn't it? The man continued, his voice carrying an edge of disdain. Hey, you're the one who offered me the spot. Bakugo snapped back, his frustration mounting. Yes, I did, the man, best genist, said, flicking a lock of his perfectly styled hair. And I'm sure you expected me to teach you how to improve your strength, perhaps refine your quirk, maybe turn you into some kind of prodigy. Bakugo scowled but didn't respond, his eyes flashing with impatience. But, genist's eyes gleamed, that's not why you're here, is it? Bakugo's anger flared. Then let me go, you damn genist freak. I don't have time to sit here listening to some lecture. Best genist paid no mind to the outburst, his expression remaining composed. Recently, I've had the pleasure of working with disciplined individuals. But when I watched your performance in the sports festival, your arrogance, your brutality, I knew I was going to have to handle you personally. He paused, letting the weight of his words hang in the air before adding, your fight with Midoriya was the final straw. It disgusted me. Bakugo's eyes flared with disbelief and fury. What the hell are you talking about? That damn nerd won. Genist calmly replayed a video clip of the fight, showing Bakugo relentlessly blasting Midoriya with explosions, his face twisted with anger, his words incomprehensible but clearly venomous. The way you relished in inflicting pain on him, Genist continued, his tone unwavering. The sense of entitlement you carry, thinking you can crush anyone in your path, it was all laid bare for me to see. And I couldn't turn a blind eye to it. Bakugo's gaze was filled with contempt. TCH, you don't know anything about me. But your true character was revealed with Midoriya, Genist said, his voice smooth as silk. He adjusted the threads he was manipulating with a delicate hand, his eyes fixed on Bakugo. I took the liberty of reviewing his file. Curiosity got the better of me. Turns out, you both attended the same school. At first glance, you might appear as rivals, but upon closer inspection, it's quite the opposite. Bakugo scoffed, his glare intensifying, but Genist held his gaze, unflinching. You see, Bakugo, Genist continued, his tone almost poetic, a rivalry is built on mutual respect and competition, but what you had with Midoriya was far from that. It was more a show of dominance on your part, a thread that twisted its way through your every interaction with him. You used him to validate your own ego. Pathetic. You should be ashamed of yourself. The fact you're standing in a hero school is appalling. The pro-hero took a step forward, his gaze unwavering. You're someone who thinks they're above everyone else. That arrogance is your greatest flaw. And I'm here to correct that flaw. Bakugo's fury only intensified. Who the hell do you think you are? Genist didn't flinch. I'm best genist. And I've seen your potential. You have remarkable control over your quirk, Bakugo. It's nothing short of impressive. You could be a powerful combatant, no doubt. But a hero. Genist's voice grew colder. You don't yet have what it takes to be one. Bakugo's glare turned venomous. What the hell are you talking about? I'm stronger than anyone. I'm gonna be the best hero there is. Genist sighed, brushing a loose strand of hair back into place. It's not just about power, Bakugo. Your belief that you are the best, that's your biggest limitation. You think the world revolves around you. And when someone dares to challenge that perception, you lash out. Like when you fought Zero. It wasn't about proving your strength, it was about proving your pride. Bakugo's body tensed, but Genist pressed on. And when Midoriya defeated you, it shook you, didn't it? For the first time, someone who you dismissed as Deku put you in your place. Your pride has cracked, and now, you're starting to realize you're not the invincible hero you thought you were. Bakugo snarled, veins bulging as his fury reached its peak. His fists trembled in the bindings. Since your pride is so fragile right now, It's my responsibility to teach you how to become a true pro, Genist said calmly, his fingers weaving the threads with precision. How you speak, how you carry yourself, how to control those wild emotions, especially that unchecked rage. With the way you are now, you could lash out at your classmates just to prove you're the strongest, all to satisfy that fragile ego of yours. No, I won't allow that. He leaned in slightly, his gaze sharp. I will show you what it means to be a hero, the kind of hero people truly need, not the one you're trying to be now. The one you're straying so far from. Bakugo's fists clenched, teeth grinding together as he seethed. Damn it, I came to the wrong hero. His mind raced, thoughts clouded by frustration as he remembered Kaminari's words about Maruko, that she was a battle-crazed heroine interning Dekum. While that bastard gets stronger under someone like her, I'm stuck here, wasting my time with this gene-wearing freak. Maruko Agency. The three of them entered the kitchen, and Izuku quickly took a seat while Itsuka followed suit. Both had removed their blazers, ready to settle in. Maruko couldn't help but think to herself, I'm not sure they'll like this, but they're gonna need the fuel for the day. Guess they'll just have to suck it up and eat my terrible cooking. She had prepared a simple rice bowl with light miso soup, the most basic dish she could manage. When it was done, she placed the meal on the table in front of her interns. Izuku and Itsuka sat down, both offering polite thanks. Thank you for the meal, they said in unison. Maruko shot them a mischievous smirk. Don't thank me yet, you haven't even tried it, she muttered under her breath. Itsuka smiled as she set out her portion, and Izuku, though surprised, couldn't help but notice the calm demeanor Itsuka maintained. The first time he'd eaten All Might's food, he'd been fanboying for a week straight. But Itsuka, she was calm as a cucumber. As Izuku took a bite, he chewed thoughtfully. This is pretty good, he said, looking up at her. Itsuka nodded in agreement, her smile widening as she continued to enjoy the meal. Maruko was a little caught off guard but quickly masked it with a professional look. She couldn't help but smile internally, pleased that they were actually enjoying it. She then flashed a smirk, taking on her usual confident stance. All right, eat up, we've got a packed day ahead. While you're finishing up, let's go over a few things, she began. Most people think being a hero is just about fighting villains, but it's a lot more than that. For most heroes, it's like being a civil servant except it's commission-based. You get out what you put in. Wait, Itsuka interjected, looking up from her bowl. So, we're not going to be doing much hero stuff. Like fighting villains and all that. Maruko arched a brow, then chuckled. Oh, so you're eager to jump into the action, huh? Don't worry, we'll get there. First, we'll head out to a few training spots to see what you two can do in your costumes. Gotta know your strengths and weaknesses before anything else. Already, Izuku and Itsuka said in unison, their eyes wide. Yeah, no time to waste, Maruko replied firmly. But don't get your hopes up about villains. Ever since I got stationed here, the media's been all over the place, and villains avoid this area like the plague. She muttered under her breath, damn media. So, we probably won't be seeing any real villains? Itsuka asked, her shoulders drooping slightly. Not likely, Maruko admitted with a shrug. Top heroes like me scare them off. Crime rates in cities drop dramatically when a pro hero is around. That makes sense, Izuku chimed in. The risk is just too high for most villains. Even if they somehow win, it'd just put a bigger target on their back. Maruko's ears twitched at his comment, and she let out a sigh. Exactly, it's one of the downsides of being on top. Back when I was still climbing the ranks, villains were everywhere, thinking they could take me out. It was fun proving them wrong. Now, they're too scared to even try. Gets boring sometimes. Izuku nodded, understanding her frustration. Fighting a top pro hero wasn't just risky, it was practically a death sentence for most villains. Don't worry, Itsuka said with a grin. With Izuku here, trouble's bound to find us eventually. Hey, Izuku protested, his cheeks reddening. I'm not a trouble magnet. Itsuka raised an eyebrow, her grin widening. Really? Because every time you're involved, chaos seems to follow. Maruko chuckled, clearly entertained by the banter. Yeah, your homeroom teacher warned me about you. Told me to keep an eye on you, said you've got a knack for stirring things up. Izuku groaned, glancing at Itsuka, who was biting her lip to keep from laughing. Ah, man. All right, jokes aside, Maruko said, straightening up. Hope you both enjoyed the meal because it's the last one I'll be making for you. Both Izuku and Itsuka blinked in surprise. Wait, what? Itsuka asked. From here on out, you two are doing all the grunt work, Maruko said with a smirk. That means cooking, buying ingredients, cleaning, washing clothes, the whole shebang. You'll figure out who does what between the two of you. Besides learning to be better heroes, you'll be my errand boy and girl. Izuku and Itsuka exchanged a glance. Without a word, they nodded in agreement. Good, Maruko said, clearly impressed by their lack of complaints. Now finish up. We've got a lot of work to do. To truly accomplish anything, one needs will. And conviction, Stain growled, his voice heavy with disdain. The hero killer stood over Shigaraki, one blade buried in the man-child's shoulder, the other hovering dangerously close to his throat. The blackened steel shimmered faintly, its red edge radiating an oppressive heat. Those without it, the weak, they'll be weeded out, Stain continued, his voice low and venomous. It's only natural. Shigaraki grimaced, his lips curling in pain as he glared up at Stain. The hero killer's crimson-streaked armor gleamed ominously in the dim light, an unmistakable symbol of his relentless resolve. That's why you're about to die. Ow. That hurts. Too strong, Shigaraki whined, a petulant edge to his tone. Kurogiri, get this guy off me. Across the room, Kurogiri lay slumped against the bar, clutching a wound on his shoulder. His misty form flickered, unstable. I can't move, Kurogiri murmured, his voice tinged with disbelief. Could it be the hero killer's quirk? Stain ignored the comment, his focus unwavering. This world has lost its meaning, he said, voice cold and deliberate. It's plagued with false heroes who crave fame, and criminals who wield power without purpose. His eyes burned with intensity. They should all be purged. He pressed the blade closer to Shigaraki's neck. The weapon's edge brushed against the severed hand on Shigaraki's face, and his opponent's eyes widened in sudden alarm. Not that one, Shigaraki growled, his tone shifting to deadly seriousness. Stain's eyes narrowed in confusion, but before he could act, Shigaraki's hand shot up and gripped the blade. Blood seeped between his fingers as his quirk activated. The metal corroded and crumbled under his touch, its decay spreading rapidly. I'll kill you, Shigaraki whispered, his voice trembling with restrained rage. The blade shattered into dust. You sure talk a lot, Shigaraki sneered, his lips curling into a deranged grin. Conviction. I don't need some lofty ideal like that. Stain's gaze remained cold, unflinching. My reason for acting, Shigaraki continued, his voice dripping with malice. All might, and that damn Izuku Midoriya. He spat the names like poison. This world worships them, revolves around them, and I hate it. I'll destroy everything they stand for. His hands trembled with anticipation, blood trailing down his wrists. Midoriya wants to uphold this rotten system. I'll kill him. He wants to be the next symbol of peace. I'll crush him. Shigaraki's laughter erupted, sharp and manic, filling the room. I don't need your ideals, Stain. I just want to destroy everything. Stain leapt back as Shigaraki swiped at him, his decaying fingers narrowly missing their mark. Landing in a crouch, Stain held his remaining blade at the ready. So, that's who you are, Stain said, his voice steady, his smirk cold and knowing. Huh, Shigaraki paused, his scratching slowing. We have different goals, Stain continued, eyes piercing. Your chaos, my cleansing, they clash. But in one thing, we're the same. Rising to his full height, Stain's voice turned resolute. This society must fall. Shigaraki growled, his voice low and venomous. Stop messing around. Just go home and die already. I'm the type of guy you hate the most, right? HMPH. Stain sheathed his blade, his posture calm but his eyes as sharp as daggers. I was testing your motives. People reveal their true selves on the verge of death. He crossed his arms, his tone unyielding. While I detest senseless violence, you do have a desire. That desire is the seed of conviction. But will it grow or wither? That remains to be seen. For now, It may be worth letting you live, if only to observe. Ha, ha, ha. A distorted voice crackled from the monitor. It seems Midoriya Izuku has stirred something within you, Shigaraki. Shigaraki scowled, glaring at the screen. What do you want? The grainy silhouette of a man leaned closer, his tone laced with intrigue. Apologies for the interruption, hero killer, but my curiosity has been piqued. Tell me, Stain, where were you these past 2 weeks? When you returned, your strength and speed had noticeably increased. You've slaughtered no fewer than 40 heroes since then. Quite impressive. Stain's expression darkened. It's not as you think. I was ambushed by a group calling themselves the Forever Knights. The Forever Knights. Shigaraki halted his incessant scratching, tilting his head. They sound like a bunch of nobodies. Don't be so dismissive, Shigaraki, Kurogiri interjected. If they've enhanced Stain's abilities, they may pose a significant threat. The voice from the monitor spoke again, thoughtful. Forever Knights, you say? Doctor, doesn't that name sound familiar? Another voice, gravelly and amused, joined the conversation. Ah, yes, the Forever Knights. They once valued my expertise until they learned I was researching ways to counteract the quirk singularity. They exiled me. Stain clenched his fist, his tone laced with rage. They captured me, claiming my conviction aligned with theirs. But they deemed me too weak to fulfill my goals. So they tore me apart, again and again, breaking my body down only to rebuild it stronger. The air grew heavy, the tension palpable. They subjected me to unimaginable torment, Stain continued, his voice brimming with fury. But now, I'm faster, sharper, my body reforged. They've given me the means to carry out my mission. He unsheathed his blade, the steel glinting in the dim light. With this power, I'll cleanse the world of false heroes. My blade will be baptized in their blood. The monitor flickered and then went dark, leaving only the black reflection of the screen. On the other side, a shadowed figure leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled in thought. He turned to an elderly man seated beside him, the latter's portly frame framed by a bushy mustache. What do you think of this, doctor? The doctor smirked, his eyes glinting with malevolent curiosity. The Forever Knights may have been more thorough than I anticipated. This could prove very interesting. After a moment of silence, the video feed from the League of Villains hideout continued playing, though the doctor abruptly cut the outgoing communication. All for One's tone dripped with malice as he questioned, Dr. Garaki, is there a reason you severed the connection? Garaki adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. The line was one way, my lord. We can still hear everything they say. But I have concerns about Shigaraki. Oh, All for One leaned forward slightly, resting his arm to support himself. Speak. The doctor hesitated before continuing. You've pursued One for All for nearly 9 generations, and we now know that Midoriya possesses it. Yet you allow Shigaraki to pursue his own vendetta against the boy. Why not rein him in? One for All is vital, but so is the Omnitrix. Allowing Shigaraki to kill Midoriya risks losing both. Such recklessness cannot be allowed, even to appease the boy's bloodlust. All for One's deep chuckle resonated through the dimly lit room. At Shigaraki's current level, his chances of killing Midoriya are laughable. Garaki, recalling the boy's remarkable performance at the sports festival, nodded reluctantly. That's true. All for One continued, his tone calm yet sinister. Once Shigaraki inherits my power and casts aside his mental shackles, his strength will surpass even my expectations. But even then, his desire to claim One for All will consume him. Killing Midoriya outright, highly unlikely. I see your point, Garaki murmured as he typed something into his console. A question lingered in his mind. But what of the Omnitrix? All for One's voice darkened. For generations, I've devoted my life to understanding how to steal One for All. If it were just that, my plan would be simple, weaken the boy's will. Shigaraki's hatred will grow, his bloodlust sharpening with every failed attempt to kill Midoriya. In time, the boy's spirit will falter under the weight of isolation and despair. The villain's amusement returned briefly before his voice turned cold and dangerous. But the Omnitrix, that changes everything. Such vast power in the hands of a foolish child. The thought sickens me. His tone carried an edge of contempt, his expression twisted into what could only be described as a scowl. Garaki nodded solemnly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The Omnitrix is indeed a threat, or an opportunity, in the right hands. The device on his wrist is undeniably powerful, all for one spat, his voice laced with disdain, but it is also bound to him in ways we do not yet understand. No ordinary means can remove it, certainly not ours. It clings to that foolish child as if mocking us. Garaki adjusted his glasses, his curiosity piqued despite the frustration in his master's tone. Then, could we not simply sever the boy's arm? All for one chuckled, the sound low and menacing. Do you truly believe a device as advanced as the Omnitrix would lack protections against something so crude? The creators would not be so foolish as to leave it vulnerable to such an obvious tactic. Realizing the futility of his initial suggestion, Garaki frowned but proposed another idea. Then perhaps we convince the boy to surrender it willingly. All for one scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. The boy is nothing more than a novice with that device, fumbling through its power without any real control. Even if we were to subject his loved ones to unspeakable torment, it would accomplish nothing. He lacks the knowledge, let alone the ability, to remove it. Garaki sighed, clearly frustrated. His fascination with the Omnitrix grew, and he longed to examine it. Then it seems we're at an impasse. Who knows, all for one mused, his voice dripping with a cold amusement, perhaps I'll use him as a vessel, instead of Shigaraki. A twisted chuckle escaped his lips, echoing through the room, but it quickly died down. The villain's demeanor shifted, and he fell into a chilling silence. He made a soft, almost thoughtful hum, the sound carrying a menacing weight. Garaki, sensing the dark intent in his master's words, couldn't hide the flicker of concern that crossed his face. Master, all for one's lips curled into a chilling smile, never faltering. Oh, come now, doctor, all for one said with a mocking chuckle, his tone light but his intent far from innocent. Even I am allowed a jest now and then. Garaki forced a small, nervous smile as all for one's expression turned contemplative. Still, all for one continued, the Omnitrix and one for all together present a puzzle even I find stimulating. For now, we'll observe the boy's progress. You know the saying, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. The smile never left his scarred face as he shifted topics. Speaking of which, doctor, have you found the quirk we discussed? Garaki perked up at the question, eagerly responding, yes, master. I've located the man. His name is Rei Iwamatsu, a detective residing in the Yamagata prefecture. He has a wife, 2 children, and a third on the way. His quirk matches exactly what we're looking for. Excellent. All for one's smile widened ever so slightly. Then we'll wait for the right opportunity to take it ourselves, or perhaps we'll create one. His gaze shifted to the monitor where Shigaraki and Stain conversed, their tension palpable even through the screen. Yes, he murmured, more to himself than Garaki, we'll create one. He said, to be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.